Welcome to this course. My name is Yastani Chaudhary and I'll be your instructor in this course. I'm a full-stack software developer and a UI UX designer. In this course, you are going to learn how to become a professional UI UX designer using AdobeXD. AdobeXD is one of the best tools for designing UI UX. You will learn how to use different sorts of tools within the AdobeXD. Then you will learn all the advanced features of AdobeXD. For instance, you are gonna learn how to do group, component, color component, character style, repeat grid, animation, scroll view, how to work with asset and plugin, and many more things. You will learn how to do prototyping in AdobeXD, and you will end up working on different types of animation. You will build a complete social media app and will get real-world experience in designing mobile app UI. While you will design the social media app, you will end up working on a different type of UI design. I hope you will end up learning a lot from this course. See you in the class. Welcome to this section. In this section, you are going to learn how to create project on AdobeXD, and you will learn each and every tools of AdobeXD. You will create different sort of design using different sort of tools that is available within AdobeXD. As you can see in the screen, you are going to design different sort of items using different sort of tools. Like you will learn how to work with rectangle tools, how to work with ellipse tools, polygon tools, line tools, pen tools, text tools, and you will design different sort of things so that you guys can end up knowing the basic uses of each and every tools that is available within AdobeXD. Moreover, you are going to learn how to customize your design, and you can see a lot of designs items are available in the right side corner, and you will use each and every items. You will learn all the uses of each and every tools that is available here, and you will create a different sort of character in this AdobeXD. I hope you will learn all the basics of AdobeXD in this section. Welcome to this lecture. In this part, we're going to start working with AdobeXD. So currently I am now using a MacBook, so I'm gonna open this project by clicking on this application. So select on AdobeXD, and once you will open this AdobeXD, you will be able to see this interface. If you are using Linux computer or Windows, then simply open this AdobeXD, and once you will open this AdobeXD, you will be able to see this sort of user interface. And in here, so we can see iPhone, and for this one is for web, this one is for Instagram story, and this one is for custom size. And right, and just below this we have recent items. Like if you are new, then you will not be able to see anything in this recent tab, but if you have worked on a couple of projects, then you will be able to see all of your recent projects. So this is the basic user interface of this AdobeXD, I would say. So for now, I'm gonna open this iPhone X because we're gonna design our mobile application UI first, then we will work on web and some other design stuffs. So I'm gonna select this iPhone, and once I will select it, I will be able to see this UI, and this is the main dashboard, I would say, of our AdobeXD. So in here we will be able to see, so in the left side corner, so let me show you all the tools that is available. So in the left side corner you will be able to see all the tools that is available inside AdobeXD. So this one is select tools, this one is rectangle tools, ellipse tools, polygon, line, pen, text, and this one is for our artboard. And on the bottom you will be able to see three icons here, and the last one is for our icon. It means that whatever icon you will install, you will be able to see in here. Currently I have installed one plugin, so it's not an icon, I would say, like any sort of plugins that you will install, you will be able to see under this plugin. And then this one is for our artboard design. So whatever artboards you will have, once you are here, you will be able to see it here. And this one is for our asset. So we will have a lot of assets like color assets, character styles, and component, and all the assets will appear here. So this is the three icon. And then in here we have one item called design, where we are going to design. And if you need to do prototype, then this one is for our prototyping, and this one is for sharing. And in the right side corner we will be able to see a couple of options here. So it means that, so first let me add a rectangle here. So if I'm going to select this rectangle here, then you will be able to see a couple of options are here, and we need to use each and every tools for different purposes to give the proper shape of our design. And in here you will be able to see the W means the width and H means the height, and this X and Y is the position of this rectangle, and these are the icon of horizontal and vertical tools. And if we click here, then fixed position when scrolling, then you will be able to see the layout options. And right here we have this radius option here, then our different radius, then the color option, our border section here, then the shadow, background color, and our export options here. So these are the basic tools, and in here we have a couple of options. So if you want to do this thing, so we can move it by clicking those options, and this one is for our repeat clip option. So you will end up learning each and every tools while we will work on different sort of projects. So I just wanted to give you a brief introduction of this AdobeXD, what we have inside this AdobeXD. And on top of that we will be able to see this file section. From here we can create new file, open reset, and different sort of things here. Then we have our edit option, our objects are here. From these objects we can see our component, so it will we will need to create component, and we can take help from here, and different other things are here. And this is the plugin section, and we can install plugin here, and some other options are here. Alright, so these are the basics. So most of the time we will have to work with these sort of tools, which are located in the left side corner, and all the tools which is located in right side corner. So that is what I wanted to show you in this part. And in the next lecture we're gonna start learning how to use each and every tools, and what is the purpose of using each and every tools that are available within this AdobeXD. So I'm gonna stop this video right here. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to start learning each and every tools. So first and foremost I'm going to show you how to work with a rectangle tool and how can you customize it. So in the previous part we had taken a rectangle, but I'm going to remove it right now. So if I'm going to select V, then this select tool will be selected. So either I can click this rectangle from here, or I can simply press the R on my keyboard. So if I'm gonna press R on my keyboard here, then I will be able to use this rectangle. So you can simply learn or memorize those shortcut key. Okay, it will give you a lot of flexibility while you will work on a big project. So instead of clicking again and again on those icon, you can simply press R, then it is gonna open. And then if you are gonna select V or this one, then we will be able to move it one here. So now I'm gonna show you how can we work with the rectangle and how can we customize our rectangle part, so that you guys can end up knowing how can we use each and every items here. So once we will click here, once we will select our rectangle here, in here you will be able to see a couple of dotted. So the outside dot here, through this we can increase and decrease the size of our rectangle, or simply in the right side corner you will be able to see this W means the width and height, H means the height. So in here you can also change the height. So let's see. So let's say I want to change the height 81 to 200. So I'm gonna type 200 here and press enter. Then you will be able to see the size has been increased. So this is the way to increase and decrease the size. So you can simply drag it here this way, or you can customize it here. Now once I will hover over near to this dot, we will be able to see this option here. So it means that we can simply rotate this one here. So when I'm going to rotate it here, and in the right side corner you will be able to see this degree is gonna changing. Okay, so let me drag it here, and then if I'm gonna rotate it here, see now 16 degree, minus 24 degree, okay, 38 degree, 80 degree, and this is the way. So in this way you can simply rotate it. Okay, now another thing is that, let me do it here. Alright, so inside this we will be able to see 4 dot here. So what does it means? So using those
dot, we can simply, if I'm gonna do it, then it is gonna create a border radius for us, and this border radius is gonna appear right here. See, this is the, so if you hover over the mouse here, then you will be able to see same radius for all corner. It means that if I'm gonna select this one, and if I'm gonna put a certain amount of radius, then it is gonna create same radius for all corners. And if I'm gonna select it here, then we will have couple of options for each and every corner. So let's say instead of 63, I want to have here 20, and then press, and here you go, you can see it has been changed. So either this way, or simply we can change the radius here. So just click, if you need same size of radius, then simply click to anything that you want to have here, so 90. And if you need to have a particular size, then instead of selecting here, you can simply click on here, then it will give you 4 option. Okay, so first one, so if you hover over, then you will be able to see that what they are saying exactly. So let me remove this one, then press enter. So we need to remove it from here. Alright, so now we have 0 here. So now if I'm gonna click here, and if I'm gonna hover over my mouse on here, then you will be able to see top left corner radius. It means that it indicates top left corner radius. So this is our top, and this one is our left. So if you want to have a certain radius here, then we can simply add here, we can say 80 here. Then you will be able to see this shape. Again, select it here, and then if you want to change this one, okay, so this one is going to be bottom left and bottom right. So this one is going to be our bottom right. So if I hover over, then you can see this one is bottom left corner radius, and this one is bottom right corner radius. So this one is bottom right, this one is bottom right. So therefore we need to add here, and here you go. So finally we got this shape here. And now if you want to change the color of any particular items, like it can be a rectangle, a shape, a polygon, line, text, anything, we need to click on this fill option, and in here you will be able to see a color palette. So from here you can choose your color, whatever color you want to select here. So once you will select this color, it is gonna appear right here. So this is the way to add color. Now, so right after this fill, you will be able to see a border. So what does this border means? So if you are gonna selecting this border, then a border will appear here, and in here you can add the size of the border. So let's say I'm gonna add a size 10 of this border, and here you go. See, now we can see this border. And if you want to change the color of this border, then simply click on this color and then change the color of this border. So then click on this border color and then change it. So I'm going to change the border size 10 to 3, or just to understand, I can add 4. Alright, and if you need to have a dash, then simply you can add here. Like if you want to have 4 dash, then you will be able to see this dash will appear here. So then if you need to have a gap of these dashes, then simply put any item, then you will be able to see it is gonna change in here. So these are the basic thing that you can add here. And right after this border, so I am showing you each and every items in order to teach you that how can you use each and every property which is available in the right side corner. Okay, this is the main purpose. And then we have our option called shadow. If I'm gonna select this shadow, so first if you want to add shadow on this rectangle, we need to click on it, then we can add the shadow here. So then we can add a shadow here. So so it has an indicator like from X, from Y. So we can add 70 and see it is gonna create this shadow. So instead of 70 we can add 10, and you can see this shadow is here. And you can simply customize the shadow where you want to show the shadow. So this one will help you to add the shadow like on top, on side, on right side corner, and then this way you can do it. Not here, it should be here. And then you can also change the color of the shadow. Like if you need this color, then you can choose this color. If you need red color, then you will be see the color is changing. And then there is an option called background blur. So if you want to background blur, or if you want to add object blur, then you can click on this, and then you can increase and then decrease it, and it will do this thing. So instead of object blur, if you want to have background blur, then you can simply do it. See, you will be able to see this option is gonna have here. So there is a couple of options. You can use it whenever you need to have any sort of item you need to blur. So these are the basic tools that we can use. So right now I don't need to have background blur, so that's why I am gonna check out it here. So I'm gonna remove this one here, and these are the basic thing that is available in AdobeXD. So I hope you have learned how to design and customize a rectangle, and how can you use almost all sort of tools that is available in AdobeXD. But we have not finished yet. We need to learn a lot of things, because still we can customize it in different ways. So we will discuss it one by one. Now in this part I'm going to show you one more thing before stopping the video. And then if you want to repeat this one, so let's say if you want to have same item multiple times, then how can we do it? So we have several options to do. So first one is we can simply press Ctrl D if you were in Windows, or you can simply press Command D if you were in MacBook. So just select this rectangle and press Command D, and then it has duplicated. Then simply drag one copy, and this is the way to duplicate the data or any sort of tools. It is not about only rectangle, it can be a polygon or any sort of tools, group, whatever you are going to creating. You can simply select the item that you want to have a duplicate items, and then press Ctrl D, and then you can do it. So this is the way. Now I'm going to remove those items, and we have another options, and which is an easy option, I would say, and I will always suggest you to use it. So in here you will be able to see a option called repeat grid. So click on this repeat grid, and it will look this way. Now once you will click this repeat group, then you can simply drag it this way as much as you need. You can simply drag it, and it is gonna appear here. Once we are done with your items, whatever amount of items you need, then you can simply ungroup it. Or if you want to change the color of your entire data item, like as it is in a group grid, if I'm gonna change the color of one particular item, then it is gonna change the color for every items. Okay, but if you want to change a particular item, like for this one, then what can you do? You can simply select it. You can simply select this group, and then you can simply ungroup this grid. Then you can change each and every item color. You can simply change the color whatever for each and every item. So this is the thing that I wanted to show you in this part. So I hope you have learned a lot from this part, and I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue from the next lecture. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to learn how to work with ellipse tools. In the previous part we ended up working with rectangle tools, and we were able to design these sort of things. Now in this part, let me explain to you how to work with ellipse tools. So for doing this thing, first and foremost, let me add a new frame. So click on this frame, and then in the right side we will be able to see all the frame options. And then I'm gonna select this iPhone Pro here, and now click on this move tool or the select tool, or you can simply click here or press B, then we can drag it or anything, whatever we want to do. Now if you want to work with ellipse tools, then we need to click on these ellipse tools. So click on the ellipse tools, then you will be able to drag it. So you can drag it this way. So just hold it and then drag it, and let me undo it. So what you need to do, you just need to select a certain area, then you can drag it this way, and you can increase the size and decrease the size. And once you will select this option, then you can change the height and width from over here. So let me add the height 200, and the white is 200 as well. And here you go. And now for this one I'm gonna select 200, and this one I'm gonna select 200. So now we have our two circle, or we can say two ellipse item, and in here you will be able to see the icon is gonna show it here. Now let me add a background color here. So in the previous part I have shown you that how can we add a background color. So if you want to add background color, we need to click this fill, and then in here we can select our background color. And for this one I'm gonna select a different color, maybe this one. Now what can we do here? We can add a border. So increase the size of border, we can say 5, and then we will be able to see the border. And if you want to change the color of the border, then you can simply change the color of the border. See, the color of this border has been changed. And for this one I'm gonna say 5, and also change the color to this one. So this way you can add the border radius on your ellipse item. Now if I'm gonna do this one on top of this one, and then so let's say you want to add this blue one on background and this pink one on top. Okay, then how can you do it? So simply just select the ellipse and then right click, and in here once you right click you will be able to see a couple of options are here, like bring to front, bring forward, send backward, and send to back. So click on send to back, and then you can see the blue one is now in back and the pink one on top. Okay, so this is the way to do this thing. You can do this one this way. And let me add one more ellipse here. So select the ellipse here and then change the color and this color. Okay, now so once we will select this color here, in here we can customize this ellipse on different ways. So if you want to do it, just double click, we just need to select the ellipse, and once we will select the ellipse, then we can drag it this way and we can drag it this way. So what we need to do, we just need to double click on our ellipse. So double click on it. Once you will double click, this sort of things is gonna appear here, like the circle, small circle. You can take it and you can drag it according to your design issue. Okay, so this way you can make design. Once you will do it and then select, if you want to rotate it, then you can simply rotate it this way. Okay, and now let me duplicate it. So I'm gonna press Command D. Remember that in the previous part I have told you that how to make a duplicate. So press Ctrl D, and this is the duplicate data, and I'm gonna rotate it this way. Here we go. And then so if you want, we can change the color here. Let me add this color. Alright, this black. It's not a black, and on top let me add another ellipse. Here you go, and select the V to select the tool, and then change the color here. Here you go. So we made a design here, and now let me add one more ellipse here. I just wanted to show you that what sort of things we can create through these ellipse tools, and change the background color of it. Alright, this one. Now again double click, and then double click, and then select the tools. See, even if you want, you can click here and then you can make this design this way, and whatever changes you are doing here, it is gonna show you here. Alright, and here you go. So I hope you have understood how to work with ellipse tool, and you can design different sort of things using these ellipse tools. It's completely depend on you what sort of design you want to make, and just need to customize it. So follow the rules that I have shown you, and then you can create any sort of design. So I hope you have learned the uses of ellipse tools, and I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next lecture. And in the next lecture we will learn how to work with polygon tools. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to learn how to work with polygon tools. So for that I want to create a new frame. So click on this frame and then select a new frame for it, and then select tool, and now we can take help of this polygon. So click on this polygon and then we can draw it this way. See, we can draw it this way. And once you will draw this one, you can customize it according to your requirement. So once you will select, you will be able to see a couple of tools. So you can either convert it to a star, like a star, and you can do this thing. And then you will have another option here to drag it this way. See, so it's pretty good, guys. So if you want to make a different sort of icon or logo, then you can do it this way. Even if you want, you can rotate it like like all the processes are same, so just the tools are different, and the tool is giving us different sort of design issues. So either you can simply design it this way, and if you double click, then you will be able to generate different sort of design. Like even if you drag through this line, then you will be able to point out the dot, and once you point out the dot, you can make design. See, you can drag it this way, you can do this thing, and you can play with the design, and you will have many options to do this thing. And we have made this design. So it's like one kind of, what I can say, dog or cat. So let me make it a good design. So I'm gonna take help of these ellipse tools, and I'm gonna draw a small part here, and then I'm gonna change the color of this icon. Okay, so I guess we need to have the same height. Oh, it has same height and weight, so let me increase the height and weight to 12, and here we go. So we have made this design. Now let me change the background color of this one. So just select it and give the background color. See, you can change the background color, anything that you want to have, but this is not gonna look good, so I'm gonna change it to white. Now here you go. So now it looks pretty good, guys. And now if we want to drag it, so then how can you do it? Because we have two options here. You can see one is ellipse and one is our path, which is our polygon, right? So we need to select both, and then we can make group. Either press Command G on your keyboard, or right click and click on this groove, and it will become a groove. Now we can take help of this repeat grid options. So click on it and make the duplicate data as much as you want. So another thing, that if you want, you can duplicate the data in horizontal way. See, this way. All right, so let me select, and let me drag it here, and then here you go. So now we have two options. Now I'm gonna play a few more things with these polygon tools, so that you guys can end up knowing how can we use these polygon tools while we will work on a different sort of mobile application or web application. Okay, so this is our fresh polygon tools. We didn't change anything. Now look at here, guys. This is the thing that I wanted to show you. So in here you will be able to see the option is 3. So what it is indicating? It is indicating that how many corners do you want. So right now 3, we have 3 corners. See, 1, 2 and 3. And if you want to have more, then change it to more. Here you go. Now we have 5 corners. Look at here, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If you need more, then you can simply add more. So now we have 6, 2 to 4 to 6. All right, now in here we have the option to rotate it. Not rotate it, just it will give you the border radius. Remember that we always have an option to add a border radius, and so if you want, you can increase the size here. So we're at 90 and it has become circle, so we cannot use the 90 here, so at least at 30 here. Okay, now once you will have this one, just click on it, and then you can simply circle it or drag it this way. And even if you want to have this option, then you can do it this way. All right, and so remember that when you are doing this thing, the percentage is changing from here. So in here you can see the icon, and it says a star ratio. So what sort of ratios do you want? If you want to have 100%, then simply you can increase it, then it's 100%. And if you want to decrease it, then you can decrease it, and it will give you different shape here. Okay, and from this icon, okay, so in here we have two icons basically. I am saying this icon means like the dot options that it is giving us. So when we will do this thing, it is going to increase. So when we're going to increase it, and this ratio is coming from this option, like the 7 corner. Okay, and in here you can see another dot options, and this one is our percentage option. You can see the percentage is changing. So in here you will see two options. One is this one, and once you are selecting this one, in the bottom you will be able to see this icon is appearing like this icon. It means that the percentage of the star ratio, and in here it will give you like how you want to show your star, and in here you will be able to see, or you can simply change it from here. All right, so hope it helps you a lot to learn this thing. Now let me change the background color of these options. So if you want to change the background color, then you can simply change the background color by selecting this option here. See guys, it looks pretty good, isn't it? So now we made a design. Let me duplicate it, and then in here, so now we can customize it, right? So let me add a different design. So let me increase the size to 67%, and for this icon it's not looking good, so it looks good this way. See, this way it looks good. So in here when you will select, you will be able to see two options. One is star ratio, and then another one is for like how you want to show it. It's not showing the name of this one, but it should show the name. All right, so these two icon, here we go. Okay, and then let me change the color from here. All right, this color, and let me add one more time. So this is the polygon option here, and let me show you what else we can do with this option. So with that option we can add our shadow. Obviously we can add shadow here, and before adding the shadow, I'm gonna change the design a bit more from here, and also the size, and I'm taking the help of this one. So okay, so change it to 9. The corner count, how many corner do you want to have? Now we will have 9 corner, right? And then we can make this design. Here we go. See the percentage, and then I'm gonna change the background color from here. And if you want to have a border here, let me add a border, and then add border 5, and we can see a border here. And let me change the color of the border. See, we can see this border. Like another thing is that inside this border we can add the dash. We can add 5, and we can see this option. So 5 will not be good. Okay, add 5, and for the gap, okay, so add it to 3, and now we can see this design. And if you want to have box shadow, then you can simply add the value of the box shadow, like X, Y, and B, like the X position and Y position and the B position. and see the shadow is coming from this one. So I have added a bit more, so I'm gonna decrease like at 10. See, now you can see the shadow, and from this option I'm gonna add 20. Okay, so this way you can change your color. So I hope you guys have learned how to work with polygon and how can we create different sort of designs. So I'm going to stop this video right here and we'll continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In our previous part we ended up designing these sort of items using our polygon tools, and in this part I'm going to show you how can we work with line tools. Okay, so it's a small tool, so I hope you will be able to learn it easily. And first I'm gonna select a new frame, click on the new frame. Okay, so this frame is coming here. Okay, no problem, we can start working from here. And so I'm gonna select this line tool, and in here, once you will select the line tool, you will be able to draw your line, okay, as much as you want. So you can simply draw your line. Okay, and then click on the select tool or press V, and then you can customize it anyways. Okay, either you can decrease the size or you can increase the size. Okay, and then if you want to change the color or the size of the line, how can you do it? So if you want to do it, then you can simply change the size 1 to 5, then you will be able to see the size has been changed. And if you want to add 10, then you will get a bigger size. So 5 will be enough for it. Now let's say, so if you want to change the background color, simply change the background color, click on this color option, and here you go, you can see different color. All right, now let me duplicate this line, or let me draw a new one. So draw a new one. It's not a difficult task to draw a line. So once we will add a new line, then I'm gonna change the size to 5, and then if you want to have a dash, then you can simply add the dash size, and see, you can see the dash size options. All right, so now if you double click on it and you can add this point option, then you can customize it. Okay, then you can simply drag it this way or simply drag it this way. Okay, now you can see a nice design here. And then let me duplicate this one, duplicate it. I have 2 options here, and then wow, it looks pretty good, guys, isn't it? And now if you want to have this sort of options, then let me make a group. So select all of them and press Ctrl G, and then you can see group. And if you want to change the name of the group, simply right click and click on rename. We can say line 1 and hit enter. So name has been changed. This is our group name, and now I can make them a duplicate. So simply click on repeat grid and duplicate and ungroup grid. Okay, I don't need to have 3. Then select this one and I can rotate it this way. All right, now you can see we can make a nice design just using the line. Okay, see this beautiful design here. And another thing, that let me add one more line here, and if you want to, you can simply draw it this way. I guess we don't need to have it right now. Now on the center, I'm gonna add a new design. So I'm gonna take help of these ellipse tools and add these ellipse tools. Select the V option, drag it on center. It should be same height and width. So change the height and width to 90 and the 90. All right. Now I'm gonna change the background color of this one. Okay, this one. Now what can I do? I can make a design here. So double click and then I can, then we can drag it this way. Okay, like the same design that we did in our earlier part. Now I'm gonna add another ellipse here, and so add another ellipse, and then I'm gonna draw a small circle here. So I can say 20. Alright, and then select the V tool and change the color of this ellipse tools. Okay, so now you can see that it looks pretty good, guys. It looks pretty good. So see, just using a line you can make this sort of design and also take different helps from different tools. And now let me show you how can we add vertical line. So if you want to add vertical line, the process is same. Just select the line tool and then drag it vertically. Okay, and the rest of the thing is same. If you want, you can change the size, and see the size is here. And if you want to change the color, you can change the color and also add the background shadow, and rest of other parts are same. So if you want to make a duplicate item for it, then make a duplicate item here and then change the background color if you want. Okay, see the color. All right, so I hope you have learned how can we work with line tool, and you can just simply use the line tool and you can take help of all sort of design that is available. And I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In our previous part we ended up working with our line tools. Alright, so we have covered almost all of the major tools, and in this part I'm gonna start working on this pen tool. So working with pen tool is a bit tricky, so let me show you how can you work with pen tool. And first I'm gonna take a frame, click on this frame icon and select the frame, and I'm gonna increase the size, like increase the height. Okay, and then so if you want to scroll, so if in case you cannot scroll it from left to right, once you will have multiple screens, you can simply hold your left mouse and then drag it to right, and then you will be able to do it. So this is the way to do it. They don't have any bottom bar or any other options here. I don't know why they don't have it. They could add these options to scroll horizontally or vertically, but sometimes it shows and sometimes it doesn't show. So I'm gonna increase the height to 50%. all right, now let me select the pen tool. So click on this pen tool, or you can remember the shortcut key is P. So click here, and once you will select this pen tool, your icon will be this one. See, you can select, then you can drag, then you can select, you can drag, you can select, you can drag, and you can finish. Okay, so what I did here, let me show you one more time. So I just click here, and so first you need to press on your left mouse, click on your left mouse. Once you will click on your left mouse, and it should be a single click, not a double click, then you will be able to see this dot. And then once you will move your mouse towards any direction, it will show you a line. And let's say I want to stop here, so you can click one more time here, again the left mouse, then a line will be drawn for you. Then if you want to have more lines, then again draw it, then again click here, then again draw it, again click here, then again draw, then again. And remember that if you want to add a background color, you will have to so what can I say, you will have to finish it, and you will have to make a circle. I can say that if you start here and you need to finish it at the end point. Okay, so this was our start point and this is our end point, we can say, and then I'm gonna connect it. So you need to connect the whole line. Okay, then you can change the background of this entire size. And now let me change the background color for you. So this item here, and now we can change the background color. So click on this fill option, and then we can see we can change the background color. Okay, then the same way we can select this one, and we can also change the background color for these options. See, we can change the background color. So this is the way to work with pen tool. Okay, so using this pen tool you can easily design different sort of activities. So let me design one more items just for you guys. And then so this is the normal way to hold this one. Okay, so if you want to have a different sort of thing, so let's say in this point you want to add, so just hold your left mouse, then drag it, and then click here, and then you can drag it. So remember that once you will click on it, and then don't left the mouse of your don't left your left mouse, and then you can drag it. So literally you just need to hold your item, then you can draw this way. Okay, then again click on here, then once you will click here, you can add this design here, and then again you need to hold here, click on it, then again let's say I'm gonna select it here, then I can draw this icon here this way. We can say this way. All right, and then we can connect it to this one. Okay, now if I want to change the background color, then the process is same. You just need to add the color through this fill option. Okay, so this way you can make a different sort of design using this pen tool. One is normally you can draw it as much as you need, then connect it and change the background color. Okay, this is the option. And if you want to have different design issue, like if you want to have like a draw and the radius option, then just hold the icon of this dot, and then you can connect it this way, then again hold it, then again you can draw it. And this is the basic part of this option, but you just need to have this design here. All right, and then I'm gonna use the select tool, and in here we can do this thing, and you can change the color, and you can use all sort of design issues. Like if you want to have the border, then you can also add the border radius, and then you can add the dash or change the color if you want. You can change the color of the border, and then if you want you can change the dash size, and this way you can make a different sort of designs. So this is the basic of working with pen tools. I hope you guys have learned how to work with pen tool. Now I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to learn how can we work with text tool. So in the previous part we ended up learning how can we work with pen tool, and then in this part we're going to learn how can we work with text. All right, so for working with text, I'm gonna add a new frame. So click on this frame icon and select this iPhone 11 Pro, then select the V tools, and if I need to write any text, then I can simply click on the text, and in here I can write the text here. I can say hello Adobe. So we can simply add it. So hello Adobe. I'm just adding some random text. Once you will write your text, you can customize it according to your design. So you can, in here you can increase the size of your font. Like if you need a bigger size, then add 50. And if you want to change the text decoration, then you will have a couple of options just over here. You can see the regular one, then the italic, light, thin italic. Okay, you can choose your you can choose your font design, where we can set the font style. Even you can make it bold. All right, and by taking the help of these tools, you can make it center or in left side, right side. Okay, you can see it is changing because we don't have any background color, that's why it is not showing this way. All right, now right after that you will be able to see this sort of options. So if you want to have uppercase only, then you can simply click on it, then your text will be uppercase. See, it's only uppercase. If you want to have lowercase, just click on lowercase, then you will be able to see all the character has been changed to lowercase. And if you need uppercase and lowercase, then you just need to select here. So it calls title case. It means that the first word of the first character, the first letter of each and every word will be capital, then the rest of the word will be the lowercase. And if you want to have superscript, then you can do it this way. Like if you want to have one text then another one on top of, on bottom, then you can do it. And if you need to have underline, then you can simply use this one. See, now it has underline. So these are the basic thing that you can use if when you will do this, when you will add text on your project. And if you want to change the color, then you can simply change the color. See, the color is changing. So to understand it more clearly, I'm gonna add a rectangle. So click on rectangle. So draw a rectangle here and add a border radius. So select this one and then add 20 and add a background color here. So we can say this color. Okay, now in this rectangle I'm gonna add a text. So if I want to add a text, we need to click on this text keyword, and then in here I can write the text. So click on it, then write your item. We can say button 1. Button 1. So it is giving us the previous size that we have selected, because we need to change the text size. In here it is 50, so I need to change it to 25. Okay, and then we can take help of this one. Then you can see the text style has been changed, because first one is going to be uppercase and rest of the so it basically called title case. And then I'm gonna change the color of the text to white, and here you go. See, now see, it looks pretty good. And if you want to add a style of this one, then you can simply say this design, or we can use this design. So this is the basic thing that you can use for your project. And in here we have a couple of options. So once you will select the text, in here we can say this one, this option is here. You can use this option also for your text. It will give you different sort of design issues, different sort of text design or font style, we can say. See, different sort of design is appearing when we are selecting on it. And this one and this one. So I hope you have learned how to work with text tools, and in the next part we will learn how can we create component, and how can we add color component and item component. So I'm going to stop this video right here. We'll continue it from the next lecture. Welcome to this section. In this section you will learn how to work with scroll view in AdobeXD. So you will learn how to work with horizontal scroll view, as you can see that, and you will learn how to work with vertical scroll view. You will also learn how to do custom design and how can we scroll multiple data at the same time. So at the same time we can scroll our data in a horizontal way, and we can also scroll our data in vertical way. I hope you will enjoy a lot, and you will end up learning how to work with a scroll view in AdobeXD. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part I will show you how to work with scroll view, horizontal scroll view and vertical scroll view in AdobeXD. So for that, first I'm gonna add a new artboard. So click on this artboard and add a new artboard, and I'm gonna change the name of this artboard, and I'm gonna say vertical scroll view. Vertical scroll view. So first I'm gonna add a few I'm gonna do a few designs here. Maybe I'm gonna add a rectangle here. So add a rectangle if you want. So add a rectangle. So add a rectangle, but if you want, you can add anything that you want to show. And I'm gonna change the color, and then I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna add this border radius 20. And now once we are done, we need to have multiple data item. Once our data will once we will have more than, so once we will have many data that will exceed this artboard height, then we will be able to do a scroll view. So for that, first I'm gonna take help of this repeat grid, and then I'm gonna add a multiple data item. So look at here. So once I am outside of this artboard screen, then the color is gonna be a bit shadow here. So it means that we can only see this amount of data at the same time. But if you want to see this data which is outside of the artboard, we must need to take help of this scroll view. So you can simply add as much as you want. Once you are done with this thing, then you can do your scroll view. One important thing you need to notice here, that you cannot do a scroll view in a single data item. So you must need to have your data in a group. All right, so what I mean is that whatever data you will have, maybe you have multiple data, image, text, or anything. So if you don't want to use this repeat grid, you can simply make them a group. Once you will make them a group, you will be able to use the scroll view. So in here you will be able to see two icons. So if I hover over this icon, it says vertical scroll, and this one it says horizontal scroll. So if I am gonna press on this icon, then I will be able to see this icon is gonna come here, so which is the end of my artboard. So this icon is showing you that we will be able to see our data without a scroll view from this part. And if I want to see the data, then we need to do a scroll. So if I'm going to run this one, so first let me run this one, and here you go, we can see this amount. Now we can do a scroll view. So this is how we will work with vertical scroll view. So another important thing is that this icon is available from the updated version of AdobeXD. So if you are using the older version, make sure that you are updating your AdobeXD. So currently I am using AdobeXD 33.1.12.4 version. So make sure that you have the update one, or the one AdobeXD has added these features. All right, so I hope you have learned it, and we have successfully learned how to do vertical scroll view, and in the next lecture we will learn how to work with horizontal scroll view. So I'm going to stop this video right here. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will learn how to work with horizontal scroll view. So first I'm gonna add a new artboard here. So click on this artboard and add a new artboard, and I'm gonna change the name of this artboard, and I'm gonna say horizontal scroll view. So you can say horizontal scroll view. Alright, so now I'm gonna add few ellipse so that we can do horizontal scroll. So I'm gonna click on these ellipse tools, and then I'm gonna draw a ellipse here, and make sure that your ellipse has same size for height and width, so that it looks good. And now I'm gonna change the color. So I'm gonna choose this color, as I have this color under color assets, but if you want, you can change it from here this way. So now I'm gonna click on this repeat grid, and this time we need to repeat our grid in a horizontal way. So I'm gonna drag it in center this way. So we can drag it this way, and I guess I did a rotation here, and change it from here, or we can remove it. So what is happening here? So we need to remove this rotation here, because by mistake I pressed this rotation. So now we can see, so 0 degree. So now it's 0 degree. So you can simply repeat your grid as much as you want. So once you are done with that, you can press on this icon that calls horizontal So I'm sorry. So first we need to select this one, and then we need to press on this horizontal. Once we will press on this, then we will be able to see this icon will appear here, and we can resize your data from where we want to show. So we want to show our scroll view from this part. So now if I run it, here we go. So now we can see our horizontal data. So once you are done with this data, horizontal scroll view, then if you want to update each and every color, then simply click on this ungroup, this one, and now once you will ungroup it, then you will be able to change the color for each and every item. So you can simply change this color, and now if you run it, then we can see a different color. So this is the way to change your color. And if you want to do this thing before doing horizontal scroll view, then you can also do this thing. There is no harm to do this one. So this way you can simply change the color. So I hope you have learned how to work with horizontal scroll view, and in the next lecture we will learn how to add horizontal and vertical scroll view at the same time in our one artboard. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will build a small app, and we will do horizontal and vertical scroll view at the same time in a single artboard. So for that I'm gonna add a new artboard and click on this, and in here I can say a scroll view app. So we can say, I'm sorry, it looks bad. Alright, so first I'm gonna work for our horizontal scroll view. So for that I'm gonna add this ellipse tools here, and make sure that you are having same height and width so that it looks circle. Alright, now we need to customize this one. We need to change the background color. So I'm gonna add this background color this time, and I would love to add a linear gradient here. Alright, so we have this one right here, and I can do one more thing here. I can add a text here on the center of this ellipse tool. So click on the text, and in here I can simply, and in here I can simply add a tool word. I can say an M or AB, and then we need to add, so we can take help of our characteristics that we did in our earlier parts. So I'm gonna choose this one. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna choose this one, and you can see we got this design. If I'm gonna choose this one, we got this design, and we got this design. But we need to have a new design, and we need to have a white color so that it looks good. And I'm gonna change the design style from here. Alright, and also I'm gonna change the color of the text to white, and let me change the text. Alright, and in here so we got all. Alright, so now it looks pretty good, and we can simply increase the font size. We can say 35. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty good, and we can add it center. So I'm just adding some dummy text. There is no meaning to add it, so that you can learn and you can practice. Alright, so now I'm gonna add one more thing here. I'm gonna add a shadow here. So click on this shadow and add the value of the shadow. Let's say from X point is 80. So if you add 80 from the X point, it looks this way, but we don't need to have 80 here. I guess we can add 20 from X position, and from Y position we need to add 30, and from B we can say 50. Okay, so we can skip the B part, add a bit more this way. Now if I run it, I'm sorry, we need to select this one. Here you go. We can see this shadow is here, so we can see this shadow just because of I have added the box shadow property here. And now it's time to repeat our grid. So click on this repeat grid, and we can So here you go. We can see one missing issue is here. When I am repeating the grid, I cannot see that this text is gonna appear here. And the reason is that we didn't make them a group. As I told you earlier part, that if you want to repeat anything which is more than 2 objects, then we must need to make it a group. Okay, so I'm gonna ungroup this grid first, then first I'm gonna make them a group. So press Command G or right click and make them a group. Once it's a group, now we can take help of this repeat grid. Now we can see the data. Now we can take a couple of items here. And here you go. Alright, so now we need to click on this horizontal scroll view. Click on it. Here you go. And now we can arrange it a bit more this way. Now if I run it, we can see our horizontal scroll view is working. Now it's time to add vertical scroll view from this side. So for doing this thing, I'm gonna add a rectangle here first, and let's say I'm gonna add this rectangle from here, and we can change the color, and I'm gonna use this color that we have from the previous part, and add our border radius to 30. Here you go. And in here we can do some sort of design. So let's say we're gonna add a title here, and then we will add other part from here. So first I'm gonna add a title here. So for that I need to click on this text. So click on the text and add click on here. We can say rating. Okay, let's say rating, and we are getting the same design that we have used for the horizontal scroll view. We can see, if you want you can change it, but I guess we don't need to change it here, so we can keep this one. And now we can take help of this polygon. So I'm going to click on this polygon, and in here we can draw a polygon. Okay, and in here we can do some sort of customization here. Okay, first let me increase the size. So in here maybe I have shown you at the basic level how to customize this sort of polygon. In here you can see the number of position that was 3. Now if I add 5, then it will look good. If I add 7, if I add 7 here, then it will look good, look this way. And in here we can also add the customization. So add 5, and it will give us some rounded corner like this way. And now first I'm gonna change the color. So we need to have a light color, so I guess this color will be good here. Click on this, not this one, this one. Okay, it looks good here, but we don't need to have this amount of thing. I guess 4 will be enough. And let me run it and let's see how it looks. So we need to click on this text. Now we can see it looks this way. So this way you can customize your data item, and you can have as much as you want. So if I add a blue color, if I add a yellow color, so it will look more good. So I'm gonna repeat this one. Okay, so click on this and click on repeat grid, and I'm gonna add a few more time here. Alright, and then I'm gonna add it in center. So it looks quite good. So you have learned how to do a small design this way. Now if I want to make it a repeat grid, okay, then again we will not be able to see our data item. As I told you earlier that we need to make it a group. So because we have more than one data item here, one is for our rectangle, another one is our text, and then our this polygon. So I'm gonna select all of them and click right, and we need to click on the group. So they have become a group. So if I click on here, we will be able to see group. Okay, now if I click on this, then we will be able to see our data. So now we can scroll it as much as we want, and then once we are done with that, we need to click on this vertical scroll view. So click here and we can scroll, we can off it here, and here you go. So if I run it, and here is our data. So we can do our vertical scroll view, at the same time we can do our scroll horizontal scroll view. All right, so it looks pretty good, and we have done a good job. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue with from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. In this section, you will learn how to work with prototype in AdobeXD. So I'm gonna run this project here, and in here you can see a basic design. And if I'm gonna click on this sign in, we're in this home page. If I'm gonna click on this back button, we're in this back button. You can see the transition of the animation and the default animation that is available inside AdobeXD. So if I'm gonna click on the sign up page, you can see different sort of animation. If I'm gonna back it, you can see different sort of animation. You will also learn in this section how to use key for prototyping. So I'm gonna press 3 on my keyboard, and then a new page, new artboard is gonna open. If I'm gonna click on the sign in button now we're in the sign in page. Again I'm gonna press 3. Again we are in this page. Even we can scroll it here. I have added a scroll view here, and if I'm gonna press on the sign up, we can see different sort of animation. Alright, so this is how the prototype work, and in this section you are gonna learn how to design these sort of things and how can you work with prototype. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will start working for prototyping. So first I'm gonna open a new iPhone X project so that we can start from the basic. And this is our new iPhone X project, and let me resize this one so that we can have the perfect size. All right, so first I'm gonna change the name. We can say home for the name of this artboard. And first we need to add some button, then we need to add some design so that we can understand that how exactly the prototype work. So if you want to move from artboard 1 to artboard 2, or if we can say page 1 to page 2, then we need to take help of prototype that we usually do in our mobile application. When we click on a particular topic or particular button, we move to a new page. So first I'm gonna add one more artboard here. Click on this artboard, and here you go. So we have 2 artboards right now, and I'm sorry, we don't need to have 3 artboard now. I guess 2 artboard is enough for now. So this one and this one, I'm gonna change the name to page 1. Alright, so now we have 2 pages, and we will do prototyping in between these 2 pages. Alright, so first I'm gonna design this page. So first let me add a background color for this entire artboard. Alright, I'm just gonna choose some random color. You can choose any color, whatever you want, and I'm gonna do this gradient this way. Right after that I'm gonna add one. Okay, so let me add a ellipse here. So I'm gonna add a ellipse here and design a circle, and I'm gonna choose the height and width same 104. So add a background color for this one, or we can add. Alright, so this one is here, and we can add 2 button or 3 button here. So let me add one rectangle here, and so I'm gonna increase the size of this rectangle, and I'm gonna change the background color of this one. so I can change this color to this color. Alright, and I'm gonna add a border by dragging this dot. So now it looks pretty good, not bad at all. So what can I do? I can simply drag it here, and then as I shown you in the basic part, we can, so I'm gonna click on this ellipse and then I can say here bring to front. So now it comes to the front part. So it looks quite good, and in here I'm gonna add a rectangle. I'm gonna take a rectangle and add input field. So basically we are designing a login part. You can say the login UI UX page, and in here we can add a border. So add border 2, and I'm gonna add the border dash here at 5, and of course we need to change the color. So we are gonna change the color of the border, this color. Okay, so it looks pretty good, not bad. So in the center we can have a text, and we can say here email. So we can add email, and of course we need to change the text size. So add it to 25 and change the text style. We can say Arial black and drag it to center. Alright, so now we need to have, we can simply make them a group. I'm talking about this rectangle and this email field. So how can I do this thing? I'm gonna select this one here. So this rectangle and this text and these two things, we need to do this thing, and this text. Okay, rectangle and text. Now I'm gonna make them a group. So press Command G. Once they are grouped, we can make them, now we need to select the group, and we can simply, so this is the group, and we can use the repeat grid, and then we can duplicate it one more time. Once we are done, then ungroup the grid, and we can change the text to password. We can say password. So it looks quite good. We can drag it to center. Alright, so now in here I want to have a button, and we're gonna say sign in or login, or we can say registration or sign up. So first I'm gonna take a rectangle here, and we can say we can add 2 buttons on horizontal way. So the first one, this one, and we can change the color. We can add something like this one, and first I'm gonna change the border radius here. So add a border radius 20, and it looks quite good. I'm gonna add a text here, and I can say sign in, and we need to decrease the text size. It's not the perfect size for this button, and I'm gonna change it to 17. I'm sorry, it has become 175. I should add here 17. Alright, so we can have this one here, and now again I'm gonna make them a group so that we can make it duplicate. So Command G, and then click on repeat grid and duplicate this one, and I can add it in here this way. And now ungroup this one, and then change the text to sign off. So the black color is not looking good here. I'm gonna change the text color for this button, and it is gonna be a white color. And then we can write this one, and let me run this one. If I'm gonna run this one, then it looks this. So it looks pretty good. Alright, so this is our home, and this is our this one. So in here we can add an icon here so that it looks more good, and we have this is not the part, this is not the option to add icon. So we have a plugin called Icon for Design. If you haven't installed this plugin yet, you can simply install this plugin by going to this way. So then you can click on this development, so you can see the option called discover plugins. So you just need to go there, and you can simply browse the plugin, and in here search icon 4 plugin that I'm using currently, this one, and you will see the option is gonna come up, and then you will have to install it. This is the basic process. Alright, so I have this one, and I can say here image. Let's see if we have any sort of icon related to this image, or we can say profile here. For profile I don't have any good. Alright, so we can add, so I found a good icon here, and I'm gonna choose this one. I can select this one, then click on it, and it is gonna come next to this one. Alright, so it looks pretty good. I'm just adding a icon so that it looks good, nothing else. If you don't want to add this thing, then you can skip it, but you should add it as I am teaching you, and you can do this design and you can practice. So now if I run it, then it will look good. And so now before moving to the prototype part, I'm gonna add few designs for this one as well. So I want to have the same background color for this one. Okay, so how can we get the same background color? There is two ways. One is either I can go here and copy the color code, or another way is that we can make a color asset. So I'm gonna select the artboard and right click. So this is not gonna come here. What is happening here? So we can easily right click this one, but what happened to this one? Okay, so now we can add color to assets. So click on this color to assets, now go to the asset directory, and you will get all the color asset, all the colors that we have inside this one. Okay, because what I did basically I selected this artboard, and then I right click, and then I added the color, okay, to the asset. Therefore, whatever color we have inside this artboard that we use for our button, for our background, for our circle, text, all the colors have been added under this colors directory, and we need this color for this one. So now I'm gonna select this one. It has become the same color. All right, now we can add few design here, and let me show you when we do this thing. And so this is our sign-in page. And so let's say instead of designing this thing, we can have a sign-up page related to this one. We will just change the thing, or I guess it will become a bit confusing for you. So better design a different things. So I'm gonna add some random design here, nothing special. I'm gonna add our design here. So add 30, and I can say here I can add a circle here. So before that, I'm gonna add our background color. So add our background color just over here, and then I'm gonna add a ellipse here. So add a ellipse here, and then double click this ellipse and make a design here, and drag this one here. So we can drag this one here, and I'm gonna drag it a bit more. All right, so if I want, I can change the color of this one. It's like kind of sun, I can say, or what we can say. So this is our main option here, the home page, like the page one that I'm gonna show you. And in here we can have a button, we can add a back button right after that, so that we can move to this home page. Okay, so we can have a home page here, we can have a button. So I'm gonna add a button over here, and I'm gonna add border radius for this button. So add 20, and change the color of this button. I'm gonna choose, we need to add the color just over here, or we can simply choose the same color. Okay, we already have this one here. So I'm gonna select this one and click on it. Here you go, we have this color, and I'm gonna increase the size, and I'm gonna say here back. Okay, so this one is going to be our back button. Okay, so first let me show you how the prototype is work. So now we have two screens. So let me add one more screen so that it looks good. So this one is going to be our home. I'm going to change the name here. So I'm going to change the name of the artboard. So this one is going to be home, and we can say this one is for our sign in. And I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay, so I'm going to press Command D, and now we have 3. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the name to sign up. All right, and this is what we have. Okay, and for the sign up button, I'm going to change the button color, not this one. What about this one? Okay, we can choose this color for this sign up. So it looks pretty good. So we have 3 screens now, and now we can easily do prototyping from this page to this page. So I'm going to stop this video right here, and we will do our prototype in the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we will do our prototyping. So in the previous part, we ended up designing these 3 artboard. So I'm going to decrease the size a bit more. All right. So now we have these 3 artboard. Now we need to perform the prototype option. So right now, if I run this one and if I click on this button, then nothing is going to happen because our artboard is not connected itself. Therefore, we need to use prototype. So click on this prototype. In here, you will be able to see an option called prototype. So once you will click here, you will see this option will appear right up in the right side corner. Okay, so now first you need to click on this button, so the button you want to add prototype option. So when user will click on the sign in button, we will send them to the home page, and when our user will click on the sign up button, we will send them to this sign up page. Okay, so I will show you one by one. So first you need to select a particular item that you want to have prototype. So once you are under this prototype, and once you will click, you will be able to see this icon will appear. Now in the right side corner, you will also have a couple of options. So once you will click on this, you will see few things are gonna come up. And so the first one is trigger. So once you will do it, click on it, you will be able to see a couple of options are here. One is tap, one is drag, one is keys, and gamepad, one is voice. So these are the 4 options that will give us an option to add prototype in our mobile application. So tab means when user will click on this on our particular button or any text. Drag means when we will do drag and drop. Keys means when we will add key to perform anything, and the voice means the voice perform. So we usually need to have tab, and sometimes we will have to need a drag. Okay, so that's why by default it is selected tab. So I'm gonna keep it tab. And after that, you will be able to see action. Under the action, we have type. What type of action do you want? You want to have transition, auto animation, overlay, scroll to, previous artboard, audio playback, and speech playback. You will learn one by one as we will go on, and we will learn more and more UI design. So let me give you a short demonstration so that you can understand. Transition means when we will move from one page to another page directly, like the normal transition. Auto animation, if you want to have auto animation. And overlay means, so basically what we usually see in our mobile application that we called artboard or custom alert dialog, we can say that. So when we click on it, a particular pop-up button come up on the screen. So this is the use of overlay. And the scroll to is for scroll view, previous artboard, audio playback, and speech playback. These are the things. So but most of the time we need to have transition. I'm gonna keep it transition. And destination, so this is the destination where we want to go. When our user will click on this button, where do you want to go? We will have multiple screen in our project, right? So to which screen we want to go, we need to define it here. So either you can simply drag it, you can drag it anywhere, wherever you want. So let's say when user will click on the sign in, we want to go to the home artboard. So I'm gonna drag it here. So it is connected, and in here you will be able to see destination is home. But when you will have lot of artboard, lot of pages, you will not be able to drag it. It will not be a convenient thing for you. Therefore, in here you will be able to see all of the artboards that is available, all of the artboards that you will create on your project. So right now we have 2 artboard. Although we have 3 artboards, in here we can see 2 artboards. The reason is that from one artboard we will move. That's why we can see 2 artboards here, and the one is home, another one is sign up. So if I'm going to click on sign up just for example purpose, then this artboard is going to come to this sign up page. If I'm going to click on this home, then it is going to come here. If I'm going to click none, then nothing is going to happen. The same thing if I'm going to click on this home button, and if I'm going to click on it, then we will have 2 destinations. One is sign in and another one is sign up. So see, sign in and sign up, because we are in home, therefore home is not here. So we want to go from this one, and our destination is, we can drag it here. Alright, now if I click on it, if I'm gonna click on this sign up, nothing is gonna happen because we haven't added our prototype for this sign up, but we have this one. When I will drag this mouse over here, you will be able to see the hand symbol is gonna come up, and if I'm gonna click on it, then we can see our home button is here, but the back button is not gonna work. So notice one thing that, so let me run it again. So when I clicked here, there is no animation. So now under this destination, we have an option called animation. In here, we will have to add some default animation. So in here, you will be able to see a couple of options are here. You can easily use it. So one is dissolve, this is directly open, and one is side left, side right, side up, side down, push left, push right, push up, and push down. So let's say I'm gonna say slide up. So when you will click on this sign in, it is gonna show a animation which is gonna be slide up. So click on it, here you go, slide up. Okay, it was quite fast. And if I'm gonna add slide left, run it, click on it, then slide left. So if I'm gonna choose slide right and click, then slide right. Okay, so this is how it works. So you can choose your desired one, whatever you want to have. So let's say slide up, and in here you will have few options. So it will give you an extra feature of your animation. So let me show you. So once I'm doing slide up, it is directly going up from the bottom, and let me change the duration. So instead of 24506, I'm gonna choose once again, and then if I'm gonna click, then the speed is become slow. And in here you can do few things. So like you can, if you want to do bounce, then it will give you a bounce. See this bounce. So this way you can customize it. And if I'm gonna choose wind off, then if I'm gonna run it and click on it, then this is gonna happen. And if I'm gonna do this easy in out, run it. So this is how this animation will work. So I'm gonna select bounce. Alright, and now, so what we have right now, we have this one. Okay, so when our user will click on this back button, they should come back to the sign in button, right? So for that, what can we do? Again, click on this button. Once we will click here, we will see this icon is gonna come up, and we can simply, now this time we can simply drag it to home, and this is gonna, not home, it calls sign in, and you can see the sign in page is gonna come up here. And we can also do the animation. So by default it will take your previous animation that we have selected, but if you want you can change. So I'm gonna change slide down, and for the bounce we can choose wind off, and then run it. Click on this back, here you go, and sign in, here you go, back, here you go. See, it is working perfectly. And from the sign up page we need to have the animation. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and in the next part we will work a bit more on it, and we will connect our sign up page. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will do prototype for our sign up, and we will add few more functionalities. So first, when our user will click on this sign up button, we will send them to the sign up page. So click on this, and then drag it to here, and we can simply add slight left. I'm just changing it, and we can say this one. So let me check it how it looks. So click on it here. From back we can come back to the sign in page, click on the sign up. Here we go, we are in sign up page. So when user will click on the sign in page, we will send them to this sign in page. So for that we need to have prototype for the sign up, sign in, and click here. Here we go, and this time I'm gonna add slide right and easy out. Okay, and then run it. So sign in, and click on the back button, click on the sign up button. So we are having this option here, click on it, nothing is gonna happen. If I'm gonna click here, then I am in sign in page. So we have learned how to work with this thing. So there is two options. When from this screen, let me show you, when I'm clicking here, I can directly move to this home page. Okay, but if we want that, let me back to this thing. So when I will type any key, any key, then we will move to a new page. Let's say from sign in we will move to the sign up page, just for example. Then how we will do it? So for that, so let me select this one first. Okay, and in here we will have to add a, see, in here we can have an option called key and gamepad. This time we don't have the tab option because we already have the option, we already used this option previously, and it is already connected to the home. Therefore we don't have this one. Now we have drag and keys and gamepad. So the keys in here I can press 2. So when we will press 2, it will we will be able to move to a new page. Okay, so in here you can see choose an artboard. So I'm gonna say sign up. Okay, when we will directly click to this sign in, we will move to the home. When we will click on when we will press a key, we will move to the sign up page. So now run it. So I'm gonna click on this sign in button. So I'm in home page, and I'm gonna back it. And now first we need to hover over the mouse on top of the button, then I'm gonna press 2 on my keyboard. See, now I am in sign up page because the color is different in this sign up page. So better I'm gonna add a new artboard so that you guys can easily understand it. So I'm gonna add a artboard here first. So click on this artboard, and I'm gonna choose the artboard. We can say what should I say here? I can say here items. Okay, and I'm gonna do a few design here. So let's add a circle and change the height 1 to 3, and add a background. So add a background color to this color, or we can choose this background color. So I'm gonna open this one, and I'm gonna choose this one for the background color. And let's repeat the grid, and I'm gonna add a horizontal scroll. Okay, and drag it here, and same we need to add. So I'm gonna add a rectangle here, and I'm gonna drag it here. So change the color. Alright, add a border radius. So we can add border radius 20, and let me add a text here. We can say here, so first let me change the text color here because previously we used the black color, that's why you can see it here. And also need to change the font size at 18. Okay, we need to have a bit more, so add 25, and we need to change the text style to Arial black. Alright, so we can say here our items, here we go. So we can this. Now I'm gonna add a button here. So add a button. So basically I'm gonna add 2 buttons and change the background color to this color and add border radius 20 and to make it duplicate, Command D, and we can say from here, we can say, let's say from here we will go to sign in page, and from here we will go to sign up page. So we will go to sign up page from here. So we can do this thing and we can drag it center. So now we have a new page. Okay, so when our user will click on this sign in button, we will send them to this item page. Okay, so I'm gonna drag it here so that we can do this thing. Okay, or it was good in this site as well. So we can decrease the size to 33 and now we can see it. Alright, so when our user will click, let me do it 50. So when our user will click on this prototype, so when our user will click, so first we need to remove this one from here. So we need to remove this one from here. So we need to remove this one. I'm sorry, we need to remove this one. So select this one and delete this one. Okay, now we don't have this thing. So when our user will, now let me check it again. So when I'm gonna click on this sign in, we're in home page, and if I'm gonna press 2, nothing is gonna happen. Okay, maybe you can't see that either I am pressing, but I am pressing. You should trust on me that I have pressed on 2, nothing is gonna happen. So now if I want to add a key here, the process is same. Click on this one and then select on keys and gamepad, and in here I'm gonna press 3 and the destination page is going to be our items. Okay, from here we will go to item page. Now click on it, sign in page, back from here, and then I'm gonna hover over this mouse keyboard, this mouse icon, and then I'm gonna press 3 and I am in this our item page. Okay, now when I will click on this sign in, then I will move to the sign in page. So we can simply select on it, select the option, and in here choose an option called sign in, and also make sure that in here we need to add transition, and then we can add the animation, and the same for the sign up, and click on this destination and choose to sign up and choose slide down. All right, and I guess I didn't mention the animation for this one. I'm gonna choose transition, and then I can have slide right. Okay, so now if I'm gonna run it, if I'm gonna press 3 here we go. If I'm gonna click, so what is happening here? So this one is not working. Let me show you what's the reason. Okay, so I haven't choose this one. I'm sorry, but I did a mistake here. So instead of pressing anything, I pressed it keys and gamepad. So we need to have a tab, and then the destination is going to be sign in. All right, so it says we have 2. One is for gamepad and another one is for, so I'm gonna remove it first. So remove this one. So again I'm gonna choose this one, and so make sure that you are having tab. If you want, you can also use the keys, then type is transition, and the artboard is going to be sign in and slide right. Okay, and for this one we're gonna have the same keys and gems. So if you hover over it, you will be able to see the type you have used. So it says keys and gamepad, so I'm gonna delete this one, and then I'm gonna select this one and make sure it's select a tab, transition, and choose the artboard sign off, and we can say push up, run it. So now sign in, I'm in sign in page. If I'm clicking, I'm in home page.
back from here, again hover over, press on 3, I'm in this page, then again sign up, I'm in sign up page. This sign up has not been added to prototype, but this one is added, and then sign in, I'm in this sign in page. So I hope you have learned how to work with prototype, even you have learned how to work with key. Alright, so I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome to this section. In this section you are going to learn how to work with navigation drawer in AdobeXD, and you will end up designing a custom navigation drawer. Let me show you what you are going to build in this section. So I'm going to run this project here, and you can see that this is our home screen, and you can also scroll the data here. And once I'm going to click on this navigation drawer, we can see this navigation drawer icon. At the same time, we can see our home data is also here, and we can also make it a scroll. And if I'm going to click on this icon, then we are in our home page. So this is how this navigation drawer work, and in this section you are going to learn it. I hope you will enjoy it. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to learn how to work with navigation drawer, and we will design a custom navigation drawer in AdobeXD. So for doing this thing, first and foremost I'm gonna open a new artboard. So I'm now in my home dashboard, so I'm gonna click on iPhone X, and then it is gonna open a new artboard for the project, and here you go. So we have our new artboard, that is iPhone X. Alright, so first and foremost I'm gonna change the name of this one. So double click and change the name to home. You can add any name, whatever you want, no problem at all. So in here we need to have a artboard. So we have an artboard here, but in here we need to have a toolbar. So for doing this thing, first and foremost I'm gonna click on this rectangle tool, and I'm gonna draw this rectangle. And before that, let me zoom in to 100% so that we can see the exact size that we will get in our real device. So this is the toolbar, and in here I'm gonna remove the border from here, and at the same time I'm gonna add a new color for this one, and let's say this color. Okay, we can add some gradient here. Click on linear gradient, and we can have these options here. Alright, perfect. And in here first, in here we need to have I'm gonna add a hamburger icon that we usually say, like the 3 line. So for doing this thing, I'm gonna draw it here this way and change the size. Basically it is a border, so we need to change the size of the border to 3. 3 is quite big, so we can choose to 2. Alright, so 2 looks good. And now I'm gonna make it duplicate. So press Command D. So press Command D and make it duplicate. I'm gonna make it one more, like we need to have 3 here. Alright, so I'm gonna make them a group. Now select all 3 and press Command G, or right click and make them a group, so click on group. So now they are group. So now I can simply drag them here. Alright, so now it's time to change the color. So instead of this gray color, I'm gonna select the white one for this shadow here, and we can have a little bit of more space here. Alright, so now it looks quite good here. Cool. So it looks pretty good here, and once our user will click on this one, we will open a new navigation bar for them. Alright, and in here I'm gonna add few more design here. Like I can add a text here. We can say commerce, just a random text, and then I can add the size to 20 for the text, and I'm gonna change the background, change the color of the text. Here you go. Now it is white color, and in here we can add a circle. So for adding a circle, I'm gonna directly draw it here and take it here and make the okay. So height and width is already 30 by 35, which is equal, and let's add a background color for this one, or this color. Alright, we can add this color here. So now it looks good. And in here we will add a couple of options here, but before that, first I'm gonna draw a new artboard. Click on this artboard and open a new artboard here, and in here we will design our navigation drawer. So I'm gonna change the name to drawer, and right here we need to have the same thing here. Okay, so before doing anything, so first let's draw the navigation drawer. So I'm gonna click on this react tool and I'm gonna draw the size of our navigation drawer. We can take this one a little bit more of half and change the background color first. Here you go, this color. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Now change it to, we need to add it to 100% so that we can see the exact height. Alright, so this is how it looks now, and in here we need to design our navigation drawer. So first I'm gonna add a circle here, in here, a little bit big, this one, and add to 90, and in here we will have our text. I can say click on the text and add a text, and we can add A and N and change the font size to 25, and it's in center. Alright, so if you want, we can add a border radius here. So we can add a border here and add a border of 5. Here you go, and we can change the color to something different. Alright, this color, it looks good. And right after that we can have a text. We can add a text here and we can say John Smith, just for the example purpose. Here you go, and we can change the color so what will look good here. Alright, now I'm gonna add a few items here. So for adding few items, so let me draw a rectangle here first, and this rectangle I'm gonna remove the back. First we need to have border radius here, so add border radius 20. Then we can add our border here to 2, and the border color is going to be black, and we can have the same background color that we have here so that it looks good. So this is our color, this is the background color of our whole navigation drawer, and if I click on this plus icon, then this color is going to be added here. Now if I'm going to click on this one, then this one background color is white, and from here, as we have added it, so now I can click on it here. Now we can see this thing has changed, and now instead of the black border, I can add white border. Now inside this we can add our text. We can say debit, we can say debit and change it to 15. Alright, so this is the text of our navigation drawer. Now we need similar type of design. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply, we can simply make them a group. So we can simply make them a group. And so this David and this rectangle, so this David and this rectangle, this text and this rectangle is going to be a group. So Command G, now they are in a group. Okay, we can drag it. Alright, so now I'm gonna use this repeat grid here, as they are already grouped, so we can do duplicate one couple of more times, so it looks pretty good and it's cool. And now I'm gonna click on this ungroup. So before that, if I want, I can simply decrease the space in between all those items. So you can simply, you will see this color of the pink color that is showing the space, and in the left side you can also see the margin, that is 12, now 11, now 9. Okay, you can simply drag it and you can adjust it. Alright, so now I'm gonna do ungroup grid, and now I can change the text. So instead of David, for this one I can say credit, and for this one I can say add for example open balance, then we can say account, then for this one we can say balance, and for this one we can say alright. So this way you can also add the icon if you want, but I don't want to add the icon here, we don't need to have it. Now let me run it and let's see how it looks. So it looks pretty good. So now we can see this one in a whole screen, but we need to do it, we need to show it when our user will click on this icon, then we will show them this one. Alright, so we are almost done for this navigation drawer designing part, and in the next part I will show you how to design, how to add the prototyping for this one, and then we will add some design here and we will also show it some customization. So I'm going to stop this video right here and we'll continue it from the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will do our prototyping part. So in our previous part we ended up designing our layout and designing our artboard, and in this part we will do our prototype. So for doing this prototype we need to click on this prototype, and now we need to make prototype. When our user will click on this icon, we will open this drawer, and still we need to do a little bit more design here, but we will do it later. First we need to fulfill our prototyping part. Okay, so now we are inside this prototype, and now if I'm going to click on it, then in here you will be able to see all sort of options will appear here. Click on it and here you go. We can see the trigger is tap, and you can do few other things, but for this one we need to have tab. So I'm going to select the tab, and then in here you will have the options like the type, how you want to do. Okay, so we need to have a transition here so that we can move to a new one. If you want to have overlay means you will do the alert dialog, and few other options are also available here. So I'm going to click on transition, and then in here we can select our destination, or if you want you can directly drag it here and it is going to select the destination drawer, or you can also select it from here as well. And in here you will be able to see the animation options like the default. This is the by default, and side left, side right. So I'm going to click on side right, and then in here I'm going to select is in out, and in here you can also fix the duration. So I'm going to select 2 seconds, and let me run it now and let's see what can we see here. So if I'm going to click on it, and here you go. So we can see our navigation drawer is here. All right, and at the same time we should have an icon here. When user will click on it, we will send them to the new to the previous artboard. Okay, so for doing this thing, what we need to do, we need to add this icon over here. So go back to this design section here, and we can simply make it a component so that we can reuse it, or we can make the whole this one, like we can make this entire toolbar in a component, then we can add it here. All right, but first I'm gonna do it one by one. Let's see how it looks. So I'm gonna make it component first. So make a component so that we can reuse it here, and you can see the icon has been changed, and now it is inside this component. So now from here I'm gonna drag it here. All right, so now in here we need to we can either we can do it this way. I think we need to change the background color for this one, and before that let me ungroup component first, and then I can change the background color. I can change the color of this one, choose something dark. Here you go. So I had to ungroup it because it is in a component. So if I didn't ungroup it, then the entire background color, is gonna change because it's already a component, you can see. So that's why I had to do it this way. Now if I run it, and if I'm gonna click it, and we can see this button is here. So if I'm gonna click on it, then nothing is gonna happen because we didn't add anything related to this prototyping. So go back to this prototype and click on it, and in here select it here, then you can see the transition. So instead of transition, this time we're going to select previous artboard. So this artboard is going to help us to skip few other options. We don't need to do it manually. It is going to select it automatically to this previous artboard. That means that this artboard, you can see. And if I'm going to run it here, if I'm going to click on it, I'm sorry, let me check it here. Alright, so first we need to run it here, and if I'm gonna run it here, and if I click here, in here, and then we are in previous artboard. But there is an issue. Okay, this entire tree line didn't have this prototyping because of after ungrouping, changing the color, we didn't make it group. That's why, and we selected this one here only from this middle one. Okay, so I'm going to remove it first. I did a mistake, so I'm gonna press Command G. Alright, so first let me make it a group over here. So this 3 dot is going to be a group. Alright, and make them a group. Alright, so now they are in a group. Okay, so they are in a group, and now we can move to the prototype, and from here we can we can remove this we can remove the previous prototyping. I have just removed the previous prototyping, and now it is in a group. Alright, so we can do it this way. Let me confirm it again if it is in a group or not. Okay, so still it is not in a group. Let me check it one more time and make sure that it is in a group. So make them group, and now they are in a group, and I can drag it this way. So now it's in a group, and now we can do this prototyping here. You can see it has selected the entire one, and click on it, and then the process is same. Simply select the previous artboard. Alright, now run it here, and here you go. If I'm going to run it, then we can see our navigation drawer, and if I'm going to click see, now we can see this hand icon is here in this entire tree line of code. 3 line for our navigation drawer, and we can see we can move in the previous part. So we have done this prototyping section here, and now there are a few things that I need to show you here, and in the next part we will design our this layout. I will add some text and take help of rectangle and ellipse tools, and at the same time I will show you how can we show this whole screen design in this navigation drawer that we often see. Okay, so for this thing I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue with from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will design our home artboard, and then we will add it in with our navigation drawer. So for doing this thing, first I'm gonna take help of this rectangle tool. Select on rectangle tool and draw a rectangle here first. Alright, and let me add it to 100% so that we can get the exact size here. Here we go. And now in here, first I'm gonna increase the size a little bit more, and we need to add our background color. For this one, click on this fill and select this one, and obviously we can change the opacity a little bit more this way. Alright, and then we can add a little bit of border radius here. Alright, so now it looks pretty good, and if you want we can also remove the border here, and here you go. So now it looks quite good, and in here I'm gonna add a circle, and I'm gonna take help of this ellipse tools. So click on ellipse tools and draw a circle here and put it in the center, and make sure that the height and width is exactly the same so that it looks circle. So I'm gonna select 65 and 65. Here you go. We can also change the background color of this circle, something related, this color. Alright, no problem, we can use this one here, and at the same time we can add a little bit of border, and then we can design the border color. So this color, I think we need to increase the borders a bit more, so 5, and also add the dash to 4. 4 is going to be a bit more, so I'm gonna add 3. And I think the more we will add, the more we will get space. That is what I wanted to have here. So put 15, then we will get this shape. I think I can try for a little bit of different color. Alright, we can see this design is here. So it's not a difficult thing, just add the dash 15 and then you can get it. And inside this circle, I'm gonna add a text here. We can say DG. Alright. We need to add it center. Alright, so now it looks pretty good, and in here we can add a title here, then the amount, and then the plus icon here. So for adding a title, we need to click on the T text, and we can say here, right, we need to change the color first so that we can see the. Alright, let me add the text first. Alright. So I'm gonna change the text color first so that we can exactly see what we're gonna write here. And right here we need to add, we can add some text here related to the commerce, or we can say that today's sale, just for an example, today's sale, and then right after this we can add our amount here, and which is going to be a text also. So I'm going to simply duplicate it right here and then change the text and go back here. Here you go, and then add 600. just for example, there is nothing to do here, and in here we can add a plus button, which is going to be a text also. So add a text, add a plus, I'm sorry. Alright, and we can increase the size of the plus button to 30 so that it looks bigger, and we can drag it up a little bit of here. Alright, so we have this design here, and I think it looks quite good here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It looks quite good. And right after that, we can simply make them a group. Then we can use our repeat grid to get all of data here. So I'm gonna select all these items here, including the plus icon, and then make them a group. And once they're grouped, we can use the repeat grid, and then we can duplicate the data from here. All right, and we can add as much as we want, and at the same time we can add our scroll view. So you can see that is outside of our main screen, and for a scroll view we need to click on the vertical scroll view. So click on this icon, and here you go. So it has added here. So we will get the scroll view, and at the same time we can adjust it here. And if you want to change the space in between this option, you can also do this thing. Alright, so let me run it, and now it looks quite good. We don't need to change it, I think. It's perfect. Click on here, and now the thing is that in here we also need to show this text here when our user will click on this navigation drawer. So how we will do it? So for doing this thing, so if you want to remove the space in between these items, you can simply double click like this, select the entire group, and then you will be able to see this pink color is gonna show you. And if you want to remove it, then you can simply decrease the width and then increase the width as much as you want. All right, and at the same time in the left side corner you will be able to see the integer number is increasing or decreasing. That is the margin, you can say, from each item. So I think this 15 is gonna look good. Yeah, it looks quite good here. Now we can say what we can do here at the same time. Now the question is that how can we show it when our user will click on this one. All right, so I will show you in the next lecture, and in this part I'm going to stop this video right here, and in the next lecture we're going to add this one in our navigation drawer. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will add our items in our navigation drawer. It means that when our user will click on this navigation drawer, they will be able to see these items over here at the same time when they will be able to see these drawer items. So in our real world application we often see these sort of options, so that's why we need to add it here. Okay, so it is not a difficult task, you can easily do it. So for doing this thing, what we need to do, we just simply need to, I'm gonna minimize the height. So we just need to duplicate the group. Remember that in our previous part we were grouped this one. All right, let me check the scroll view. Okay, so scroll view is working. So this is our group, and this group we need to add right here at the same time. Okay, so for doing this thing, first I'm gonna make a duplicate for this group. Okay, so make sure that this item is in a group. If it is not in a group, then you need to make it a group. Okay, then I'm gonna press Command D, or you already know how to do duplicate, so press Command D if you were in Mac, and if you were in Windows then press Ctrl D, or right click here. You will be able to see all those options are available also here and from this object. Okay, so I'm going to press Command D, and then it has duplicated the data. What has happened here? Alright, so this is our group and this is our repeat grid, right? So we need to have this entire group over here. Alright, so this is the group, and we can make them a duplicate, and you can see it is already duplicated. And now we can copy this one over here this way. All right, right after here. All right, so now if I run it and if I'm going to click on it, and I can't see it here, and the reason is that there is a issue here, because if we look at here, then you will be able to see it is inside this scroll group. Okay, so from this one I'm gonna take it outside of this scroll group. All right, now I hope we will be able to see it here. So now we can see it here. All right, so let me check it, what is going to happen here. We will fix it. Click on it. Here you go. We are in this our navigation drawer page, and we are in our home page. Here you go. Okay, in here we can see our scrolling is also working, and we can also see this thing is also working here. All right, so this is our data that we have over here. So how we did it, let me explain it again. There is nothing difficult or nothing fancy, I would say. Just simply make a duplicate of your home page. Whatever data you have, it is not mandatory to have this type of data. You can duplicate anything related to this one, and just make sure that your data is outside of this scroll view if you were using a scroll view. So previously it didn't work because I was using a scroll view here, and you saw that the grid was inside this scroll group. Okay, that's why it didn't work. And once I was removed it, so once I was removed it from the from that grid, it started working. All right, so this is our grid 2, that is this one, and make sure that it is outside of your scroll view, then it is going to work. And then simply duplicate it and paste it here so that you can see it. And at the same time, you need to make sure that half of your data is inside this screen and half of your data is outside of the screen. All right, and now there is a few things that we can do here. Like in here we cannot do scroll, but in our home artboard we can do this scrolling. But once we are in this navigation drawer, we are not able to do scroll it. So let me give a try if we can make it scrollable. So this is our group, and you can see the group is still this side and this side. Now we can have this, we can click on the scroll view here, and you can see it has adjusted according to our screen. Now if I run it, and we should see the scrollable option. See, now we can scroll our item although we are in our navigation drawer page. Okay, so now if I'm gonna in a home page, and if I'm gonna run it, then we can scroll it, go to this part, and we can see this one is coming here. All right, so we have successfully solved this one, and we have made a good design here. And I'm gonna stop this video right here. In our next lectures, we will end up learning few other things. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome to this lecture. In this part, we are going to start working on our project. So once you will open your AdobeXD, you will be able to see this sort of user interface. So first we need to select our design template, I would say, or we can say artboard. So we are going to work for mobile app UI. Therefore, I'm going to select iPhone. If you're going to work for web, then you can select here. They have a couple of options. However, you can change it from your dashboard as well. So no problem for it. Now I'm going to open this iPhone X. And once I will select it, it is going to create a mobile app UI project. And here you go. So this is our basic dashboard that we can usually see in our AdobeXD. And from here you can change your name if you want. So let's say I'm gonna say it, we can say social media app. You can say social media app UI UX, and I can say at UD for just for remember that this project is for, okay, we cannot do this thing here, right? So we can
change it. And so name cannot be contain the following characters. Okay, so we cannot do this thing as well here, so we just need to remove this one here, and we are all done. So this is the file name. You can save anything, whatever you want, it's not a big issue. And now in here you can see our artboard. So if you are new here, let me give you a short introduction for this interface, what we have basically in this Adobe XD. So in the left side corner you will be able to see all the tools that is available within Adobe XD, and this is called rectangle. Either you can click on icon, and or you can simply press the keyboard shortcut, which is R, and this is for ellipse, a polygon, line, and couple of options are here. And in the right side you will be able to see a couple of options to organize your tools. Okay, and in here you will be able to see, and in here we have an option called plugin, and this is for our all items. Like this one is for our artboard, whatever artboard we're gonna select, it is gonna add here. And then we have assets as well. In here we can add our color assets or other assets. So this is the basic thing. Now let's move on to the coding section. Now let's move on to this design part. So now this one is going to be our home, or we can say the login page. First, this one is going to be our login, so I can say here login page, and in this login page we will add our login UI design. Okay, and in here you can see the artboard name has been changed now. So for adding a login UI, in here we need to take help of rectangle. So I'm gonna select rectangle here, and in here I'm gonna draw a rectangle. All right, so I'm gonna draw a rectangle. Once we will draw this rectangle, either I can press B to move this one, or I can select this one, and it calls select tool. And once I will click here, I will be able to move it here. Okay, look at this. And if you want to increase the size, you can either increase this way, or you can change the height and width right over here. See, W means width and H means height. And now, so this thing is here, and I'm gonna add a border radius here. So if I want to add a border radius here, then I'm gonna click here so that I can get border radius from all the sides. And in here we need to add the radius value. I can say 20. Here you go. Now it looks pretty good. Now I'm gonna add a border here. Okay, so add border 5. You can see the border size has been increased, but 5 is not the perfect size for it. I can select 3. All right, and if you want, you can change the border color, and in here you will be able to see the options of this border color. I'm gonna choose this color. All right, now so there is a couple of options available inside the border. So if you want to have dash in this border instead of the solid color, we can add it, and here you can see the dash has appeared here. So I guess this looks pretty good. I'm gonna keep this one, and inside this input field we need to add a text. So if you want to add a text, we need to select this T, or either you can press T on your keyboard. So click on it, and I'm gonna add it here, and I can say email, and then select the V tool, then so that I can move it and take it in center. And now we need to customize our text. So if you want to increase the height of the text, there is a property here. There is a property here. There is a property here. It calls, you can say, now we can change it here. I can add 25. What has happened here? It should be so. Here you go. What is happening here? Let me check it. And if I'm gonna add 11, then it looks good. I guess we need to change the height here. So you can, in here we can simply change the height of the text 20, and once I will add 20, it is creating issues, and the reason is that I guess we need to change this one. Here you go. So what is it basically? So this is a text style. If you want, you can choose any other style. See, the style will be changed, and in here you can also change, either you can make it bold or italic, whatever you want. So what I have done here, I have simply added a text and increased the size of the text and change the text style. So if you want to change the text style, then you can click here, and you will be able to see a couple of options. You need to select from here. Then in here we have couple of options. You can see double T, a small t, like capital double T, a small t, capital T and a small t. So what are they actually? If you want to have uppercase of this text, you can simply click on it. See, once you will select it, it will become uppercase. If you need lowercase, simply click on it. If you need uppercase and lowercase and it calls title case, then you can simply press it. So I'm gonna add this one. Now we need to have one more field for password, right? So if I need to have a password field, then obviously I need the same design. So for that, I'm gonna copy this field. So before duplicate this thing, I can make them a group so that I can duplicate it, right? So if you want to make a group, I need to select these two options. Like I need to select this rectangle, and then I need to add this email field, which is a text field, and I want to make them a group. So I can simply right click here, and then I can simply click on this option called group, or you can press Command G on your MacBook, and if you're using Windows, then you need to see the shortcut, maybe it's Control G. Okay, so just right click and you will be able to see this group option and make them group, and here you go. So we have made a group, and it says group name group 1. If you want to change the group name, then you can simply change it. Just select this group and right click and click on this rename, and in here we can say email. Alright, and then hit enter. Now we need to have one more item like this one for our password field. So how can you do it? There is two options that is frequently we use. One is select the group and press Command D in MacBook. So press Command D, then it will become duplicate, and in here you will be able to see one more item has been appeared, and then you can simply drag it here. So this is an option. So there is an easy way. Instead of instead of pressing Command D each and every time. So first I'm going to remove this one. So I'm going to remove this group. I'm sorry. Alright, and just select the group, and in here, over here, you will be able to see an option called Rapid Grid. You just need to click on it, then you can increase it, you can duplicate it either in horizontal way or vertical way. You will be able to see this icon will appear here, and then just drag it this way. See, as much as you need, you can do it. There is no issue, and it's pretty easy. And even if you want to have it in a horizontal way, you can also do it. See. So now we just need to have in vertical way. And another thing is that I should inform you that once it's in a group and repeat grid, then you can, if you change one item, then it is going to change for entire item. Let's say if I'm going to change the text here, then I'm sorry. So if you want to okay, so if you want to change the color of your border, and if it's in group and you are duplicating through this repeat grid, and if you want to change the color, then the entire color, then all the color is gonna be changed. Okay, therefore if you want to have particular changes for each and every item, you can simply ungroup it. You need to ungroup it, and then you can change it. Okay, so I'm gonna add text called password here. So I'm gonna add password. Alright, so now this is our password field. Alright, now if I want to run it, then what we need to do? So there is an icon, we just need to click on it, then we will be able to see desktop preview. Here you go. It takes few milliseconds I would say, and see, we can see our email field and our password field. Now we must need to have an option here called login, right? So for that we need to create a button. So I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to continue working on our login page. Alright, so for that, so I guess I have written a wrong spelling here. It should be, so let's change the name. Instead of login I can say sign in. So sign in page. Now in our UI we need to have a button for sign in. So for that I'm gonna take help of rectangle. So click on this rectangle and draw a new rectangle here. Alright, so this one, now select the select tool so that I can move it here, and then we need to have a border radius here. So add border radius 20. Once I will add border radius 20, it will look this one. And now in here we need to add a background color. So I'm gonna choose a background color. So if you want to add a background color, just click on this field, then you can customize your color. And this is the solid color. I guess it looks pretty good, but in here I can add a gradient. So click on linear gradient and then we can simply drag it this side and this side and we can get the shadow. Alright, now it looks pretty good. Let me run it how it looks. Alright, it looks pretty good. And in here we need to add a text. So I'm gonna select a text and just here I can add a text called sign in, SIGN, and in, and click on the V tools. So we cannot see the text here because the text color is black, so we need to change the text color. So change in here, select the text and select the white color. See, now it looks pretty good. And I guess we can increase the font size. Okay, already it's 22 and it's good. And here you go. Now let me run it. Now it looks pretty good. So this is our sign in part, and once user will click on the sign in button, they will complete their sign in and then we will move them to the home page. But right now we don't have any home page, but in here we still need to work a bit more on our on this UI. So in here we can add a text. We can say don't have an account, then sign up here. So I can add a text, or either I can add here a text or can add a button. I guess text will looks good here, therefore I'm gonna add a text here. So click on this text and in here I can add a, I need to change the color here black first because the background is white here. So this is the text tool, and in here we need to add our text. So I have added some random text here, and then I'm gonna change the color first black. Okay, now we can add it. So now I'm gonna change the text. We can say don't have account, then sign up. And this is the text, and I'm gonna drag it in center. So if our user don't have any text, then they can sign in, then they can go for sign up, and once they will click on this sign up button, we will send them to a sign up page, and our sign up page will look this page, but we will have to customize it a bit more. So now I need to write here, and so don't have an account, sign up. All right, now I'm gonna add few more design here. So I can add take help of ellipse tools. So I'm gonna draw some ellipse here, and this is the ellipse tool. So select the ellipse tools and draw the data, and now I can drag it here this way. So drag it here and let me change the color. So I'm gonna change the background color of this text. So this one. Now I'm gonna select one more ellipse tools here, and I can draw it from here. Again, drag it to this way, and now if I change the color, it will look good. Alright, so it looks good, and we need to add one more item here. I guess I can change the color. This color is not matching here, so this color is not matching here. I can choose this one, the light one, and then choose one more color here, and need to select the ellipse tools. I'm gonna remove this one and select the ellipse again, and we need to add this one just here, right here, and let me change the color. Here you go. So now it looks pretty good. Let me run it. Alright, you can see the three color, and apart from that, we can also add some design here. Like, how can we add some design here? Let me show you. So take a half of this ellipse. So take a half of this ellipse and draw a small size of ellipse, and select it, and then I'm gonna double click here. Once you double click, this icon will appear here, and then click on this icon and then drag it this way, and here you go. Alright, now I can change the color of this icon, of this ellipse item. Here you go. Now if I want, I can rotate it here, and then I can add it here, and let me create a duplicate one. So I'm gonna press Command D, and this is the duplicate one, and I'm gonna rotate it here, and then I can add it here. So this way you can create several designs. I'm just showing you how can you do this thing, and let me run it, how it looks. We should see how it looks. And okay, it looks good. And in the center we can add a new circle here, or instead of making a circle, we can take half of okay, we can so add this one, add this ellipse tools, and the center I'm gonna take a small ellipse here and drag it here, and then change the color, add a background color here. Then if you're gonna run it, then it looks pretty good. So I have just added a random design here. If you want, you can add it, and this way you have learned how can we create custom design using ellipse tools. Alright, so it seems that we have successfully finished our login UI UX design, and in the next part we will create a new artboard and we will update it for sign up page. Then we will do prototyping. So I'm gonna stop this video right here. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In our previous part we ended up designing our sign in page. Now in this part we will start working on our sign up page, and we will do prototyping so that we can move from sign in to sign up and sign up to sign in page. So for that, instead of adding a new artboard, I'm gonna make a duplicate copy for this one, because we need to have a similar design for our sign up page. We just need to change the text. Therefore I'm gonna select this entire artboard. So just click on this text. Okay, so just click on this, just select the whole artboard and press Command D, and here you go. It has automatically created, created a artboard for us, and you can see it looks almost same, not almost same, I can say 100% same only. And now I need to change the name sign in to sign up. Here you go. So this is our sign up page, and then if you want to make it customized color, if you want to add a different sort of colors, then you can do it, but I don't want to add it here because we need to have similar design here. And then we need to change the text. So instead of sign in, this one is going to be our sign up. So I'm gonna add sign up here, and then In here we also need to make some changes. So don't have an account, so it should be already have an account, then sign in. All right, so we can change it, and we can say already have an account, then you can sign in here. Here we go. And then I guess we need to drag it on center. All right, so we have our sign up page and we have our sign in page. Don't have an account, sign up. So when user will click on this one, we will send them to this page. And when user are so when our users are here in the sign up page, then we can move them to the sign in page. It means that we need to perform our prototype section. All right, so before performing the prototype section, I want to do few things here. So first, let me add our artboard here. Okay, we will design our home artboard later, but in this part I'm gonna add it, and then I'm gonna show you how can we add artboard. So if you want to add artboard, then simply click on this icon. It says artboard. Either you can click here or press A, and then in here you will be able to see all of the options that is available here. Like we can create for wave, Twitter post, Facebook post, and several other things. Now I'm gonna click on this iPhone 11 Pro because we are using the same one. So when our user will complete their, I'm gonna select this select tools. So when our user will complete their sign in and sign off, they will move to this home page. So I'm gonna change the name of this artboard, and I can say home page. Home page. All right, now just for demo purpose, I can add a background color here. All right, this background color. Okay, and in the next part we will add prototyping, and we will make animation with our prototyping. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue with from the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we're going to start learning how to create prototyping. In the previous part, we ended up designing our sign up page, sign in page, and for the demo purpose, we were created a home page. Now, if we want to add prototyping, then we need to navigate to this page. It calls prototype. Like you need to click on this tab. So click on prototype, and once you will click on prototype, in the right side corner you will be able to see a couple of options are here. So we have a lot of options to work with prototype and need to learn a lot of things like how to do animation while we will move from sign in page to sign up page. Alright, so I can see there is a name issue, so I need to remove that one. Okay. Alright, sign up page. So in here, let me show you. You can see the trigger, and once you will click on this trigger, so let me show you first. So first we have a trigger, then we have action, then we have destination, animation. Okay, so these are the measure field, and after that we will be able to see a couple of options here. Now once you are in this prototype option, we will have to select our particular options from where to where we want to go. So let's say don't have an account, sign up. It means that if our user want to move to sign up page, then we need to add this page, right? So once you are under this prototype tab, and once you will select any particular item, you will be able to see this icon will appear here. At the same time, at the right side, you will be able to see these options are coming here. At the same time, once you will, so you just need to drag it here, and then you can simply fix your destination to which page you want to go. Once you will select here, then here you go. Now in here you can see a couple of options are coming. First one is trigger. So trigger has a couple of options. One is drag, one is tap. Tap means when our user will click on a particular topic, we will move them to the next page. Drag means a drag and drop options, keys, and gamepad. So either we can add we can add a specific key like 1 2 3 4 for moving to a page,
or they have a new feature called voice. So we will learn gradually each and every items. All right, so for that, when our user will click on this option, we will send them to the sign up page. Therefore we need to select on tab, and then in the type transmission, in here you will be able to see couple of options. One is transition, then auto animated, overlay. Overlay we will have to use when we will have to take what I can say. So in mobile phone we usually see alert dialog or custom alert dialog. In that case we can use overlay, and then scroll to previous artboard, audio playback and speech playback. They have a couple of options, and for that, for our in this option we need to have transition so that we can move from one page to another page. And then in here you can select the destination. Okay, so whatever artboard you will have, you will create, you will be able to see all the page name is here. So we have, although we have 3 pages here, 3 artboard, one is sign in page, sign up page and home page, but we can see here 2 pages. The reason is that already from one artboard we want to go. So from this one artboard we can move to 2 artboard. All right, and so from here you can also change. If I'm gonna select home page, then this one is going to here. If I'm gonna change to sign up page, then this is gonna come here. Okay, so either you can change it from here or you can simply drag it to your desired artboard. All right, now next comes to our animation. Okay, so for the animation, in here we have couple of options. So we can say animation dissolve, side left, side right, slide up, down, push left, push right, couple of options. So by default it will have dissolve, and let me run it first so that we can see what we can get by default. So now if I'm gonna click in sign up, then we are in sign up page. All right, and already have an account, sign in page, but we cannot move back because we haven't added any prototype from a sign up page to sign in page. Okay, so now another thing is noticeable, that when I clicked here it opened directly. There isn't any animation. So if I want to add animation, then in here instead of dissolve I can simply add slide right or slide up. So let's say slide up. So when I will click on this text, our slide will up, and in here we can see a couple of options are already here. So first run it and then click here, and here you go. See something up from the bottom, but we couldn't see it properly, and the reason is that the duration. So we need to increase the duration. Let's say 1 second, and now run it, click on this sign up. Here we go. It looks pretty good, guys. Now although we can see a transition is happening from bottom to up, which is called slide up, we can also add a few more custom animation right here. So we can see the easy out. Instead of this easy out, we can add easy in or easy in out or snap, wind up or bounce. So let me select bounce and let me run it and click on this sign up. You can see the bounce is here. And if I'm gonna select went off, then again run it, and then if I'm gonna click on it, this thing. So it means that before doing the slide off, it shows a wind off. See how cool is it? Then we have a snap option, and if I'm gonna select this snap option and if I'm gonna click on it, then it will work this way. So you can choose your own design, or from here you can also add easy in out. And let me show. Okay, so this way you can add your animation, and we also have a couple of options here, actions and autoplay and several other things, but we don't need to have it right now. So click on none, and for here, so let me change here slide down. If I'm gonna choose slide down for the main animation, and if I'm gonna click here, then it will come from top. All right, and then in here we can do some animation like wind up that I have shown you earlier. This way, I guess we need to add the bounce one. It will look good, and click on the sign off and this bounce. All right, so I'm gonna keep this bounce one so that it is giving us I guess let me show you the wind up. Yeah, the wind up is also good. So we can give this wind up, and then we need to have prototype from this option as well. So from when our user will click on this sign in, we will not from here, we need to add it from here to here. So from this sign up page, sign up, when user will click on this text, we will send them to this sign in page. And in here, so if you want to, so if in case you cannot see any data, then you just need to press on it, like you need to select the link, or you can say the tab, then you will be able to see this is gonna appear here. And in here we can also change the slide option, so we can say push up here for 1 second and then run it. So sign up, and if I'm going to click in sign in, and here you go, and if I'm going to click in sign up, then it is going to come from top and it is going to from bottom. Okay, so this way we can create animation while we will move from one page to another page, and it looks pretty good, guys. It looks pretty good. Now come to this point, sign in. So when our user will click on this button, we will move to them home page. And again, when our user will complete their sign up process, we should send them to the home page. So for that, we need to add one more option here. So the thing that we need to do here is that we need to make group. So before changing anything, we need to move to this design tab. So remember one thing, that once you are under this prototype tab, you cannot make any changes on your design. So if you need to change anything, then move to design. And now the thing that I wanted to show you, that we need to make a group for this sign in and for this rectangle, so that when our user will click on this entire button or text, they can move to the home page. All right, the same thing we should do for this sign up phase. So now we need to make it group. So I'm gonna select these two. Either you can select this way, or you can simply click on it here. Okay, you will be able to see it here. And I'm gonna press Command G, and they have become a group. And I can change the name here. I can say sign in, and then the sign up is here. And again, I'm gonna press Command G here, and then I'm gonna rename, and I'm gonna say sign up. All right, now let's move on to the prototype section. So from this sign in, we need to move them to the home page, and from the sign up, we also need to move them to the home page. And later, when we will have back button or other parts, we will add another animation. And now let me add the animation. For this, I can choose this one. I can choose slide right, and we can keep the animation part as it is. And same for select this one, and then instead of push up, I'm gonna choose slide right. Okay, then run it. Click on this sign in. See, now we can click on this entire button, either on this text or this one. Here it goes. So we are here. We are our home page, but we don't have any data. Now let me run it again. Let me move to sign up page, and then click on the sign up, and here you go. So I guess this wind up is not looking good, particularly for this one. So therefore, instead of adding, I can say easy in, and the same thing is for this one. So select this button, and in here we need to select the tab. We need to select the tab, and then instead of wind up, we can say we need to add here our easy in. Now let me run it and sign up. Here you go, easy in, and move to sign in, then click on sign in, and here you go. So it looks pretty good. So we have successfully finished our prototyping, and I guess you have learned about animation and transition and several other things that I have shown you in this part. And I'm gonna stop this video right here. We will continue with from the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will start working on our home page. So first and foremost, I'm gonna remove the background color. So remove the background color and just keep it white. So the white color. So we need to have the white color. So I'm gonna click on this one so that I can get the code from here. I'm gonna copy the code and then click on this home page, and in here I just need to paste the code, and here you go. So I got the white screen here, and I would love to increase this height. Alright, so now in here we need to add so this is the plan that let me share with you. So we will add a bottom nav bar that we call in mobile development, and then we will have couple of icons here, and each and every icon will contain different artboards, and we will show them the data. So maybe for first one will be our home page, where user will be able to see the post, they will be able to post, then they will have a friend request post, friend request page, then they will have their own profile page, then they will have a chat option and several other things, I guess. So let me show you one by one. So first and foremost, we need to take help of our rectangle. So select a rectangle and draw a rectangle, and this is the rectangle here. And then in here we need to add a background color. Okay, so we need to add a background color here. So let me choose a perfect color for this one. Or what if we create this color, or if we take this color. So I guess this color will look good instead of adding any random color. So now in here, let me show you how can we take this color right over here instead of taking the code. Okay, so there is an option called asset, as I told you in the introduction video, or maybe earlier videos, that we can create assets here, and the assets we can use whenever we want. All right, so we can either create color assets, character styles, and component assets. Okay, I will show you everything one by one. So first let's learn how can we create colors component. In here you can see a plus button. Okay, but it is not gonna work right now. So let's say I want to get this color. So click on this item and then right click. Once you right click, you will be able to see a few options. So like make a component, so you can create a component, add color to assets. So it means that if we select here, this color is gonna add in our asset, and then add character style to assets. Okay, so right now we need to have color to assets. So click on this. Here you go. So this color has appeared here. Okay, so now we can see that we have got 3 colors. So remember that we made it a group, and in this group we have a rectangle, and this rectangle is containing a border, and the border color is this color which has come here, and the text color is this color. Okay, and this is the rectangle background color which is in this color. All right, so that's why this 3 color has appeared here. If it will have only one color, then it will add only one here. All right, so don't get confused. And now let's say I want to have, okay, first let me increase the size a bit more. All right, now let's say I want to have this color right over here. So simply click on it and then click on it. Here you go. It has been changed, guys. See, it has been changed. And if I click here, then you will be able to see the gradient. So if you want, you can customize the gradient here as well. No issues. See, you can customize the gradient. See, now it looks pretty good. Let me run it and click on this sign in. And here we go. So I can decrease the size so that I can see it properly, and also make it Perfect. Alright, I guess this way it will work. And then, and let me run it, this one. And if I'm gonna increase the size, okay, now it looks good, guys. So if I'm gonna click on the sign in, then we can say the sign in is here. Alright, and we can also see the animation that we met. Okay, enough talk. Now we got our background color over here. Now in here we need to add our icon. So for adding an icon, we need to take help of plugins, or you can simply download custom icons, or you can simply upload it here and drag and drop. And now I'm gonna show you how can we get icon from this icons for design. So this is the plugin that I have installed already. Okay, so it calls icons for design, and in here by clicking on this manage icon, you will be able to see the icon. So this icon has been installed, and in here you can see we have a lot of options here, so you can read it. So now if you are new here, then how can you install the icon plugins? So in here on top you can see an option called plugins. So just click on this plugin, then in here you will be able to see all the list of plugin that you have installed. Currently I have installed only this icon for design, that's why this is showing here. And you will be able to see discover plugins, manage plugin. Even if you want, you can developer console or develop plugin or some other things. So in here click on discover plugins. Once you will click on discover plugins, it will show you a pop-up, and in here you will be able to see all the plugins that is available. All right, currently that is available here. You will be able to see collections, browse through categories, and several other things are available here. Okay, so now if you want to install this one, then in here you can see browse. Click on this browse, and in here search icons for design. So once you will search icons for design, this one will appear here. Actually you will get couple of options, like couple of plugins similar to this one, and you just need to choose your desired one. So once you are here, you can simply install. If you are new, if you haven't installed it, in here you will be able to see the install option. You can see I have already installed it here, and you will be able to see a couple of options here. All right, so like they have a lot of plugins, guys. You can install it one by one and you can test it. So now let's move on to our home page. So now once you will install it, you will have to search the icon here. So once you will install it, then in here you will have an option called icon name. So you can simply search it here. You can say home. So let's say we need to have a home icon. So once I will search home, then I will be able to see a couple of options are appearing here, and it is showing the home icon. Okay, and even you will be able to see some custom designs as well. So let's choose this one. So I'm gonna select this one, and it will add somewhere in your dashboard. So just select and then drag it to your desired space. And now we need to change the color, change it color to black to white. Here we go. Now let me add it in center. Okay, so now we have our home icon. Now we need to add our friend list icon. So that I can say user friends. Okay, now it has here, now it is here. I'm gonna drag it here, and then I'm gonna change the color to white like the previous one. I'm sorry, we need to select this one, and then we can drag it here. Alright, so it looks pretty good. Let me run it, how it looks. So click on sign in. Here we go. So we can see this icon is here. Alright, and now we need to have few more icons here. We can add profile icon. So click on, so we need to search here profile, and or we can say single profile. So there is no icon related to this single profile.
So it has this one, and I can say that let me add a main icon. Let's say if they have a main icon here, and we can use it as a profile icon. Yeah, they have a couple of options here. And then so let me search by account. Okay, so here is the box for account. Okay, so we can choose this one, and I'm gonna take this one. I'm sorry, it is taking the entire design, so we just need to copy the icon. So let me select the icon here. So it should come here. So select first this one and then select the icon. Then it is gonna come here, and then change the color to white, and then we can drag it here. So this is our profile icon. So this is our profile icon, and once I will run it, so this is our profile icon. So all the icons should have same size, right? I guess we are having different size of icon here. Okay, see, different size of icon here, and this one is for 40.5 and 31.5. So it should be 40.5. So add 40.5, and this one is also 40.5 and 31.5. So add a 40.5, and in here we need to add 31.5, but it looks bad with that design. I guess white should be good with 30 for this one, or how much it was. So this icon is not looking good here, so I'm gonna remove this icon here, and then let me add this icon here, which is called account box, and I can take this. We can take this one here and then change the color to white. Alright, so it should have 40.5, and let me check it how it looks, and the height should be 31.5. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let me run it, and yeah, it looks quite good. And then we need to have an icon here for chat box, right? So let me add a chat box here, chat box icon. So we can search by clicking chat box. So the icon will be message, I guess the name will be message. Yeah, right. So I can say message circle. So click on this one, so I'm gonna remove it from here. Better we can select it here and then click on this icon. Then it is gonna come here, and we can take it. So we need to select it, but it is not working. Let me try it one more time. It should work this way. So the entire design is changing, but this is not gonna work. Okay, now it's working here. So we can add it here, and let me change the color first. Okay, so it has a border color, but it should not have any border color here, so I'm gonna remove this one. Rather, we can add this message color here. It will look good, I guess. And then we can simply drag this one here and then change the color to white. So now it looks pretty good. So we have almost a similar design for our icon. let me add the icon a bit more bigger, 40.5 for this one, and this one is going to be 31.5. Alright, so now it looks good. I guess we can replace this icon because it doesn't look good here, and yeah, we can keep this one as of for now, and if we need to change it, we will change it later. Now do one thing. I'm gonna select all the icon and select all the icon. So this one, this one. So let me move to the design part first, and I am in. So we need to open our home page. So this is our home page and this is our circle. So I'm gonna select all the icon. All right. Then I'm gonna make them a group. So make them a group. Again did a mistake, so should not select the rectangle. Just make a group for this icon. Once you will make them a group, and in here we can simply, okay, so if we need to customize it or drag and drop it here anywhere, then we can simply do it this way. And all right, so now if I'm gonna run it, so is it looking good? I guess yeah, it looks pretty good. So the thing that we can do, either we can replace this icon from here or we can keep it here. So for this, I guess we can keep it here. So I'm gonna stop this video right here. Welcome back once again. In this part, we're going to start designing our homepage. All right. And for doing this thing, first and foremost, let me tell you a few things. So in this home page, we will show the post of our user. So in here, we will add a search icon, then a image, then the text that our user want to post here, and then right after that, we will have to add the post. All right. So for doing this thing, first let me add the search icon here. So we're gonna move to the design tab and then select the rectangle, and just right here I'm gonna add a rectangle here. So then select to and drag it here, and I guess I can decrease the white a bit more. All right, now we need to add a radius here, add radius 20, and then add the size of this border. We can add 3, or I guess 2 will be good. I'm sorry, we need to, I guess 2 will be good here. Add 2. All right, so now it looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna change the color of the border. So choose this color, and right here, and in here we need to have an icon and a text that calls search. All right, so for that we can take help from our Iconify. So we need to redirect to this icon, so this plugin, and then in here we need to add search. So you can see there is a couple of options for search icon. So I'm gonna choose this one. So first let me select this one, then select this one, and then drag this one. So then we need to select this icon. So I don't know why it always create problem to select the icon from here, and again it is not working. So we need to select this one first, and then we need to cut this one. We can cut this one, and then we can also paste it here. So this will also work this way, and it is not working. Again it is coming here, so it has come here. So let me select it from here. So click on it, and this is the home page. and this is the icon, and this is the search icon, and then we can drag this one. So let me select this one, and then, but still it is not going anywhere. Now finally I got to select it. I guess my mouse is creating issues, or this icon is creating issues, but it will work eventually. And now, so our icon is here. Now in here we need to have a text, so I'm gonna click on this text icon, and then in here we need to add search icon, search. All right, now we need to change the font size, so change it 12 to 22. And again, this text style is creating issues, so change it to clean one, and then click on this B tool so that we can select this one. I'm saying this select tool, and then we can drag it here. All right, so right after this search, so we can add few dot. So like I'm saying this dot, okay, but it is not looking good, so I'm gonna remove the dot from here. All right, so now let me run this one. So if I'm gonna run it, then I can see this design is appearing here, but it looks a bit bigger, so I'm gonna decrease the size by doing this one. So decrease the size, and now if I run it, so then still it looks bigger because the font size is bigger, that's why. And now I'm gonna drag it in center, and also need to drag this one in center. I'm sorry, not this one. I should drag this icon. So now it looks pretty good, but this icon is not in the perfect place, and this text should be here. So let me drag this one here, and I'm gonna add Ctrl Z from here. So again, this text is again this icon is creating issues, so we need to select this icon, and then we can change it according to our design. All right, so now let me run it, and yeah, it looks pretty good. No issues here, and I guess I can close this text to this one, and now it looks pretty good. So we have our search icon and search text, and right after that in here I want to add image, and then I want to have so to do this thing I can simply drag our image here first. So to add an image, I'm gonna open the pictures folder that I have downloaded. So I have downloaded a couple of pictures, so I'm gonna add those pictures here. So the folder is, where is the folder? So let me minimize it first, and from this folder we can simply drag an image. So you just need to download an image and you can drag it here. So I'm gonna drag it here, but the image size is big, so I'm gonna decrease the size of the image. So instead of changing it from here, I'm gonna change it from here. So let's add 100 of height, and width is also going to be 100. All right, okay, so this thing is here appearing because it should have 100, right? Okay, so because this thing is creating issues, I guess. And before that, let me add it here, and we need to add, so that's why this thing is coming. So we need to add these options here, and so let me click on this flip horizontal and flip vertical, and in here horizontal and vertical, and this thing is automatically selecting. And so if I want to increase the size from this text, so how can I do it? So we can so I can click on it, So let's click on responsive resize so that we can get few auto features. And in here now I'm gonna add the border radius 90. Now it looks pretty good. So the thing is that we need to have exact height and width if you want to get a perfect shape like the circular shape. So for that, let me add 100 height, and let me open this one, and 100 here. Here you go. So now it has become rounded. So the thing is that we need to lock aspect, or you need to do it. So once it's unlocked, then we can use our exact height and width. Once it's locked, then it will automatically take some like height and width. Okay, according to the height it will take width, or if you are gonna select width, it is gonna take height. So this one, so I guess I can rotate the picture this way. Here we go. Now it looks pretty good, and in here we can add its seams. And right after that I need to have a line, so click on this line, and in here we can add a text. We can add an intro. Alright, and click on the select tool, and we can add it here. Alright, so now it looks pretty good. Okay, so we just need to have a horizontal line here, and then I'm gonna change the size of it. So change like not 5, it will become bigger. So instead of adding 5, I guess 3 will be good here. Let me run it before that. So it looks really bad, guys. So it should be 2, and also need to change the color from here, and we can add this color, and if I run it, then it will look good. But the thing is that it is not showing the exact row here. So let me remove it, and let's add one more time and draw it directly to this point. Then if I run it, then it looks good. So we just need to fix the size, and then this one is alright. So now we can do this thing. Alright, so now it looks good. In here we need to have a text, so add a text here, and we can simply say something. So we can say right here, say something, and then if I run it, so it looks good, but this line is looking really bad here. Therefore I'm gonna remove it here because it is not matching with our design. So this is our search icon first, then we have the post section. Here our user will be able to post. Alright, in here we will have a input field, and I guess we can decrease the size of this image here a bit more. So instead of 100, let's add 70, and in here need to add 70. Okay, it has become 70, and now we can drag it here, and for the text we can also drag it here. So now it looks good, pretty good. Alright, now we need to take one more rectangle here, and I'm gonna draw the post here. The post part is gonna appear here. So select P, and in here, and if I'm gonna run it, then we will be able to see this section is appearing here. So the same thing is that we don't need to have border. Let me show it how it looks if we're gonna add a border here. So click on sign in, and here you go. So now in here we need to add our icon, then our text, then our dot, then our image, then our text. Okay, so a lot of issues are here, and I guess we can add our border radius here. So instead of adding a rounded border, I'm gonna add dotted border. Not this one, we can keep this one as well. And for the border, I would love to say add a dash border here, and also the gap is going to be 10. And if I'm gonna run it, and here you go, we can see the border, and I'm gonna increase the border size to 1 to 2, and then we are here. So it looks good, and in here we will add our icon, text, and some other features. So we will continue it from the next lecture, and I'm gonna stop this video right here. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we're going to start working on our homepage items. So for that, in the previous part we ended up designing these options. Now in this part I'm gonna add a circle image, then the title, then the date, then few icon here, then our image, then our text, then we will have to add few icons here. So for that, first let me add an icon here so that we can add a circle. So I'm gonna select, the image from the pictures folder, and then we need to drag it here, so we can add this one here. And okay, so this image is looking good, so I can use this image for the, for the background of this one. So I'm gonna remove this one here. Okay, so this image is taking the, okay, so I have removed the image from here, and I'm gonna add a different image here. So add a different image. So I can add this image here. Alright, now we need to change the height and weight of this image, and then I'm gonna add this one. So rather I'm gonna change it from here. So add 70, and for the height, okay, unlock this one and add 70 for the height. Here you go. So finally we got this icon here. Now we need to make it circle. So add border radius 90 to make it circle. Here you go, it has become a circle, and let me drag it here. Alright, now we need to have a title. So click on text and add a title here. I can say things are going well, and let me run it and let's see how it looks. So it looks pretty good, so I can simply drag this, I need to select this select tool, and then I can simply drag it a bit more here. Alright, and then we need to duplicate this one. So press Ctrl D and drag it here, and in here we need to add the date. So we can simply add the date here. So we can say just randomly can add 12. I can add 12 July 2020. And for this one we need to change the font size. So select 15, and let me change the color so that it looks different. and we can choose some other color here. Let me run it, then we will be able to see how it looks. So now it looks this way, and if you want you can customize it a bit more. So make it a bit more closer to this text. Okay, so it looks good here, and it should be from the same height. So it's better to have a space in between. Okay, so now it looks good, and it should start from the same height, same starting point. Alright, so if you want you can change the font style here. Let's say edit a bold, and for the text style we can add different, so the different color, different style. Okay, so I'm just adding some random one. If you want you can add anything, any other options here, no issues. And this one is not looking good. Okay, so it looks bad because previous one was good. All right, so we can keep this one. So we have our design. At this point we have this design, right? And now in here we need to add our image, and then we should have a text, like 1 or 2 line of text. Then we will add this icon. So for that we need to take help. We need to add one more image here. So I'm gonna add the image folder here, and then we can drag the image. So we can simply drag this image here, and at the same time we need to decrease the height and width of this image. So we can first, let me unlock it, and we can add width and height, I guess 200, and for the height 200 as well. So if needed we will customize it now. So let me decrease the height and increase the width. And we can also increase the height here. So here you go. Now run it. So now it looks pretty good, and now we are running out of space. So the thing is that we need to increase the space for this one. So just increase the space here, and then if I'm gonna run it now, it will look this way. All right. Okay, so this option is here. Now in here we can add our text, and before that let me customize the image. So we can use a border radius for this image. So add border radius 20. Here you go. So now it looks pretty good. And right after this we can add our text. So we can say, so click on this text, and right here we can start writing text, and we can say we are doing well. So we are doing well in our daily life, but we need to change the, okay, so first change me this one. Let me change this one and select on the select tools, and then we need to change the text size to 22. And then what can we do? We can simply change the color. It should be okay. Let me run it first. So this is the text that we are getting. This is the output, and we can change the color to black. Okay, so change the color to black. We are doing well in our daily life, and apart from that we can simply we can also decrease the font size a bit more, add 20. Here you go. And now we can add this one here. Alright, so it looks pretty good, and we can have multiple lines. We're doing well in our daily life, things are going well. And what else we can do here? We can add icons here, like we can add 3 icons. So we can have 2 text, right, or multiple text, I guess. So I'm gonna duplicate this one. So click on the repeat grid and make it duplicate, and then ungroup this grid, and then close these 2 text. So we are doing well in our daily life. Like, let me update the text. So if you want for random text, you can use Lorem ipsum, no problem. Just for this, I'm adding this one. So you can say we're doing well in our daily life. Hope we will learn UI UX. That's it, and then run it. So we're doing well in our daily life. Hope we will learn UI UX design. And let me give it a full stop so that we can add. All right. So if you need, you can customize the text, and you can change the text design as well. No issues for that. No issues for this one. And now I'm gonna add icons here. One is for like a button, comment button, and the share button. So for that, we need to take help of this icon plugin. I can say thumbs up. So you can see thumbs up icon. So search on thumbs up, you will be able to get this one here. So select this one and then click on this thumbs up, then it will appear. Come here and add it here. Here you go. So let me run it. So it looks pretty good, but we can change it later. So instead of 36, let me add the size of icon 25 and 25. Here you go. Now how it looks pretty good, guys. So now we need to have one more icon called share. So we need to have the share icon, and we can choose. So actually we have a couple of icons for share, but I'm gonna choose this one. So I'm gonna press Command D, and before selecting that icon, I'm gonna select this step so that it can come so near to this place. And I'm gonna choose this share icon instead of medium share. It's better to choose this one, and drag it here. We can add it here, and the height should be 30 to 30. All right. Okay, not 30. I guess I did 25 for the like button. Here you go. Now it looks pretty good. Let me run it and check it. Here you go. So now this is our share button, and now in here we can add our comment option. So now we can add this comment here, and then this comment icon is appearing. So we can add a comment icon. So a couple of options here. I'm getting confused, so I'm gonna choose this one. So first select this one and click on it, and then select this one in center, and the height is going to be 25 by 25, 25 height and 25 height. That's it. Now we can drag it here. Now let me run it and move to this one. Here you go, guys. Now it looks pretty good, but it will be good if if you can do some more customized design. Like we can. So first let me customize the text. So the text size should be a bit less, so add 15, and this for this one it should be 15 as well, and then it should come a bit closer here. And let me run it, how it looks. So it looks pretty good. Now in between these two fields we can add, let me add it here this way. In between this text and icon we can add a dash icon. We can add a dash here. Okay, so just here. Okay, so we can also drag this one close to this one, and we can also drag this one close to this one. Now move to this design and take help of this arrow, and in here we can draw an arrow. Now if I run it, here you go. Now it looks pretty good. We can, if you want, we can increase the, let me draw it a bit more here. Now it looks pretty good, guys. Alright, so I guess we don't need to work anything on this dash. Rather, we can work a bit more. On this icon. So I'm gonna choose this icon, select the icon, and change the color of the icon. Here you go. Now if I'm gonna run it, then you can see the color has been changed. For this one, we can add a different color, and let's see how it looks. It looks pretty good. And for the share button, we need to select the one, and then we can choose something different for this one. Alright guys, so it looks pretty good now. So we have made this design successfully. Now we need to have this design in different ways. Like we will have to add a vertical scroll view, and we need to duplicate this data. So enough talk for this part. We will continue with from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to finish this home page layout, and before that we need to make some changes. Not changes, rather I would say we need to work a bit more on this bottom navbar and this one, so that we can use scroll view. Alright, so now inside this asset folder we don't have any component, right? So first I'm gonna make them component for this bottom bar, so that we can use them multiple times, because we have 4 icons. It means that we also need to create 3 more artboard, and for each and every artboard we need to have a bottom bar. Alright, so that's why I'm gonna make them a component, so that we can reuse it. So this is the purpose, to make them a component. And before that we need to make them a group. Okay, these data are not in a group. Okay, so these icons are in a group, but this rectangle is not in a group. So therefore I'm gonna select the rectangle and also the icon, and then make them a group. I'm gonna press Command G, and once it will be group, then in here we can change the group name. So change the group name, and we can say bottom bar. Once it will become a group, now we can make it component. So click on this group, which is our bottom bar, and then we can make it component. Either I can right click here, or press Command K, or from here objects I can create it component, or we can simply click here to make component. So we have a lot of options to make it component. So I'm gonna select this bottom bar, and then right click and make component. Here you go. Once it will become a component, this icon will appear here, and in the left side of your bottom bar group, the icon will be changed. So whenever you will make a component, the icon is gonna change, and inside this asset directory you will be able to see this bottom bar. Now if you want, you can drag this bottom bar here. See,
the entire bottom bar is gonna come here. Then you can drag it wherever you want. Alright, so this is the benefit of creating components. So if you need a certain part of your UI to repeat and repeat in several pages, then you can simply make them component and you can use it. Alright, so now we don't need to have it here. I'm going to remove it, so later we will have to use it. And another thing is that we can make a group of this entire data. So I will show you why we need to make them group, but I'm not gonna make them group right now. Right now I'm gonna group this entire data, like the dotted rectangle, 3 icons, 2 text, this image, this title, date, and 1. Okay, so I'm gonna select the whole data set here. Alright, so if I'm gonna here, then you'll be able to see this all the fields that has been used for designing this part has been selected here. Now I can make them group. So press Command G and it has become a group, and I'm gonna rename this name and I can say post items. Okay, so it has become a group. So once it will become a group, we can easily move it. See, now we need to duplicate this one so that we can have multiple items and we can scroll it. Okay, but we also need to remember that when we will scroll it, this bottom bar should appear here. Alright, like at the same position. So first let me make it a duplicate. So either you can use Command D to duplicate it, or you can simply click on repeat grid, and then I'm gonna do this thing here. See, so you can add as much as you want. Alright, so let's say this amount of post we need now. So now if I'm gonna run it, so see, we cannot see our bottom bar, even we cannot make it a scroll. This is the issue. So now how can we solve this one? To solve this one, first we need to select this bottom bar. And once you will select this bottom bar, in here there is an option called fix position when scrolling. It means that this should be in the same position when we are gonna scrolling it. And another thing is that we need to select the whole part, and then there is an option called vertical scroll view. You need to click here. So you need to select entire data set, and then you need to click on vertical scroll view, and once you will click on it, you will be able to scroll it, but still we cannot see our bottom bar. And the reason is that although we have selected it fixed position when scrolling, we cannot see it because this data item is on top of our bottom bar. So we can simply drag it here. So when user will open this app, when we will run it, they will be able to see half of this post and this bottom bar. And when user will scroll, our user will be able to see the post. See, we can scroll it. So this is what I wanted to show you in this part. I hope you have learned it. So what we have learned vertical scroll view and fixed position scroll view. Okay, see, we can scroll view and our data is not moving here, so it is not scrolling. If I'm gonna remove this one, then let's see what is gonna have. Still it is gonna show us here, because we have selected it on top of this one. But fixed position when scrolling, it needs, if you want to fix a particular position that you don't want to scroll, because whatever we have selected for scroll view, our bottom bar is not under this scroll view. That's why we don't need to use it here. Okay, but if you want to have anything that you want to fix while you are gonna scroll it, then you need to add a check mark on this box. So I hope you have learned how to make vertical scroll view and how to repeat data. Okay, so if you want, you can change the
image, no problem at all here. So you can simply drag it again. I guess we don't need to change it. So simply, so first so this is the image that we want to change, right? So I'm gonna remove this image from here, and then we can add the image from here. So we can add this image here. So before that, let me okay, so all the images has been removed because I did a mistake, because I didn't I didn't unwrap this one, so we need to ungroup it first. And the another thing is that I also make it group. So if I'm gonna change the single image from here, then all the images is going to be changed, even not only the image, even the text. If I'm gonna change it, then it is gonna update, because all the data set are under one group. So if everything is in a group, then whatever we're gonna change for a particular icon or text, it is gonna change for all the icons. See, when I'm changing all the icon, all the color of this one is gonna change. See, it is changing. So that's the issue, guys. So if you want to update the image for particular, then we just simply need to ungroup it, and then we can, then what was the previous color? Okay, we can use this one, and let's see how it looks. So yeah, it looks pretty good. So if you want to, but again, we cannot see our bottom bar, and the reason is that, so first let me ungroup it, and once I will ungroup it, then if I'm gonna change the color for this one, then other color are not changing, right? So now we can drag it this way, or if you want, we can simply change the image from here as well. So add our image. Where is the image? Pictures directory here, and then we can add image here. Alright, but before that, let me see the height and width 322 and height 145. So 322 and height 145. So height 145, 322 and 145, and I can simply drag it here, and also need to add the border radius that we have used for the previous one. Alright, so now if I run it, we will be able to see the different image. Okay, so now we can customize it, so we can simply drag this one on top of our bottom bar. Alright, here we go. So now we can see different image for this one. So you can update your image or text for each and every item. If you just need to ungroup it from here, and then you can update it whenever. So you can update it whatever you want. So now it seems that we have successfully finished our design for our home page. Okay, so now guys, it looks pretty good. We are in home now. In the next part, we will create artboard for our profile, and we will connect it, and we will learn how can we move from one artboard to another artboard using bottom navbar. Okay, so when we will click on this home artboard is gonna come. When you will click this profile, then another artboard is gonna come, but we don't have any artboard yet, but we will create it. See, and so I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. Bye bye.
Welcome back once again. In our previous part, we ended up finishing our home page. Now in this part, I'm gonna start working for our friend request page, where we will be able to see like not a friend request page, I would say that like the number of people to whom we can send friend request. And for that, I'm gonna go ahead and start taking a new artboard. So click on this artboard icon and in here choose iPhone X Pro. And now I'm gonna change the name, and I can say here, and I can say here friend option. We can say instead of saying, we can say add friend. So add friend, hit enter. Alright, so all done now. So now in here we need to have a search button first, then we will add a couple of options. So how can I do this thing? So the thing is that instead of drawing the search icon once more time, I'm gonna copy this one. So before doing this thing, I will have to make it a group, and then I'm gonna make them component. So select the rectangle, then the icon, then the text, okay, and then right click and make it a group. So once we will make it a group, I guess without making a group, we can also make it a component. So let's create a component directly. So click on this component, and once we will make it component, the icon has been changed here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and click on this asset folder. I'm sorry, this is the asset, and in here you can see the component has appeared here. So I can simply drag this component and I can paste it here. See the same search I got here. Alright, so finally we got this search icon. Now in here we need to have a image. I would say that a circle image. Then we will add a name, and then we will add a rectangle where we will show add friend option. So for that, so instead of taking any other images, I can simply take these images. Alright, this look at here, like this one that I got previously, and I have used it to design here. So now the same way we can make it component, or if you want you can drag a new image and then you can shape it. So make it component, or if you want you can duplicate it. So I'm gonna duplicate it instead of making a component, because if I'm gonna make it component, then I will not be able to update it later. Look at here that I cannot update this one, but if I'm gonna update it, then still it is the size of this can change, and it is gonna create an issue here because this thing is connected with this one. So instead of creating component for this one image, I'm gonna make it a duplicate. So I'm gonna press Command D, and then I'm gonna drag it here, and then I can increase the size. Alright, now it looks here pretty good. And then right here we need to have a text. So I'm gonna click on this text icon and select here, and I can say John Smith, just a dummy name. And we need to change the design of this text because it is showing some different colors. So I'm gonna use the black color, and then need to change the text to 25, and need to change the font style here. I can choose Arial. I guess we need to add this one here, so simply drag it to center. And this is the friend request part, and right here in the right side corner, I guess instead of adding it into the right side corner, because we are having a small size here. So let me see the white. So the white is 375 and this white is 93. Alright, so we can add this friend option right after this text. So I'm gonna take this rectangle here and I'm gonna draw a rectangle here. Alright, so we can draw a rectangle here and add our border radius just here. Add a border radius. I can add 20, and need to change the text background color. So change the background color, click on these fill options, and right here we can choose a color for our add friend button, and if you want we can add the linear gradient here. Alright, so now it looks pretty good. Now in here we need to have a text, so click on this text icon and I'm gonna add a text here, and I can say add friend That's it. Now we need to change the color of this text, and so click on these fill options and change the color to white, and it is not in center, so I'm gonna add it in center. Here we go. So now this thing is here. I guess it looks pretty good, and we can decrease the size, I guess, a little bit, and then draw this text to center. Alright, and another thing is that we can increase the photo height. So alright, so increase the height, and we can also decrease this one a bit more, and then text it to here. Alright, so now right after that we need to add a draw here. Here we go. So now we have this line, and we need to make it group so that we can repeat this whole data item, like this icon, this image, this text, this one, and this one. So I'm gonna select all of these thing and make them group. Press Command G or right click. Alright, so let me select the whole text first and then make it a group. Okay, so it has become a group. Now you can see this is a group, and then I'm gonna click on this repeat grid option. Now I can repeat the grid. See, it looks pretty good, guys. And before proceed it further, what can I do? What I should do here, I need to add this bottom bar here as well. And then how can we add the bottom bar? Because we need the same icon and same design. Remember that in our earlier parts we made it a component, so, and it is available under this asset directory. So I'm gonna drag this bottom bar here, and then I'm gonna paste it here, and here you go. All right, so now it looks pretty good. Now we can drag it a bit more, and we can drag it as much as we want. And another important thing is that we need to make it in here, we need to add. Alright, so let me show this thing. So I need to click here, fix position while scrolling here, and I guess without this it will also work. And then I'm gonna select this one, only for this one, and then run it, and let's see if it is gonna working. So we can see our data, and it looks pretty good here, and we can also see our bottom nav bar and our search option. But the thing is that we cannot scroll this data, and the reason is that I haven't mentioned this one for scrolling. So in here you will be able to see the vertical scroll option. So first you need to select the whole data, and then you can select it here. Alright, now if you run it, then you will be, so we cannot see this one. The reason is that in here, we need to add. So look at here, first select the grid, like select the group that we are having here, and then make it ungroup. Alright, okay, make it ungrouped grid, and then you need to minimize, I'm sorry, so take it, we did a mistake here. and so it was this way previously, and then select this one and make it scrolling. Here you go. So once you will select it scrolling, then you will be able to see this icon is going to appear. And the issue was that because we didn't select this ungroup, that's why. So once you will use this repeat grid, so make sure that you are gonna ungroup this repeat grid. Then once you will click on this scroll option, then it is gonna show you this icon. All right, and if you want, you can also do this thing. So as we want to show our bottom bar, therefore we need to have this one just above of this bottom bar. All right, and now I'm gonna run it. Here you go. So now we can see the scroll view option. Okay, so our data is scrolling perfectly without any issues, right? Perfect. And another thing is that, so our add friend option has been finished, and now we need to add prototype option. Like when our user will click on this home, we will send them to this home directory. When user will click on this icon, we will send them to this directory. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and so now if I run it, so I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue this. So I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next part. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we're going to start working on our prototyping for our home page and add friend page. So for doing this thing, first we need to move to this prototype section. So under this prototype, now when our user will click on this icon, then we will send them to this add friend page, and from this add friend page, when our user will click on this home page, then we will send them to this home page. So now I'm gonna drag this one to this page. So it means that when our user will click from home page, and when they will click on this page, we will send them to this add friend. And as we are using here bottom bar, therefore we don't need to add any sort of animation here. Rather, this dissolve, which is instantly open, will work fine here, and for the duration it will be fine, and for the using we don't need to change it. And now when our user in our add friend page, and then when they will click on this home directory, home icon, they will move to this home page. All right, here you go. Now it is connected. Now let me run it. All right, so I'm gonna select the login page, the sign in page. So now we are in our sign in page, and once I will click on sign in page, we are in our home page. And if I'm gonna click on this home icon, nothing is gonna change. If I'm gonna click on this icon, you can see the mouse icon has been changed. It means we can click here and click here, and we are in add friend page. Now if I'm gonna click on this home icon, then we are in home page. Click on this icon, we are in here, and here you go. See, we can navigate. So this is the way to navigate from one page to another page using bottom navbar or any sort of tab bar that you will work, but we are not using here for any tab bar. Alright, so our prototype is working perfectly. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. And in the next lecture, we will start working for our profile design. Okay, so see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In our previous part, we successfully finished our add friend prototyping option in between home page and add friend page. Okay, so in this part we will start working designing our profile option. All right, so for that, first and foremost, we need to take a new artboard. So click on this artboard icon and take iPhone X, and then I'm gonna change the name. We can say profile. All right, so in the profile page, in the profile artboard, we're gonna have a profile picture right here. Then we will have a name, and then we will have their email address, password update option, and the logout option. So for that, so I'm gonna add a new color, new background color for this one. So all of these are
white screen that we're using, but for the profile I'm gonna add something different color. Let's see how it looks. And alright, this color will be good, and I'm gonna add the linear gradient here, and here you go. We can add the linear gradient this way. Now this is the background of our main profile artboard, and in here I'm gonna add another background for the profile picture and the text. Then another one will have our another options. So for that I'm gonna take help of rectangle, and I'm gonna draw a rectangle right here, and I'm gonna select the V tool, and here you go. Now first add a border radius, not a border radius, it's a radius here. In here we need to choose a color, so this color will be good here, I guess. Okay, it looks pretty good, guys. And in here we will add our profile picture. So for adding a profile picture we need to take help of our, so either you can take a new image, or you can simply add an image here. So I'm gonna take a new image. I have a couple of images that I have downloaded, and let me choose a different image here if there is something good. So I'm gonna choose this image here. So first I'm gonna drop it here, and let me change the height and width of this image. So I can first we need to log aspect, so click on it and then change it to 200 and 200 here. So height and width should be same, and once it is here we can take it here. After that we need to add border radius, we need to add radius 90 so that it becomes circle, and let me run it. So it looks pretty good, and in here we will add the name of our profile of, okay. So for that we need to take help of a text, and I'm gonna add a text here, and I can say here John Smith. First let me change the color of this text and the size. So change the height to 25, and we need to change the text color. Click on it. Alright, we also need to change the text style here. Alright, Arial black. Now it looks pretty good. Look at here. So our design page is, our profile page is looking really good. See? And I guess it is not looking circle. So let me do cross check. So it's 200 and 200, and I have used 90. So it looks good. I guess it will look good if I'm gonna decrease the size. So instead of 200, add 150 and add 150 here as well, because we don't need to have a bigger profile picture. And in here we can drag it here. Now it looks pretty good, and we can also decrease the size of this one a bit more, a little bit. Alright, now it's perfect. So right after that, in here we need to add two options. One is for email and another one is for password, then a logout. Before that I need to add this bottom bar here. So drag this bottom bar here, and here we go. So let me settle the plug. Let me settle the. All right. Here we go. So sign in. Not sign in. We need to select this page to run this one. Okay. So our bottom bar is working, and this profile option is also working. Now in here we need to add three fields. One is for email, another one is for password, and then another one is for logout. Okay, so I'm gonna draw a rectangle here. So draw a rectangle, and we need to change the radius to 20, and we need to have same color, so this color. So either we can simply copy the color code of this one, or we can make it component. So we can simply copy the color code instead of making it component, and in here click on this color option and then paste the code here. Here you go. So we got our color, and now in here we need to add two text. One is the name and another one is the edit button, so that user can edit their name if they want. And for that we need to add a text here, and I'm gonna add the text. Click on it, and then you can say the name John Smith, and we need to decrease the size of the text here because we don't need to have a bigger size here. So instead of 25, maybe we need to have 15, and let me run it. It looks pretty good. We can also decrease the size of this. I'm sorry, we can also decrease the size of this rectangle. So I need to increase the height. Open this one, and we can decrease a bit more here, and then drag it to center. So I'm gonna duplicate this text. So click on it. So press Command D to make it duplicate, and if you are in Windows, then press Ctrl D, and I'm gonna update this text. So change this text to edit. All right, now we can take it here, and we can change the color. So I'm gonna add a different color for this one. I guess this light green will be good here, so we need to select this one. Here you go. So we can see our name and this edit. So it looks pretty good, and we can do this thing. We can do the same thing for our password field as well. So click on this. So we need to make it a group. So select the all data and press Command G, or right click and press on group. Okay, then it will become group, and once it will group, we can simply use repeat grid and then ungroup this repeat grid. All right, now in here we can add the password symbol, that is a star, instead of adding any text, and or we can simply say password here, and then we can say edit. See, password edit. We just change the text, and in here we need to have a logout button. So for the logout button, I'm gonna add different designs. Therefore I'm gonna select a new rectangle here. So right here, add a new design here. All right, we can take this one, and we can change the color. So we can take the red color or the pink color, so it will look also good. And see the pink color here, and then I can add a logout text here. So I'm gonna click on this text, and right here we can add logout. All right. So now if I'm gonna run it and select this one, then we can see the logout text is here. So we have successfully designed our profile page, and it looks pretty good. If you want, and we can do a bit more customization here. So let's add. All right, so we can add a few more design options here. So for instance, for this particular item, we can add border radius. We can add not border radius. We can add border dash. And we can add 5 here, and we can also change the color of this border to white. And another thing that we can do, we can add the gap to 10. Okay, now if I run it,
So it looks pretty good, but we need to increase the border size. So instead of 1, I'm gonna add 2. Now run it, and here you go. So it looks pretty good. So we need to do the same design for this one. So 2 and 510. So select the white one, and we need to add the border size is going to be 2, and the dash is going to be 5, and the gap is going to be 10. Here you go. So it looks good, and if you want, we can also give a try to use a green color here. Okay, I have selected the whole both item at once, that's why we can change the color together. Okay, so this color is looking good. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we will connect our profile page with our bottom bar, and we will do prototyping with each and every page, from home page, from add friend page, and from profile page. So first we need to move to this prototype option. So click on this prototype option. So when our user is in home page, we will send them, when user will click on this icon, we will send them to the profile page. So click on this icon and drag it to home page. And when our user in our add friend page, so when they will click on this, so you can see that it has automatically connected, because remember that we used this app bar as component. Okay, so when we are gonna change one changes in a particular item, then it is gonna automatically connect it with it. But if you want, we can customize it. So as I have mentioned, that when user will click on this icon, we will send them to this page. It is automatically connected here. Okay, so it is connected to this page, but from this page nothing is connected, only this thing is connected. So remember that in our previous part we have mentioned that from here, when our user will click on this icon, we are sending them to this add friend. That's why from the profile page, you can see this prototyping option is already connected, and the only reason is that we have made it component. So when you will make it component, and if you are gonna do a single changes in your component item, then it is gonna change. Then it is gonna change for everywhere, wherever you are gonna use it. Now we just need to connect these two icon here. From this profile page, this one is automatically connected, and from this profile page, when user will click on this home page, we need to send them to this home page. Alright, so when user in our home page, they can move to these two pages, add friend and profile page. When they are in profile page, they can move to this home page and move to this page. When they are in profile page, they can move to these two pages. So let me test it. So now we are in profile page. So if I'm gonna click on this, then I'm in add friend page. When I am in add friend page, I'm click on home page, then I'm in home page. Again, from home page, click on this profile page, and from profile page, click on this home icon. I am in home page. Also our scroll view is working. When I'm in profile page, this profile page is when I'm in add friend page, and we can move to profile page also from here and from here. But the chat page is not working yet, because we haven't added this artboard yet. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next part. In the next lecture, we will take one more artboard and we will design our chat options. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, we will start working on our chat UI. So for that, first I'm gonna get a new artboard. So click on this artboard icon and select this iPhone X. Alright, so in the meantime, I'm gonna increase the height of it. Alright, so first and foremost, we need to have so in here we don't need to have a search option. Rather, we will have to first we need to get this bottom bar. So I'm gonna get this bottom bar here, get it here. All right. So this is our bottom bar right here, and in here I'm gonna add two options. One is for chat and another one is for group, and then we will show the data here. So for that, so first let me change the name here. So we can say here chat. I'm sorry, we need to click here. Alright, now we need to draw two rectangles here. So I guess one rectangle will be sufficient here. So let me design it first. So select a rectangle here and then draw it, and I'm gonna change the design to 90. Alright, now we need to have a background color for it. I would choose something called orange related color. So I'm not getting proper color here. Let me change the RGB. Nothing is happening here. Nothing is. So we can choose a color related to pink, or what it calls, I don't know exactly. So let me run this one and let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks here. So we can still. Alright, so we can change the color here, I guess. So we can green will be good here, and then I'm gonna choose the linear gradient here. Here you go. So now it looks pretty good. And in the middle I'm gonna add a line here. So draw a line here first, and then decrease the size of this line. Alright, then I'm gonna drag it to center here. Alright, then change the color. So whenever you create a line, remember that you need to change the color on border, because it's counting as a border here. And we can also change the size of this border. So select 2, and you will see icon has been, the size of this line has been increased, and I'm going to decrease the height of this one. And in here I can do one thing. I can add a dash. So add -6. Here we go. Now if I run it, now it looks pretty good. So we can have two text. So one text here and another one is here. So I'm going to click on this text, and then we can say chat option here, and I need to change the height to 25, and also need to change the text style. Okay, and select this select tool and drag it here, and we can duplicate this text. So duplicate it and add it here as well, and in here we need to change the name. So instead of chat we can add here group. Alright, so now run it and we can see our two texts, but the thing is that we need to change the color of this text. So I'm gonna change the color here. So if I'm gonna run it, then you can see this color. So we can keep this color, it looks good. So I'm gonna copy the color code here and also select the text, and then click on this color and paste it here. Here you go. So we got our both color. So now we will have to create another UI for this group part, and for this one we will choose for chat. So in here we will show our user the chat items. Okay, so we will have our icon. So sorry, we will have a image, which is a profile picture, then a title, then the text, then the number of messages, then we will have a dash icon. So for that, so this thing I'm gonna do
on a rectangle. So I'm gonna add it here. And so if I run it, what can I see? I can see this option, but we need to add a different white color. I guess we don't need to change the color here. Rather, we can take this color, but we don't need to have border here. And we can add a shadow here. So this shadow will show us the shape of our item. We can see the shadow. Now in here we need to add image. So I'm gonna make a duplicate copy of this profile picture. So duplicate it and take it here, and I'm gonna decrease the size. Alright, so it should be here. Now if I run it, it looks good, but we need to decrease the size a bit more. So I can choose it 90 by 90 and choose this 90. And so select on chat, and we can see it's in center. So yeah, so it has perfect size now. And in here we need to have a title of the text. Not the title. What we usually see the name of the person who sent us the message, then the date, and in here we can show them the number count. Okay, so first we need to have a title. So click on this text, and in here I'm gonna add, okay, we need to add a text. We can say John Smith, but we need to change the text color here. We don't need to use the yellow color here, rather we need to have a black color here, and we need to rearrange it here. Alright, so if I run it, what can I see? I can see this John Smith, but we can decrease the font size for this particular item. Instead of 25, I'm gonna add 20. So you can always change your color, whatever. So you can always change your font size, whatever you want. And now if I run it, so it looks pretty good, but we can add some fancy text style instead of Arial black. So let me change it. So this one looks good. And how it looks, let me run it. So it doesn't look good. I'm gonna choose some new color, Monaco, and I'm searching something related to italic, but I'm not getting it. Okay, so we need to check a lot. So rather I'm gonna choose a random one. So guys, you can, if you want, you can check each and every item, and whatever you need you can select from here, and you will also get few particular options from here. Okay, so it looks pretty good. Now in here, right after that, we need to add a text for our date. So I'm going to duplicate it. So press Command D, or if you are in Windows, press Control D. And then in here I need to update the text. So we can say the 11 September and the year 2020. So we usually don't see the year here. We can say 11 September is enough, only the date and month. And now let me run it. So it looks pretty good, and I can drag it here as well, and 11 September is perfect. And in here I want to add a ellipse, like a small ellipse. So in here, so we need to have the height in white, 50 by 50, and then we can add a color, but it is a light color. So instead of adding this color, we can keep this color, no issues at all. And inside this color we need to have a text, so we can add 10, and then we need to change the color of this one. So I'm gonna change the color to white. We need to change the color to white, but we need to drag it in center. So drag it in center. So drag it in center. Okay guys, so now it looks pretty good. At least we have correct shape here, and in here we need to add another circle along with the green background, so that you can easily see if a person is active or not. So for that, first I'm gonna draw this circle here outside of this one. So it should be a small size, maybe 10 by 10. So this is the icon, or not the icon. So this is, so not 10 is not gonna be the perfect size. I guess 15 will be good. If we need to, we will decrease it later. And now I need to change the background color of this one, so change it to green. And let me drag it here. It looks good, but still we can increase the size. So instead of 15, we can add 25 by 25. So first let me run it, and then we will be able to decide whether it is perfect size or not. So it has become a bigger size. So let's give it 20 by 20. And then if I run it, here you go. So we can see it, but I guess we can do it. We can add this one here. Where it is not here, I mean here. And run it. Okay, so now it looks good. So we have all the functionalities here. Now we need to repeat this item, and we can do scrolling for the vertical scrolling. And first we need to make it a group. So I'm gonna select whole data. So you can simply drag and select, or you can also go here and you can also select from here all the options that is containing these chat items. Now I'm gonna make it a group, so press Command G. So it has become a group, and I can rename the name. I can say chat items. So you can give any name, whatever you want. And once our item is ready, we can repeat our items. Alright, we can repeat as much as we want, and we can take a lot of data from here. And then we need to click on our bottom bar and use fixed position while scrolling. Alright, and apart from that, first we need to click on ungroup this one, and once we will ungroup it, we need to apply these scroll options here. So click on this vertical scroll view, and we need to take it from here, and also this item. I'm sorry. So first we need to select the whole item, like all the item that we have. So I did a mistake here. Let me undo it. Okay, so I am pressing Ctrl D for it, but I should press Command Z to undo it. Okay, so this is our data that we are having. And now if I click on this scroll option, vertical scroll, here you go. So once it's in a group, we can click on this vertical scroll view. Alright, then we can simply select it here. So remember that all the data should be in a group. Okay, and then this one, and we need to have this item on top of this
bottom bar so that we can see the bottom bar. If we were adding it this way, then we will not be able to see our bottom bar. So it's pretty easy, guys. You just need to make it repeat group. So whatever data you will create, so when it will have a lot of data and you need to have a scroll view, then you just simply need to click on this vertical scroll view or horizontal scroll view, whatever you are working. Once you will click on this vertical scroll view, you will be able to see this option, and then you just need to adjust it from where to where you want to see your scroll view. That's it. So now if I'm gonna run it, here we go. So now we can see our chat options. It's working perfectly, guys. No issue at all. Okay, we can see the chat issue. Now if you want, you can particularly change the number of this one. It's completely depend on you. So let's say I'm gonna add here. So let's say I'm gonna add here. So let's say I'm gonna add 7. Okay, so now we have 7 text here, 7 text messages, and if you want, you can also drag it to center. Okay, so this is the way to do this thing. And now I'm gonna select on it, select the chat, then we can see the chat option is working perfectly, and also our scroll view option is working perfectly. And another thing is that okay, so it is in perfect size. Let me check it one more time. So I just wanted to see that either it is in a perfect size or not. Okay, so it is in a perfect size, and we can also see the shadow, and it has completely done. So once our user will click on this group options, we will send them a group page where our user will be able to create group, and they will be able to see the group list. So guys, if you want, you can also change the images for each and every item just to look good. And now I'm gonna add the prototype for this one. Okay, and for the prototype section, so click on this prototype, and then in here first click on this option. So previous all the data are connected here, so from here everything is connected. Now what we need to have, we just need to connect this option with this chat option from each and every page. So from the home page, click on it. So once the icon will appear, click on it. Okay, then again click on this option, then again click on this option. You can see it is connected to this. So again click on this option, it is connected. So I just connected once, and it is automatically connected from each and every one because the component that I am using. So because the component, so now only thing that we need to have is that we need to update each and every one, because so for this one we need to update, and for this one we need to update, and from here we need to update from the home page. I'm sorry. So it is not showing here because the thing is that so I cannot fix the icon here. So what can I do here from here? So let me run it first, and then I'm in sign in page, then I'm in home page. So click on this, click on it, click on chat page. I'm in chat page. So from the chat page I can go for profile page, I can go for this page, I can also go for home page. So the reason is that previously from here I have mentioned this home icon to this home page. Alright, therefore from here it is also automatically connected to this page, and in here you can see icon. So all the pages are connected with each other. So when you are here, you can do this thing. So let me check it again one by one. So I am in profile page, and from the profile page I cannot go to this home page. From the chat page I cannot go to home page, but from the profile page I can go to home page. Okay, so it is not connected. So it is not connected here, and so how can I do this thing? And it is not. So now let me click on it. So
I need to select on this icon, then we can do this thing. Okay, first do one thing. So from here we can do this thing, home page, but from here let me run it now. So I am now in home chat directory, and then so from here we need to connect our directory. Okay, so do one thing. First I'm gonna take it here so that I can get a bit space. Okay, so still I'm not getting the option from here. Okay, so finally I got an option to click on it. So click on this home icon and then drag it to home page. Now what can we do? We can drag this one to here. Okay guys, so we got an issue here, so we need to make it a group first because it is not in a group, and group it, then I can drag it here. So from the for the add friend page, it was removed by me, so I'm gonna again adding this one to this add friend. Now everything is connected with each other, hopefully. So let me check it one more time. So right now I am in chat page. From the chat page now I can go to home page. From the home page I can go to chat page. From the chat page I can go to add friend list page. From the chat page I can go to profile page. So I am now in add friend page. From the add friend page I can go to chat page. From the add friend page I can go to profile page. From the add friend page I can go to home page. From the profile page I can go to home page. I can go to add friend page. I can go to chat page. So all the part are connected. If anything is missing, then we will solve it in our next part. So I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue it from the next lecture. Bye bye.
Welcome back once again. In our previous part we ended up finishing our chat UI design, and in this part we need to work on our group section. It means that when our user will click on this group section, on this group, they will be able to access a new UI, and when they will click on chat, they will be able to access in this UI. So first we need to create a artboard. So click on this artboard icon, and I'm gonna take this iPhone X, and let me change the name of this one. We can say chat group. So this is going to be our artboard name. And now first we need to duplicate our first I need to have this bottom bar. So I'm gonna take it from the component that we created earlier. So take it here, and here we go. So this is our bottom bar, and now in here we need to have this chat and this group option here, because so we need to have the similar design for this button. Therefore I'm gonna make it component. So before making it component, we need to make it a group. So select the entire part and make it group. So I'm gonna right click and group. Once it will be a group, so once it will become a group, we can simply make it component, or we can directly make it component, no issue. But it's always better to first make it group, then make it component. So click on component, and here you can see the icon has been changed, and in here also the icon has been changed, and in here we can also see this icon. Now I'm gonna move to this asset directory, and this is our component name, and I'm gonna drag it here. Here we go. So this is our group list. Alright. Now if I'm gonna click on this item, nothing is gonna happen. First let me run this one. So if I'm running this particular UI, this chat group UI, then we can see this one. Now when our user will click on the chat, we should move to this chat directory, and we will work on prototyping after a while. And before that I want to create the design for this group option. Now we need to take help of our rectangle for creating the group options. So first I'm gonna click on this rectangle, and in here I'm gonna design a rectangle here. Alright, and we can have same design, like we can have same color that we are using in here for this particular one. So the color is, we are using this color here, so we can simply copy this color and we can simply paste this color code over here. Here we go, this color, and we need to remove this border from here and need to add the shadow. Here we go. So now we got exactly the same size. In here we need to have a circular, then we will have our title, then we will have our so in here we need to add our title and a subtitle, so that user can create their group. And for doing this thing, I'm gonna take help of this ellipse tool and then draw a ellipse here, and it should be same height and width. So we can say height and width 74 by 74. Here we go. So we have this height, and now if I'm gonna run this particular groove, and we can drag it here a bit more and then run it. No, it's not looking good here. We can take it here, and we can also add a shadow for this one. So add a box shadow. Here we go. And in here we need to add this custom background color, not a background color. So before adding a background color, I'm gonna add this border. So first change the border size to 2, and then need to add a dash, add -5, and need to change the border color to green. Alright, now if I'm gonna run it, now it looks pretty good. And on the center we need to have a plus icon. Either you can draw a plus icon or you can simply add it as a text. So I'm going to add it as a text. So click on it and then press the plus icon from your keyboard, and then we can simply increase the size of this one. So we can simply increase the size to 25. Alright, what is happening here? It should be a plus icon, but it says it's a 6. Okay, and first let me change the font size here. Maybe this is the issue. Okay, so just for the text style I was getting this issue, and now I'm gonna drag this text, drag this plus icon on center. Now if I run it and if I go to this, okay, so now click on it. Here we go. So it looks pretty good in here. So we got our circle and we got our plus icon here. Now in here we need to have a title and a subtitle. So for that we need to take help of this text. So click on this text, and in here, and we can say create group. So we can say create group here, and we need to decrease the size first. So it should be 20, and we need to say create group. So add create group. Alright, so create group, and here we go. We can see the text is here, but we can drag it here, and if I run it, now we can see it looks create group. And after that we need to have a subtitle. So I'm gonna duplicate this one, Command D, drag it here, and we can also say here add your group member, add your group member, and we need to change the font size here. I can add here 16, and let me run it. So it looks pretty good, and if you want we can also change
So if you want, we can also change the font style for this one. And so let me add a different font style for this one. Alright, this one will good. And for this one we can add bold. Okay, so it is looking pretty good, guys. And now in here we need to show all of the group list that our user will have. Alright, so for that we can simply first in here we need to have a arrow icon here, or we can say the underline. So draw a underline here. Here you go. And right after that we need to have this one. Alright, so right after that in here we need to add a normal text, or I guess first let me add a normal text here. We can say here all groups, or we can say group list. We can say group list. Alright, and in here remove the bold to regular one and change the font style to something else. And now if I run it, now we can see group list is here. So I guess we don't need to have this arrow here, so I'm gonna remove the arrow from here. First click on the select tool and remove the arrow, and I can drag it here close to this one. Now run it. And it looks pretty good. We can keep this design. And now we need to have our group, and now we need to have our group items. So for that we can simply duplicate this one, because we need to have a similar type of design. So for doing this thing, first I'm gonna make it group. So select entire data and then make it group. Press Command G if you are using MacBook, and press Ctrl G if you are using Windows, or simply right click and then group it. Alright, so now it's a group. Alright, and what can we do? We can simply first we need to have a duplicate one. So I'm gonna press Command D, and as we have the duplicate one here, now we can take help of this repeat group. But before that I want to check either it is working perfectly or not. So we got this one, and in here of course we need to customize the design, because in here we don't need to have a plus icon. Rather I will have to add first like A or B, which is we usually call our avatar, and then the name of the group, and then the member of the group. So in here we can add, we don't need to have any circle here, just need to have the date of the creator or the creation. That's it. So first I'm gonna remove the text from here, which is plus icon. I'm sorry, we need to select this one and remove it again. So instead of, okay, so now in here we need to add a text. We can say NM, but the text size should be small, and press to 25. So it should be the text size should be 25. Here we go. Now we need to take it in center. Now if I run it, now let's see how it looks. So it looks good. I want to change the background color of this one. So we can add a background color, particularly for this what I can say, particularly for this ellipse or the circle, and that is containing the text. And in here you can click on it, and then you can change the color. See, we can change the color, this color. And now if I run it, and if I select this one, then it is gonna come here, and it looks pretty good. So we can
change the text color to white. So let me check how it looks if I'm gonna select it to white color. So for the text, we can change the color black to white. It is not looking good, so black will be good for this one. And so it looks pretty good here, and we can say and in here we also need to change the text here. We can say a group name. We can say a group name. We can say Team Bolt. We can say Team UI. We can say Team UiUX. And in here, instead of the text, we can add a date for the creation of the group. We can say 13 Sep 2020, and let's see how it looks here. So we can see this thing, and in here it's not 13 actually. So it's not 13 actually. Now it should be here, and I need to increase the size, so 16 to 20. Now if I run it, now it looks good, but it is not in the right way. It is not in the right position, so I should try it here. Here we go. So the thing is that I'm getting a error here, or we can say that the text is not showing properly. Like, see the R or 13, because also so it is just because of the text size, like the text selection, like the text style. Now it looks pretty good, and I guess we can also decrease the size a bit more. So instead of 20, add 16. Here we go. And now if I run it, so now it looks pretty good. So we can keep this design, and I can say this is the final design for this one, and we can make it a group. Then we can duplicate this data. So select the entire data part, not this one. Okay, it's already a group, right? So we can easily, what can we do? We can easily use this repeat grid. So select the group and click on it, then drag it as much as you need. All right, so you can do it this way, and once you will have enough data, then what you need to do, you need to click on this vertical scroll view. So click on this vertical scroll. Once you will click on the vertical scroll, it will come this way, and you need to drag it on top of your bottom bar so that you can see the bottom bar. Okay, and these two icon is indicating that it will initially it will show this 4 data, and when you will scroll, you will be able to see entire data set that you have here. Now if I run it, so now we are in create group part, and here we go. We can scroll that data set. See, we can scroll it, and if you want, you can change the name. If you want, you can change the color. So now once it's a group, and now if you want to change the background, then how can we change the background? So we need to select this particular item. So this particular one, and then you can change the background color if you want, but it is selecting the whole color. The reason is that it's still in a group, so we need to ungroup it first. So see, once you will select it, you will be able to see an option called ungroup. So once it will ungroup, then still your data will show here. So your data will show here, nothing is changing here. All right, your data will show here, but now you can change your background color. So select a particular item that you want to change. So let's say this one, and you can change this one, particularly this one. See, you can change the background color, and let's say for this one,
I'm gonna change a different color. And for the text color, for the text color, I'm gonna select white. And for this one, I'm gonna add a different color, and I can change the text color here. So change the color to white. Okay, so now if I run it, now if I'm gonna select this chat group, then we will be able to see a different sort of background color, and rest of the color is same. So I hope you have learned how to work with a vertical scroll view and how can we do this sort of custom design. And I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. And in the next lecture we will add prototyping in between these two options. Alright, so see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will start working on our prototyping for the chat and group. So let me run it, and now if I'm gonna click on the sign in page, then we are in home page. We can access to our friend page, then we can access our profile page, and then we can also access our chat page, but we cannot access our group page, which is this group page. Although we have the option, we cannot access this one, and the reason is that we haven't added any prototyping in between these two one. So for that we need to add our prototype. So click on this prototype icon. So click on this prototype tab. Once you are here, now when our user in this chat group option, which it will come when our user will click on this chat icon. So chat icon will by default open the chat list, and from this chat list, when user will click on this group, they should see this option. So for that I'm gonna click on this group option. You need to select on this group, not the entire icon or not the entire background. Okay, so click on this group and drag it to here. Alright, so now let me run it. So when we will click on this group, we are in this group section. You can see create group. From the create group option, when I will click on this chat icon, we will be in chat section. From the chat section, when we will click on this group icon, we are here. So now when we are in group section, if our user will click on the chat icon, they should move to the chat page, but in here we cannot do this thing. So we can do it in the same way. You can simply click on the chat option from this chat group artboard and drag it to here. So we can simply click on this chat text in this chat group artboard, then we can drag it here. Now if I run it, it should work. So we are in group, and if I'm going to click on this chat group, here we go, we can access the chat. And if I'm going to click on this group, then I can see this group is here. From the same way, if I'm going to click on this icon on this bottom bar, then still we can access the chat option. We don't have any clicking option here because we are already in chat group. We are already in chat option, and from here if I'm going to click on this group, then we can see we are in this group option. From here we can also access this one, and from here we can also access by clicking on this chat option. We can also access our profile page, our friend list page, our home page. Alright, another thing is that when our user will click on this logout text, they should they should be able to redirect to this sign in page, right? We haven't added any prototyping for this logout, so I'm gonna add this one in this part. So for adding a prototyping, we can make it group, so that when our user will click on this background color or on this text, they should redirect to the sign in page. So for doing this thing, first we need to make it a group. So select the whole text and a rectangle background and make it group. Press Command G, so it has become a group, and we can simply change the name. We can say logout, we can say log out. Alright, and then we can move to the prototype option. So from here, when our user will click on this icon, we can simply, so in here we can customize it. So instead of dragging it in this way, alright, so by default it is connecting this way because it's near to here, near to this one, and I'm gonna choose
choose a destination artboard and we can say sign in page. All right, see, it is gonna add the drag from here to here. See, from here to here. All right, so once you will have a lot of artboard, and that time it will be difficult for you to drag the data from here to here. That in that case you can simply change it here in this destination page, because in this destination page you will be able to access all of your artboard that you will have, and you can simply select it. Okay, and now we can also add animation for this one. So sign in page, and where we can see this. So first let me run it and then click on it, and we're in sign in page. So I'm going to stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye.
Welcome back once again. In this part we will start working for our chat UI, I mean the sending page UI. So when user will click on this chat option, they will be able to open a new artboard, and in the artboard we will be able to, and in the artboard we will end up adding the sending and receiving messages that we usually have in our messenger application or any sort of chatting application for like WhatsApp or Telegram. And for that, first I'm gonna go ahead and add a new artboard. So click on this artboard icon and select iPhone X. I'm sorry, we need to have only one artboard, not two artboard. So I'm gonna remove one, and let me change the name here. So I can say message UI. Alright, so in here we don't need to have any bottom bar, rather we need to have a app bar. So I'm gonna draw a app bar here, and I'm gonna change the background color for this app bar. So select this select tool and change the background color. We need to change the background color here, and we can choose custom color, or I guess it's better to choose this color that we have. Let me check if I made it a color component. No, we don't have any color component, so I'm gonna make it color component. So select it and right click, and you can see add color to assets. So click on it, and here you go. So this color. Alright, so now I'm gonna select this app bar, and I'm gonna select this one. Here you go. So finally I got this color. Then if I'm gonna run it, and you can see this app bar color. Alright, so now in here we need to add circular image, then a text box, then the time of the sending, and in the right side corner we need to have the similar one. And for the sender and for the receiver we can add a different color, but in here we need to have a text box, of which we usually say our input field to send the messages. Alright, so first I'm gonna draw a rectangle here on bottom in here. So we can draw a bottom here, and so if I run it, what we can see a border, nothing else. So we can see a border, and in here we need to customize. We need to have one plus icon here, then a text box, then a sending button. Alright, so if you want to do it, then I'm gonna minimize this one here. So I'm gonna minimize this. So I'm gonna minimize this rectangle size, because in the left side we will add our icon, and in the right side we will also have an icon. So this input field should be here. Now if I run it, and we can see this input field is here, no issues. We will customize it here. So first I'm gonna add a radius here. So add radius 20. So once we will add radius 20, we will be able to see this option, And first I'm gonna change the border color. So change the border color to I can say this green color will be good. And also need to add the dash at 5 and the size is going to be 3. Alright, so now if I run it, so here you go. So now I can see, let me decrease the size of this one so that you can see it clearly. So here you go. So we can see this option here. So in here we can have a text. So for adding a text, we can we need to click on this text, and in here we can say send. So before that I'm gonna change the text style. So choose Arial block, and in here first remove the text that we have here, change it and select the text again, and now I'm gonna say send message. Alright, so now I can change the font size to 20. Here you go. And we need to change the text style here. Alright, so instead of Arial block we can add some other color, other text style, and it should be a small size, not this one. We can choose something like, okay, this one will be good. Now run it, and here you go. So we can see this text is here, and we can decrease the font size. I guess 20 is not the perfect size for this one, rather I'm gonna choose 16. Here you go, and we need to have it in center. Now let me run it. Now it looks pretty good. So now in the right side corner, so we need to have a sending button, and I'm gonna remove the size a bit more here from here. Okay, in here we will have an icon, and in the left side we will have another icon. So first we need to have a sending icon. So I'm gonna take help of this plugin that I have installed, which is called Icon for Design. Previously we also took several icons from here, and I'm gonna search send, and here you go. We can see some icon related to send. So first I'm gonna click on it, and then I'm gonna select this one, and here you go. Now this icon has appeared here, and we can increase the size of this icon. Or first let me run it and let's see how it looks. So it looks pretty good. We can just drag it here, and we can change the background color. So we can simply drag it here, and first let me run it. So it looks pretty good, but we need to change the color of this icon. So we can simply change the color of this one. So we can change some blue color or this color. Alright, so color has changed, and we can see this this sending icon is here. And now let me minimize it. Now it looks pretty good, but in here we can add line. So before that, first let me increase the size a bit more here. Alright, and let's see how it looks, and drag it to center. And okay, so the size has become a bit bigger, so we need to decrease the size. Alright, so now let me run it. So now it looks perfect. Now in here we need to add a plus icon, so I can say add. So once I will click on add, then I will be able to see this add icon is here. So we can choose this icon here, or something related to file icon, or we can choose okay, we can choose this camera icon, because sometimes we need to select, sometimes we need to send photos. And I'm gonna drag it to here, and let me run it, and let's see how it looks. So we need to have enough space, so I'm gonna decrease this one from here, and then drag it here and run it. Here you go. So it looks pretty good, guys, and we don't need to change the color for this camera. I guess black is looking good here. One is black color and another one is this color. And this is our sending text, send message, input field. We have a camera, then we have this sending button icon, and we can choose some other color for this one. It doesn't look good with that. Let me try some other colors. Alright, it looks good. Okay, it looks perfect. So I'm gonna keep this color, and in here I'm gonna add a dash, we can say an arrow line. So it is gonna start from here, and here you go. So it looks pretty good, and let me try to change the color or increase the height, increase the size to 2, and let's see how it looks. So now click on it, and once we will click on it, we can see this dash is here, and we can give a try to add gap on this dash, and let's see how it looks. So it looks quite good, and we can keep it. And so we have done this design, and in the next lecture we will add the message options. So I'm gonna stop this video right here, and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will design our chat UI. So in the previous part we were able to finish this part and this part. Now I'm gonna add the chat option here. Like, we need to add an image here, which is going to be a profile picture, then a text from the left side, and the same way from the right side. So for that, what can I do? I can simply copy or simply duplicate our image from here, this one, or the best way is to make it component so that we can use it whenever we need it. Alright, so we have made it component, and now click on this asset component. So now here you can see the image is here, and then I'm gonna drag it here. Here you go. So I can drag it here, and I can decrease the size, and let's see if anything is going to be changed here. Now first let me run it, and let's see how everything is going here. So nothing has changed, so everything is going well. And this is our profile page, this is our chat page, this is our group option and our chat, and everything is working perfectly. So now in here, first let me run this UI, and let's see how the image is looking. So the image size is a bit bigger, so I'm gonna decrease the size a bit more here. And now if I run it, and here you go. So now it looks good. So now in here we need to have a text option. So for that I'm gonna go ahead and select our rectangle, and select a rectangle here. Alright, so now we need to drag it here, and we can customize the radius size for each and every corner. Okay, we can take help from this one, or we can take help of this one. So click on it, and let me see which one is here. So top left corner, top right corner, bottom right corner, bottom left corner. So for the bottom right left corner, I'm gonna add 0 here, and for the other two part I'm gonna add 30. So for this one I'm gonna add 30, and for this one I'm gonna add 30. So which is called bottom right corner. So add 30. Okay, and for this one add, okay, so before that I'm gonna change the background color. So change the background color, and now if I run it, then how it looks. So I'm gonna select message UI. Alright, so it is looking good, but if you want, we can customize it a bit more. So the way we can customize it, so instead of 30, in here we can add 50, And for this one we can also add 50, and let's see how it looks. So now it looks pretty good, and in here we will have our chat data, and we can try a different color here, and let's see how it looks. So it is looking pretty good, but I'm gonna choose a different color here. Alright, so this color will be the best option, and if you want we can add a gradient here. So let's add a linear gradient here and give this shape here. So add a linear gradient, and here you go. Now we need to add a text here, and we can say, first let me change the color of this text to white. So first I need to add a text here. We can say hello, and then I'm gonna change the color to white, and we can say hello, so how are you doing? So I'm just adding some dummy text, like some random text. It's not mandatory that you also need to add also need to add the same text. You can add any text, whatever you want. So in here I'm gonna drag it center, and I'm gonna make it a duplicate. So press Command D, and in here we can add another text. So let's add a different text so that it looks good. I can say, are you here? And now run it, and here you go. So it looks pretty good, guys. So it looks pretty good. Now in here we can add the time here, right? So we usually have the time after this message, so we can add this time here. And I'm sorry for adding the time. Let's add a new text, and in here we need to add, and first let me change the color to black for this text, or we can choose this color. So we can say 12:30 p.m. and select it, and here you go. So it looks pretty good, guys. See, so we have our text and we have our message, and we also need to have the same design, not same design, obviously we need to have the different design, like different color from this side. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a copy of this component, of the image component from here, and I'm gonna add it here. So I'm gonna add it here, and I'm gonna add the same height and weight. So it's 7078. So I'm gonna copy it for this one, and I'm gonna press it here, and then the height is this one, and this height is this one. So what is happening here? So this one height is, so let me run it so that we can see it. Okay, so we need to have the same height. So instead of changing it by giving the height and weight, so we can simply duplicate it. So Command D, and here you go. See, now we have the exact size. And right here we need to have this text. So what can we do? We need to have similar type of design, but we need to have different background color for sender and receiver. So this one is receiver and this one is sender. So first I'm gonna make it a group of this one, this whole thing, our time, our background of this text and the text. So I'm gonna make it group. So press Command G, and it has become a group here, and we can see we can rename the group name. So click on this rename property, and we can say message receiver. Here you go. So now we can duplicate it. So press Command D, here you go, and now we can drag it here. Alright, so first and foremost, now let me run it and how it looks. So I'm gonna click on this message UI and it looks pretty good, guys. And the thing is that now in here we need to have different background color first. So first change the background color of this one and we can choose this color. Let's see how it looks. So it looks quite good, no problem at all. And we can simply change the time. So let's say 3:05. Here we go. And now I'm gonna update the text here. So let's add a different text here. So I can say, hello, I'm doing great. So you can say, yes, I'm here. I'm just giving a related name. I can say, yes, I am. So yes, I'm here. And then let me run it. So it looks pretty good, guys. It look pretty good. And now we need to make it duplicate. Like we need to add a couple of data here so that we can do scrolling. And before that, in here okay, so first let me make it group. So now we need to make it group so that we can use repeat group to get the data. So I'm gonna select the entire message options, sender and receiver, and then first make it group. And I'm gonna press, so first we need to select it, then right click and make it group, this two part. And we can say of all message. I'm just adding some random name. And now once we will have this option, we can click on this repeat grid. Now we are able to repeat the text. So we can repeat it as much as we want. And what can we do? So before doing this thing, I can do one more thing. So let me undo it. So first let me ungroup it. So what can we do? We have a different image, right? So which is this image. So I'm gonna add this image. So in here for the sender, I'm gonna choose this image. So we need to add Command D, and we made a duplicate copy here, and then we can press it, we can use it here. So what is the exact height and width of this one? So it's 70.78. so Command G, and first I'm gonna change the height of this, and for the width of this one is 83.78. Here we go. So 83.8 and 70.8 and 83.8. So 70.78 and 83.8, 70.78 and 83.78. Okay, so if I want to have it circle, I guess we need to have similar height and width. So we can choose this option here. Now I'm gonna remove this image from here and then add this image here. And we can also decrease the size a bit more. So 85 height and 85 width. Here we go. Now remove this one. So if I run it, so we can see this option is here. We have different images for the sender and different images for the receiver. So that's it. So now we can simply, so this one is our group. Alright, it should be here. And then let me run it and let me see what is happening here. So
Previously we made it a group, and that's why this is happening here. So let me ungroup it first. So ungroup it. So now we can drag it here, and let's see if it is working. So now it is working perfectly. Now we don't have any issues here. So now we can simply make them group again, and make it group, press Command G, and once we will have this group, we can simply click on repeat group, and then we can duplicate the data here. Alright, so we can duplicate the data as much as we want. Once we will have this option, now we need to click on this vertical scroll view, click on this icon, and now we need to drag this on top of this one, just right here. Now if I run it, and if you want, we can drag it here as well. So now we can scroll it here. See, we can scroll the data, and if you want, you can simply update your text and time according to your requirement. So we are almost done here, and now in here we just need to have a text. So we can simply say John Smith here. So add a text here. So I'm just adding a username here. We can say John Smith. We can say John Smith, and here you go. We can simply change the text for this one at 25 and drag it to center. Now if I run it, and we can see John Smith is here. And if you want, you can simply customize it. You can simply add a different text size, text style, not size. So it is looking pretty good, guys. Welcome back once again. In this part, we will work on our prototyping section for this message UI. But before that, we need to add a icon, a back button on this app bar for this message UI artboard. So how can we add a icon here? We can take help of this. We can take help of this icon for design. So simply we need to write here back. So then we will be able to see all the back button that are available here. So you can see a lot of back button are here. You can choose any button that is related to your app. So I'm gonna choose this one, arrow back. So first I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna choose this one. Okay, so this one will be good. So mid arrow round back, click on it, and it has come here, and I'm gonna drag it here on this option, and then I'm gonna drag this text close to this one, and let me change the background color of this icon. So change it black to white, and then if I run it, here we go. So it looks pretty good. So when our user will click on this back button, we will send them to the chat page, and when our user will click on the chat option, we will send them to this message UI. So we have done a good job, guys, and you can see that we can scroll our so as you can see that we can scroll our messages, and now we need to add prototype. So click on this prototype option, and now in here for this particular each and every item we can add prototype. So I'm gonna click on it, click on this first one, then you will be able to see this option. Click on it, then you can choose the destination, and destination is message UI. Here you go, you can see this message UI. And now if I run it, and if I'm gonna click on it, we can see we are in this message UI. All right, so now we also need to have a prototype from this back button. So when our user will click on this back button, we will send them to this chat page. All right, and if I run it, and if I'm gonna click on it, here you go, we are now in chat page. We can click on this group page. Here we can also scroll our group, and we can also click on the chat option, and if I'm gonna click any other part, nothing is gonna happen because we have added this chat option, this prototyping only for the first one. click on this, we are in chat box. Back it here. So now if you want, you can add one more. So click on it and drag it to the chat and drag it to this one. So I'm gonna click on it and let me choose the animation to side right, and then choose it to message UI. Alright, so now if I run it, for the first one it's going back, for the second one going back, and for the second, okay, for the third one nothing is gonna happen. So this way you can add as much as you want. There is no harm to add this prototyping option for multiple items. Okay, you can use this one, and this back button will always back to you to the chat page. All right, so we have successfully finished our prototyping part, and I hope you guys are enjoying this course and you are learning a lot from this course. So now we are almost finished of this project, but still we need to work a bit more. So we will add a custom alert dialog whenever user will click on this create group, and we will show them a custom alert dialog, some input fields. So I hope we will end up finishing the project in the next part. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will start working for our create group option. So when user will click on this create group, we will send them to a new artboard. So previously I was thinking to add a custom alert dialog, but it is not gonna so it will not look good to add a custom alert dialog here. Rather we can simply add a artboard, and then we can add all the functionalities for create group input field on this artboard. So for doing this thing, first I'm gonna add a new artboard, and we can select this iPhone X. All right, in here, and first we need to change the name. So we can simply say create group. In here we need to have a app bar. So I'm gonna add this app bar. Okay, so for that, what can I do? I can simply make it component so that I can use it and then update the text. So I can simply copy this one, select this one, and make a component. So it has become a component. Now click on the asset directory, and then we can see it has become a component. So what can we do? We can simply use this component here. So we can take this component. Here we go. Alright, so now in here, instead of John Smith, we need to add the text called create group. And let me check this prototype. So from this one, so first let me run it. So run this one, and if I'm gonna click on it, then it is redirect to this redirecting to this chat UI. And the reason is that whenever we use the component, whenever we make the component, it takes the previous artboard functionalities. So we could do it previously, we should do it before doing this artboard. So now what can we do? We can simply remove this, or we can simply drag this one to our group option, which is this one. Okay, now let's see if it works. So we are in this group directory, and we need to run this one. So select this one, and then if I'm going to run it and let's press on it, we are in chat UI because it is not working because it is taking the previous one. So simply what can we do? We can simply remove this one. We can simply remove this, I'm sorry, and so go to this design part and simply remove this icon from here. And now if I run it, so nothing is gonna happen, and I'm gonna add a new icon for this one. So we can add a new icon here. So add a plugin. So we can take a back button here. So let's add this back button here, and here we go. sorry. So this back button is not coming here. And we can do this thing here, we can drag it here a bit more. All right, so now it looks pretty good, and we can simply change the color of this icon. So change this one black to white, so white color. All right, so we are all done. And now first let me add the prototype from this one, from this button. Okay, so click on this prototype, and when our user will click on it, so I'm gonna select this one, and in here I'm gonna choose the destination called create group. Here you go, it is gonna take that. All right, so now we have this one. See, it is connected with this thing, and when our user will click on this option, we will send them to the we will send them to chat group page, chat group artboard. Now let me check it. Here you go. So now I'm gonna run it. Click on this one, I'm in this create group artboard, click on it, I'm in the group page. From here I can also move to chat option, I can also open the chat box, I can also access the chat option here, profile page, add friend, and home button options here. So everything is working perfectly. Now we can move on to the design section. So now in here we need to have our input field. One is for group name, and one option for add members, then the create group, and then the privacy option. All right, so for that, first let me add this arrow, so this rectangle. So first I'm gonna draw this one here, and in here we need to change the border size. So change the border size 3 and dash, and give dash to 5, and then it looks pretty good. We also need to have, okay, we don't need to add here any radius here, and it is looking good in that way. And now first I'm gonna add a text on the center of this one. We can say create, and then first I'm gonna change the color of this text. Okay, so we can say we can say group name here, and then if I run it, we can say group name. Then we can say what we can say here, we need to have add member. So I'm gonna make it group, so command G, so it is becoming a group. Now I'm gonna duplicate it, so group name, and then in here we can say here add members. So add members, and in here we should have an icon. So we usually say it drop down, so the user can understand that we need to click here, and then we will be able to select the member. So we can say in here we should get an icon. We can say down icon. Here you go. See, we have everything. So in this one, so we just need to choose. So we can simply choose arrow. We can say I can choose, all right, choose this one. Let me see if we have some good icon, and we can add arrow down, or we can choose this one. So I'm gonna drag here. So now let me run it and select this group. Here you go. So it is looking pretty good, guys. So add members, and then we need to have the privacy. option here, so I'm gonna make it group one more time. So we can add here. Alright, so we can, okay, so we can add a text here. We can duplicate the text. Okay, so we can see, I'm sorry, so I did a mistake, so I need to duplicate this group. Okay, so I guess it is in a group, so Command D, and now we can duplicate it. All right, and now in here we can add, we can say add privacy. So we must need to have a privacy option for our group. We can say add privacy. So add privacy, so when user will click on this add privacy, they will be able to see some sort of privacy, like for friends, or for only me, or for public. So that's why in here we also should add our icon. So I'm gonna choose this icon for here, and let me draw this icon, drag this icon here. All right, so now let me run it. So it is looking pretty good, guys. So it is looking pretty good. And now what else we can, and what else we should have here? We can add in here we can have a option to add image. All right, so for that, what can we do? We can take a big circle, a big rectangle. So first let me draw a big rectangle here. And then in here we need to add -3. So we need to add -3 and add 5. And then let me run it and let's see how it looks. So it is looking pretty good, but we need to work a bit more. So we need to add image here. We need to add an icon here. Then we need to add a button here. So in here, and before that, let me change the border color here. Change the border, and let me add a shadow for this option. Only for this option, let me add. Okay, so we need to change the border color here. Okay, all right, so now it looks pretty good, and we can add a shadow here. So this shadow will look good here. Okay, we can keep this shadow, and we don't need to do any changes, just need to add an image here. So we need to add upload image here. So search upload image. We can see some sort of upload icon is here, and we can choose this one, and we can draw it here. We can drag the icon. We can increase the size of this icon. Looks pretty good, and it should be in center, and here you go. So it is looking pretty good, guys. And now in here we need to have a text. So I'm gonna click on this text, and we can say upload a group image. And if I run it, we can see this one, but we need to change the style of this text. So we need to have a different type of text style. So for that, I'm gonna choose, okay, we can choose this one and add italic, and then add bold italic. Okay, now let's see how it looks. So it looks pretty good. So upload a group image, and we can see, so it looks pretty good, guys. And now in here we need to have we need to add rectangle. So I'm gonna select this rectangle from here. So for this rectangle, we can say we must need to have a border radius. We need to have a border radius here. So I'm gonna add radius here 20, and then change the background color first. We can choose some light color like this one, and add this linear gradient. All right, so now we can say create group, create group name, add members, add privacy, upload group name, and what can we say? We can simply say create, or we can say save. Okay, we can say save here. So click on this text, and in here we can simply say save, save, and we must need to change the text style, so it should be regular, and in here it should be, and let's see how it looks. So it is looking pretty good, but it should be in center. And here you go. So this is our create group page, and we have done it. Now if I click on it, then this is our complete application, and this is our home page, this is our profile, and everything is working perfectly, guys. And even we can go to this page, we can go to this group page, we can scroll it, and if I'm gonna click on it, then our create group page is also working. Now I can see that in here we can customize it. So in this home page, in here we can add a underline or a row or a arrow so that it looks good. So we can do this thing here. So where is our home page? So this is our home page, and in here I'm gonna add this arrow. So I'm gonna add this arrow just over here. Here you go. Now if I run it, so now it looks pretty good. And now let's see. So it is looking quite good, but we can add a dash here. Okay, let's see how it looks now. Okay, now it looks good enough. So we can keep this one this way, and I guess everything is fine. We don't need to do any changes here. Okay, so we have finished this project, and again let me check it if there is any error that we are getting. So now let me click on this logout first, profile and logout. We are in sign in page. If you want to go to sign up, we are in sign up, sign in. From the sign in we can go to home page, logout. From sign up page we can still go to home page, and then we can move to this one. So it is working perfectly, and we have successfully finished our project. So I'm gonna stop this video right here. Welcome back once again. So we have successfully finished our social media app UI design, and now it's time to export all of our artboard so that we can provide it to the developer and they will work on it. All right, so now once you will have your design ready, then you can simply share your project in several ways. The way is that, so another way is that share. So in here you will be able to see an option called share. So click on it, and once you will click on this share button, then you will be able to see in here you can see a couple of options. First one is link. So this one is going to be your link name, then the design review, and then the link access. Okay, so view setting. So what does it mean is that if you want to view this link only, then you can simply click on this. If you want to add for the developer, then you can select on development, then select presentation, user testing, and custom. Several other options are here. So just click on this design review just for getting feedback, and the link access, who will be able to access the link. So if you click here, then you can see anyone with the link. So if you provide the link to anyone, then they will be able to access it. If you want to invite some people, then you can simply invite them, and then you can add it. So in here you can add the people name here by clicking here. So we don't need to have this one right now. We can simply click anyone with this link, and in here you can customize your link or manage link. So we don't need to do anything, just leave it as it is. And then if I'm gonna click on it, then it is gonna create a link for us. So you can see the creating public link, and once we will have this link, we will be able to access this one. So first I'm gonna, okay, so this is our link, and this is the link that we have. So in here we can copy the link, and then we can open our browser. Once we will open our browser, we will be able to access our data. So this is our browser, and in here we can simply paste the link. So click on it, and just wait a minute, and let's see if we can see our data. So it is redirecting to this xd.adobe.com, and in here we can see our app name which we have given. We can see social media app, and here we go. We can see our UI is here. So guys, how cool is it? So we can easily access all of we can easily share the link, and developer or other person to whom you are thinking to share your project, you can simply share the link. And in here you will be able to see 1 of 9. It means that we have 9 artboards, and from the 9 artboards we can see the 1 and click on it. Then we will be able to see the sign up page, then click on it. We are in home page, then we can see our add friend page, and then we can see our chat page, our group page, our create group page. All right, so this way we can get all the pages that we have. So we can get our chat UI page, but it is not gonna work functionally here. But yeah, it is working here. It will only work for the link, but it is not gonna give you any other features like the scrolling or other complex features. Okay, so this way you can get your data, and if your user want, they can make a comment here, and you can get the feedback from them. And you can also use this thing in grid view. Okay, you can see it in a grid view. So simply click on it, then you can do this thing. All right, and if you want, you can click on it. Okay, so it takes time, and see, so it's depend on the internet speed. So the scoping is gonna work here, but it is gonna take a while to load the data. And click on it, see, we can log out, click on it, it is working here. And if I'm gonna click on sign up, then we can also see the animation. See, the animation is for here, but sometimes it is gonna, see, now we cannot scroll it. So we need to have good internet connection, or it takes time to load the data. Okay, now if I'm gonna click on this one, here you go. So we can see all of our artboards are here in the grid view. So this is another way to share your project, share your art design. And what else we can do? We can simply export our data. So how can we export our data? So if you want to export our data, then so before that, let me create a folder here. We can say here so in here we can rename the folder name. We can say social app UI. Here you go. Now once we will be so now we need to click on this file option, and in here you will be able to see an option called export. So by clicking here, it will give you an option called base, selected, or all artboards. So we want to export all the artboards. So I'm going to click on all artboards. Now it is going to ask you the directory, where do you want to save it. So I want to save it on my desktop, and I have created a folder called social app UI, and in here you will be able to see the options like in the format. So what format do you want to save your project? You can choose PNG, SVG, PDF, and JPG. So I'm going to choose PNG and export for design, web, iOS, and Android. You have a couple of options, and then we can click on this export all artboards. So click on it, and it is gonna export everything for us. So I guess it has finished. Now click on it, and here you go. So now we have our design. See, we can see all of our artboard one by one. And now we can simply open it, and it is gonna open in a image previewer. So now I'm gonna open the second one, then the third one, fourth one, fifth one, this one, this one, and this one. Now let's see if we can see everything here. So this is our message UI, then this is our profile, and you can share your project with your team member or with the developer of this app. Then the home page, but nothing is gonna work, so we cannot do any sort of animation or any other thing here because it's just a PNG format. And then we can see our create group, our chat page. Okay, so we got an error here, guys. See, you can see we can see our back button is showing here, but we didn't notice it here earlier. So we will solve it, and everything is working fine. So now, let me show you where is the error coming. So this one is coming here. So I'm gonna remove this one. So it has removed. See, it has removed. Now let me run it, and let me see. So this one was showing in this chat option, now it doesn't have it. Alright, so now everything is working perfectly, and now again let me run it. So if is there anything missing, so sign off. Yeah, it's perfect. So this one is perfect, this one is perfect. For this one, for the chat option is here. Okay, so for the group, we're in group. For the chat, we're in chat page. Click on it. We're in we can scroll our chat data, we can also scroll it. Now we're in group page, and then we can create group. Here you go, we can create our group, and here you go. So we are all done, we have finished this thing. And if you want to export the solved one, so we have an issue here. So if you want to only export this one particularly again, then you can also do it. Click on this export, and then click on this selected, because we have selected this one. Then we can click on this selected, and you can see the chat. We can say 1 for the update one, and then export, and here you go. Now let's see, we can see chat 101. Now we don't have these issues here. Right, so we have successfully finished our project, and so we can do it in different ways. Like we can check it, we can do it by clicking on this one. So now let me refresh it, and let's see if we can see the update one, if it's updated with the changes. So these are the two ways to share your project with your team members or with the developers. So either you can create a group, or either you can create a link by sharing, and in here you can also add the password protected, or several other things are available here. Okay, and you can, and obviously you can do it. So this is the final version of our application, and I'm gonna finish this project right here.
Welcome to this section. In this section, you are going to learn how can you design a food application. As you can see, these are the two screens that you are going to build by the end of this section. And let me run it, and if I run it, then you will see the complete project. We have a search option, we have this horizontal data item, and then we have this design section. So if I click on this order now, then we will move to the details page, and here you can see this smooth animation while we are doing prototyping. So you are also gonna learn how can you do prototyping with animation. If I go back to our home page, you can also see the animation. Welcome back once again. In this part, we are going to start working on our food app. So in this section, we are gonna start working for our new project that will be our food app UI. So first, you can see this is the home page of our AdobeXD, and I'm gonna create a new iPhone X project, which is the artboard here, and here we will be able to add our design. So first, I need to create a artboard. So here you can see this is our artboard, and I'm gonna rename the artboard name. So instead of this one, I can say it home. So because this one is going to be our home screen. Alright, so now in this food app, first I'm gonna add a profile picture option here, then one hamburger icon, then we will have a search bar here, then we will have some food image that we will be able to do scrolling, then we're gonna have some categories, then in the main layout we will have all the details, and we will have another screen where we will show the details post. Okay, so first and foremost I need to add a circle here. That's why I'm gonna select these ellipse tools, and we can draw this ellipse here. So one thing is important, if you need a circle of using ellipse tools, so you just need to make sure that the height and width are same. You can see the height and width are not same and it is not looking circle. So simply you can simply do it this way, or you can simply do it from here. So if you do it from here, then it will be more convenient for you. So select 50 and 50. You can see it's now circle. So I'm gonna select this one, and then I can drag it here. I think I can alright, so I think I can select 40 instead of 50 because I need a little bit smaller size here. Alright, so now it looks good, and I can drag it here. Perfect. Here we will have a search bar. So for adding a search bar, we need to take help of this rectangle tool, and I'm gonna draw it here and this amount of size, and now I need to add a little bit of border radius, so I can simply do it this way here, or if you want you can also change the border radius from here. You can see this is the place where we use our border radius. Okay, now it looks perfect, but inside this search option we need to have a text where we will say search. So for that I'm gonna click on this text tool and click here, and then I can say search, and I can add t dot, and now we can drag it a little bit of center, I think here. Okay, it looks good, but I think I need to increase the font size. So instead of 11, let's add 15, and it looks quite good. And one thing that I want to do here, so this is the place for our appearance. So here I think I can decrease it so that it looks, sorry, I need to select it so that it looks a little bit of shadow. Okay, we just need to part of this thing. You can see this shadow is changing here, so it's basically the highlight of the text or any object. So this appearance gives us this option here. Okay, now it looks perfect. Okay, and in here I want to have a 2 dot so that it looks like a hamburger icon, and we can simply drag this line tool here. And so this line tool size is basically under this border, so we need to change it here, and here you go. And exactly we need, I think we need this same thing again for one more option. So we can simply what can we do? We can simply duplicate it from here. So this is our line, so I can simply select this one and press Command D to duplicate it, and then I can drag it here and decrease the weight of this one. Perfect. So we have this one here, so this line 1 and line 2, and I'm gonna select both of them. Then I can simply change the border color with the required color that I want to have on it. Okay, perfect. So we can select this color here. So now we have this option here, but one thing that we missed here is we need to change the background color of this one. So I'm gonna change the background color of this item here. I can choose this one. Okay, perfect. So now we have this shape. So I'm gonna stop this video right here and we will continue this lecture from the next part. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're gonna start working rest of the part of this series. So first in here I want to have some images so that we can scroll it in a horizontal way. So you can see I have downloaded some images, so I'm gonna simply drag it to this project. And as it is in here, so what can I do? I can simply minimize the height and weight of this image. Okay, in this size we can have, and I can drag it to this position, and I want to have a little bit of border, so I can simply add it from here. 20. Now I'm gonna add one more images here, and let me decrease the height and weight of this one. So we should have exactly the same image size that we have for this one. So it's 268 and 150. So we need to have the same. So if you want to do so, then simply you need to click on it because it is locked. You need to unlock these aspects. Otherwise it will, like if you select 260, then it will automatically take according to its weight. Okay, so if you want to add different height and weight, then you need to unlock it. So 260 and what was it, 150.50. so 150.50. so now it's exactly the same size. And now for this one we also need to add a border for 20. Okay, now it looks pretty good, and I will add one more, which is this one, and let me increase this one. Okay, so for this one we also need to have, first we need to unlock it, then we need to have 260 and 150.50. 150.50. Alright, so now I can drag it here at this point, and then I can add the border radius 20. Alright, now you can see this and this. So what we need to do, as it is outside of this artboard, so what we can do, we can simply make them a group. You can see. So select all these three images and make them a group. So for creating a group, we need to press Command G if you're using Mac, and if you're in Windows, then you need to press Command, I think Control G, or either you can simply right click and then you can get all this one. You can see the group option, Mac component, and all this. So you can do it. So click on group. So it has become a group now, and now here, as it is a group, so what can I do? We can simply make it a horizontal scroll group. So you can see this icon is here. After making them a group, so click on horizontal scroll. Here you go. Now it will give us this shadow here, so I can adjust this if it is required. And now if I run it, then we should see our horizontal scroll book here. We can see these three images, how cool it is. All right, perfect. So it's perfect. So our horizontal scroll view is working perfectly, and now we will have to add few more things here. I mean the category, food, picture, whatever we want to have in our project. So we will add it in the next lecture, and I'm going to stop this video right here. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to start working for our categories of our food app. So for doing so, first and foremost, I'm going to add ellipse tools here. So we will simply design this ellipse here, and so first I need to make it circle. I think I can do it a little bit smaller. So make it a circle. So we need to have 50 and 50. Okay, now I can drag it here, I think. Okay, so before doing so, I can simply make it in a different way. So let me add a rectangle tool here so that we can add a shadow here. So add a rectangle here and this rectangle. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to add a shadow. So you can see the option is here in the right side corner in our property panel. So click on this shadow and you will be able to see this shadow, and I don't need to have any border here. So I'm going to just remove this border, and then on this rectangle I can simply add this one. So you can see there is an issue here because I have created this ellipse before this rectangle tool. That's why it is always going to under this one, but don't worry, we can simply right click and then we can click on it and bring to front. Now it is on top of this rectangle. So if you want to do so, then you can always right click, and according to your requirement you can simply do bring to front, bring to forward, backward, send to back, and all this. Okay, so now we need to adjust it here. I think somewhere here. Perfect. Now I am gonna add a color of this one. So I don't have any specific colors, that's why I'm just selecting some random color from here. If you want, you can choose your desired color, and I don't need to have this border here, so I'm gonna remove this border. And now in here we need to add an icon here. So for adding an icon, I have installed a plugin called icon names, called icons for design. So if you don't have this plugin, or if you want to use any other plugins, then you can simply go there and discover plugin, and from here you can install all of your plugins. So if you, after installing your plugins, it will appear under this tool. All right, you can see the discover, and this is the browse option. You can simply search for all the plugin that is available, and then you can simply install it. It's very easy, you don't need to worry of it. And from here you can manage your icon. So you can see I have already installed two plugins. One is for icons for design, then one is for generate content, and few more. And here you will be able to discover all this. Okay, and from this icon I'm gonna search few things. I can say food, and I can see this icon has appeared here. So I'm gonna select this one and I'm gonna drag it to here. I need to change the height and weight of this one. I think I can select it for 25 to 25. Now it looks good, and I can set it in the center, and if it is required I can simply change the color to white. Perfect. And now here we can have this option. We can simply call it, what I can say, drinks. I'm just adding a random name. It doesn't make any sense here because I'm just showing you how can we make things easier. For example, it is drink, and I have changed it. And from here you can always change your text. I mean, it is called font family, or your text name. It will give you different kind of shape. You can see it is changing in different ways. So if you want, you can select your desired text style from here. Okay, and here I think, okay, it looks good, no problem. And I can drag it a little bit off center. I think it is in center. All right, perfect. And from here you can also add your few more feature here, like after selecting this one you can change your font size, and you can do it this way. If you want to have all capital, then you can do it. If you need it smaller, if you need this, if you need this. Okay, for this one we need this one. Okay, perfect. Now I'm gonna do one thing. So we need few more similar things. That's why what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply make them a copy. So this icon, then this strings, then the ellipse. Okay, so this ellipse, this icon, and this text, these are the all things that I need to make groups. So I'm gonna press Command G, and it has become a group. And now I will take help of this repeat grid so that we can duplicate it. You can see this green symbol has appeared, and now I can do it this way. And if it is required, I can also decrease the height and decrease the weight. All right, I think we need this 4, and rest we can simply do it. Perfect. So now it looks pretty good. So what we need to do, we just need to, so first, now if we want to make changes, we simply need to ungroup this grid. All right, now we can change the background color for each of them. and change it to a different color. And if you want, you can add a linear gradient also here. For example, if you need a shadow here, you can do so, and you can simply make the shadow this way. Perfect. And we need to change the icon from here. So change the icon, remove this icon, and I'm again going to this icon. Here I can say burger. Let me see if there is any burger. You can see hamburger option is available here. So I'm gonna drag it to this place, and our icon size was I think 25. How much we had for this one? We have 25. Okay, so we are gonna select 25 for this icon, because we should have the same height and white for each and every one. And first I'm gonna change the color to white. Okay, now I can drag it to the center, and then we can simply remove this one, and then we can add pasta. Let me see if there is any. Okay, there is something related to this topic, but I don't know what is it. Okay, we can simply call it pasta and add it 25 to 25. In the center we need to change it to white. Perfect. So we can call it, we forget to change the name for this one. I can simply call it burger, and for this one I can simply call it to pasta. Cool. And then we have another option, so I'm gonna remove it and add quickly one more. We can say it pizza. So we have a pizza size here, and we can drag it here in the center, and the height you need to add 25 by 25. Can add this height, and we need to change the color to white, and simply change the text to pizza. Perfect. And we need to change the background color for this one, so add a different background color. It's not looking good. And also we need to change the background color for this one. So for this one we can add another one, which is called focusing on it, that we can simply remove this one, and we can say noodles. So there isn't anything to this one. I think we can say we can add any icon here. For example, we can add just need to part of this thing. We can add this icon and change it to 25 by 25. So 25 and 25. We have, sorry, we need to have this one. We can drag it to center, and we can just name it food, and we can change the background color and the font color from there. Alright, so now it looks pretty good, and we can say for this one we can add juice, just the text, so that it looks good. Not juice, we can say soft drinks, just for example. So it looks pretty good. Now if I run it, and before doing so I just wanted to change the background color of this one. Okay, now it looks good. Now if I run it, now we should see this, all these option, and we can also scroll this one. So it looks pretty good till now, and in the next part we will add our item over here, and I will show you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to start working for our items. So here we will show all of our food items. So for that, first and foremost, I'm going to take help of this rectangle tool. So I'm going to draw a rectangle here, and here you go, rectangle, and I think I can minimize it a little bit more smaller, this size, and then I'm going to add a shadow. Then I am going to remove this border. We don't need to have any border here, and in here we need to add a image. So I can simply drag my image from here, and I can minimize the height of this image. I can minimize it. Before that, all right, perfect. And now we can simply do so this way, and I can put it here, and let's add a little bit of border radius and minimize, and this amount. Okay, perfect. Now it looks pretty good. And here we need to have a title of our food. So for adding the title, we need to add our text. So click on it, this title. We can say Burger King, for example. And right after this Burger King, we need to have some star. So there are two ways to add a star. Either you can simply select this one and make it a star by changing the size and the gap. So you can see here the option is 3, add it 5, or add it 6 to have it a star shape, or 7 or 8, and this way you can do it. Or another option is you can simply, okay, let me show it again. So another option is we can simply select this one, and simply we can add it to 80% or add it to 50%, and then add 5. This is how we can create our own star. Okay, so what I did here you can see the percentage. So remove it, this 50%, and here you can see the corner number. So basically this is the corner number, I would say, because if you hover over here, you can see corner count, and here if you count it, you will see 1 corner, 2 corner, 3, 4, and 5 corner. So this is how you can make your own star. Or if you are using this icon plugin, then you can also search for a star, and it has so many stars. You can see this one, but as we have created it, this one, I think we can use our own star, and we can simply, and here you can see, I think the border size we can select to 3, and this is how it will look. So if you select this border size, then it will look this way, and if you select 2, it's also good. I think I would say 2 is perfect for this one, and then I can simply add it here. Okay, and we can change the color. I can change the color to this one, and for the border we can customize it. For the border color, let's add this one. Now see how it looks. Okay, we can stay with this color. It looks perfect. Now we need to have few more, so I'm gonna duplicate it, click on repeat grid, and then 3 and 4, and before that I need to minimize the white, and 5. Perfect, and it looks good. And for the text, I want to add a little bit of bigger size, so I can add what it is. So it has become 19. I need to have 19, and now it looks good. But the thing is that we can what can we do? First and foremost, we need to ungroup this one, and make them a group. And if we do so this way, no, we don't need to change it, and we need to change the how for each and every option we can have this one. But the thing is that okay, I think it looks good, but if it is possible, we will try to decrease. Okay, we have 6 here, I didn't notice, so we need to remove one. So remove the last one. Okay, now we have 5, but we need to have it a bigger size. Alright, it looks pretty good, but the thing is that if I run it, then let me check it how it looks. It looks good, but we can do few more things here. We can add a little bit of more space, so as it is a groove, and let me ungroup this one. Okay, so before that, let me customize it again. It doesn't look perfect, so I would try to customize it. So we have this one, okay, and here first we need to change, decrease the white and high. Let's add 25 for each of this one. Okay, so if I select 25, now I think it looks perfect, and now I can again use this repeat grid and simply I can duplicate it. So we need to have 3 to 5. Perfect. Okay, so remove this one. Okay, so now we have 5 star here, and now if we see, okay, it looks perfect. And one more thing that we need to have here, we need to add the price here, and another icon we need to add here. So I'm gonna add a hard icon, which is called hard icon here. So this icon is called hard icon here. So we can simply take it and drag it here and change the height and width of this icon, change it to 25 by 25. And now we can simply drag it in this option and change it to the background color. Perfect. We need to add a price option here, so click on this text, and right here we need to add dollar symbol. We can say $60. It looks quite good. And right over here I would add one more option, which is called order now option. So first let me select it and drag it here, a little bit of more space, and here we can add. Okay, so first let me change the background color and we will customize it a bit more, and then we can add this 1 to 20, and then we need to add our text here. So we can say order now, but we need to change the text size, so we can simply select it 14. 14 is looking good, but we need to change the color to white, and I think we can change the text style. Okay, let's add this one. No, it doesn't look good, so we can add this one, not this one, and this one. Okay, perfect. So we can say this option is here called order now. So this is our main item list. So now we need to add few more. So how can we do so? So for doing this, simply I'm gonna simply copy this whole thing. So this rectangle, this thing, this Burger King, this one, and this one, then we have this text, then this rectangular, then this text. So we have select almost all the properties that is available here. Okay, and now I can make them a group. After making a group, I can use repeat grid, then I can add this one. See, we got exactly the same that we had. And now we can minimize the distance. Okay, and I can add it here also. And then we can ungroup this one, and we can simply add it this position, in this position. We don't need to have this one. Let me see what's the issue, why it is always creating this option. Okay, let me do so. Alright, perfect. So we have this option here, and I can simply do it here. And now let me run it. If we can run it, then we can see we have these three options here. So it looks pretty good, and in the next part we will add our bottom navigation bar just over here. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will add our navigation bar, bottom navigation bar in our application. So for adding a bottom navigation bar, I'm gonna select this rectangle tool, and here I'm gonna draw this rectangle, and I can add this size here, and I'm gonna remove this border size and add it here. We don't need to change the appearance, rather we can add our different color, I think. Alright, this color. And now I'm gonna add some icon here so that it looks it has some icon here. So we can say home icon here. So click on this home, and I'm gonna drag it to this place, and height and width should be 25 by 25, and we need to add one for card, this option, and change the height and width 25 by 25, and I will adjust it. Perfect. And we can add we can have product. We can add not this one, I think we can add we can simply add which one? We can add this icon here. I'm just adding some random icon, 25 by 25. And another one should be order. And this one, and it should be also 25 by 25. 25 by 25. Perfect. So now it looks pretty good. I think if I run it, then we can have this option. So it looks quite good. Okay, so we have this home icon, this option, and this option here, and it looks good. Now we need to have another artboard where we will show our details, and we will do prototyping. So for doing this thing, I'm going to click on this artboard and then I'm going to select this iPhone X. First and foremost, we need to change the name of this artboard. So I'm going to change it to we can say details space. All right, not bad. And here first we need to add our image, so we can drag our image here. We will show our image here, then we will show all the text. So what can I do? I can drag it a little bit left side and drag it here, and I'm gonna add this one, so we can increase this one, half of this screen I think, and then this way half of the screen. Okay, that looks pretty good. And we need to add this heart icon here. We can say this heart icon. Let's add this icon this time and put it here and change the color to red. Perfect. Not this one. Okay, so it looks pretty good, and in the next part we will start designing a little bit more things here, and I'm gonna stop this video right here. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we're going to start working for our detail space. So for that, first and foremost, I'm gonna add a rectangle tool here, and I will add a rectangle here from this to this till the last. Okay, so draw a rectangle here in this way, and I'm gonna remove this border from here. Now one thing that is important here, so using this option we can simply customize our border radius option. So for example, if I'm doing this one this way, then it will take this border radius from all the side. Okay, here we can't see it because it is in the bottom, that's why we can't see it here, but there is another option. So for example, I'm gonna do this one. This is the normal one. So here this is the option, and here we can add our border radius option. You can see the left side, and here left off. Okay, so we need a little bit more, so we can add 40, and we can add another 40 for this one. So now it looks pretty good, and we can add it till this option, and I can adjust it this one. So this is our rectangle, and on top of this rectangle I'm gonna add another rectangle. So add this rectangle, and here we will add our text and title and all the details. So we can simply add till this one I think, and if we need we will change it. So first click on the shadow and then remove this border. We don't need to have any border here. And first we need to add our text, so I'm gonna add the title. Here we can say Burger King, best burger ever. So we can add the we can increase the text size, so we can add 20. I think 20 is a little bit more bigger, so we can add to not 18, 15. Okay, and then we can simply change the text color, text style, and this way we can do it. It is a different color, it doesn't support this one I think, so we can select this. Okay, this one is fine, no problem. Now after that we need to have our description. So for that, again we need to select the text, and this time we need to do it in a little bit different way. So simply hold it and drag this one. This way we will be able to paste or write our text within this circle. Okay, so this is important to know. So drag this one, and now I'm gonna copy a few random text. So I think this is the website called Lauren Ifsam, where we always copy dummy text. So I'm gonna copy a few text from here, and I think this one, and I'm gonna copy it and paste it in this circle, and I can paste it. Here you go. So we have this text now. but the thing is that we need to close this one because we only need this amount of text. We don't need much more text here. Perfect. If I run it, let me see how it looks. Okay, it looks quite good, but for this one we need to have a different text. I think we can change it to 13, a little bit of smaller size. Long fact and will be distracted by readable content. Okay, we have this option here. Now we need to add our price. So for adding a price option here, so right after this one we can, okay, let me close this one this way. So here we can add our price, and the price was $60. Then we can add another option which is called multiple. So multiple, then our number of a burger that our user wants to have. Then we have to add increase and decrease options. So for that I'm gonna take help of this rectangle tool, and we can simply change the background color to this one. We can click on repeat grid, and then I can ungrid it. I think increase this size a little bit more. So after that we can simply what I can do, I think I don't need to have any border here, so we can change the color. I can add this one, and on top of that, inside this box we need to have a text called, not text, we need to have this icon. I mean this minus symbol, and we need to change it to 20. Okay, so this is not working. I think 25. Okay, we need to adjust it this way on the center. And what if I add 50? Okay, now it looks good. It's in center, and then we can add this white color here. So this is for the minus option. Okay, and then I just need to change the color to different one. Okay, then I can, okay, it's not in center, I think. Okay, and now here we need to add our plus symbol for increasing the item. So let me select this select tool, and then we can draw it here. I think we don't need to have 50 here. 30 will be good for this one because this is the plus symbol and it has different kind of shape. Oh, 30 is still bigger size, so add 25. Perfect. And I'm gonna add them in a shape, so we can have this option here. So what's happening with this one here? So we can simply add this one, and here we need to add our 0 symbol initially. We can add not 0 here, we can add 2 inside this one, and we can add 2, and then we can simply add this 2 here. Alright, perfect. And then we can, I don't know what's happening with this one, there is something wrong, so let me remove this one and add one more time it here, this one. Now change the size to 50. Okay, I need to add this select tool here, and here we can add this one. And let me check it how it looks. So here you go. Yeah, it looks pretty good, no problem at all. And after that we need to have, I think we can customize it if it is required. No, not customization. And this is something that is not the right one, so we did a mistake here. You can see this is selecting a path, so it should not be a path. We should remove this one, and then we can simply make it a groove. Not this one, simply this plus and this rectangle. So this plus and rectangle, make them a groove, and then I can duplicate them so that I can copy it and paste it here with them, and simply change the icon to minus icon. Now it looks good, and I can change the background color here. Okay, and then if you want to, we can change the shape from this one to this one. Okay, perfect. And I think we can change the shape to this shape. We can do it, so instead of 20 we can add 10, and for this one also select 10. For this one we can also select 10. So select this one and select it 10. Perfect. So it looks good now. Now in here we need to have a text, so I'm gonna add a text here, and we can say apply coupon. Okay, so I am using all the capital text here. Apply coupon, and simply after that we can change the color. So change this text color to a different color. I can say apply coupon, and after this one we need to monetize it. We need to customize this one. We can simply change the font size 22. Alright, so enough for this part, and we will continue it from the next lecture. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will finish our application hopefully, and after this apply coupon text we need to have a input field. So for adding an input field I will take a help of this rectangle. So I'm gonna draw a rectangle, and I will add a little bit of border radius, and inside this one I need to add, we can say apply your coupon. You can say apply your coupon, and what we can do here, we can simply decrease the appearance of this text. So this way we can do it, or we can simply I think a little bit of more. Perfect. Now it looks pretty good. And here and at the bottom we need to have another button for confirm our order. So we can simply draw a button here using this rectangle. So simply this size and add this border, and then we can simply, what can we do? We can simply do this one and this one. Perfect. And here we can remove this one and also add a shadow here, and I need to add a text here. We can simply call it confirm your order. So confirm order, but we need to customize the text because the color is black. We must have a white color here so that it looks good, and I can adjust this one a little bit more. So here this side, and let me check it how it looks. So this one, and select this one. So we have this option here. So we can add one more button here, and we can say it share your order, just for example. So we can do so, add a new rectangle here, and we can simply draw it at our border simply, and then change the background color to something else. We can add a linear gradient here. Okay, perfect. Now let me check if there is any icon for share, so that we can add our share icon. So add share. Here you go. We have so many icons here, so we can just choose one. I think this one. Let me select this one here. And before that, we need to first, let me change the text color, sorry, the icon color, and change the height and width of it 25 by 25. Perfect. And in here we need to add a text, so I'm gonna select this text tool, and let me add the text called share, and we need to add this one here. Now how it looks. Okay, so I did a mistake here of the spelling, so it should be like this. And let me check it how it looks now, or if we need any customization. So now it looks pretty good, no problem at all. And we can see this one. So we have finished our okay, one more thing that we didn't add here, so we need to have an icon here for the back button. So for that, we add our back button. We can say this one, this one. I will choose this icon here. So where is this icon? So I will drag it, and we need to change the color of this icon. Okay, so now it looks pretty good, no problem at all. Let me try it again. Okay, perfect, but we think we can change. No, it's fine, no problem. So we have finished our app design almost, but I think if we need to have a customization, so instead of this color, I'm gonna add a different color here. So I like this color. I think I'm gonna make it a color asset. So you can see add color to asset. Now this color is in our asset folder, and from this asset folder we can simply select this one and simply add this one. So it has appeared here. See how easy it is. Okay, so everything is fine till now, and I hope you enjoyed this course, and in the next part we will add our prototyping. Okay, see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part we will complete our prototyping, but before doing that, I'm gonna add some changes in our app design. So particularly for this button, so I'm gonna add it a linear gradient so that it looks a little bit good. You can see the shadow we are getting already, and we can do it in this way. Okay, perfect. So now it looks better than the previous one. And now we need to move to this prototyping. So if you want to do prototyping, then you simply need to click on it, click on this prototyping, and once you will click on this prototyping, then in the right side corner, and in the right side property panel, you will see different kind of properties. For example, first one is called trigger. I mean how you want to do your prototyping. So you can see the tab option we have, then we have action, type, destination, animation, and all this. So for example, when our user will click on this order now button, we will send them to this page. For that, what we need to do, so if we click here, then we will see this particular. So first we need to select this option here, then we will see how you want to do. So we want to see tab, drag, keys and component, and voice. So for us, we need to use this tab. It means that when we click, then we will open this one. And then we have our transmission, I mean auto animate, overlay, scroll, previous artboard, and few more things. Then we need to select our destination, where we want to go. Then we have our animation, we will show it. But before that, so this order and this text is not in a group. So I would prefer to have a group, so that particularly when we will click on this option, then we will show them the detail space. So for that, let's move on to the design page, and here we have our, so click on this order. Where is this order option and this rectangles? Okay, so this order now and this rectangle, this should be in a group, so I'm make them a group. Now if we move on here, then we can see particularly we can add this prototyping. So there are two ways. Either you can simply select this one and then you can drag it to your desired destination, desired artboard. For example, I want to come here, or you can directly select this one. You can see if you drag it, then it will automatically select your destination, or you can simply click on it and then you can simply select your destination, which is called detail space. This is how it looks. So it has selected two, so I'm gonna delete one. Okay, so now if I select this one, then we can see destination to detail space. Now it is connected with this one. Now how we want to do it? We want to perform it by tab, so we will click it, and so this is our auto animation option. So we can click on it, auto animate option, and then in here we can see our easy in, easy out, wind up, bounce, so many animation. So first one is easy in out, I would say, and then we can see, okay, so select this one, and duration we need to have of, so if we select this auto animate, then it will give us automatic animation. But if we select our transition, so let me show you first so that you can understand. So first I'm gonna run this project, and now we have this option, and if I click on it, okay, one moment here, we did a mistake here. Okay, so this is what is going on here. Let me remove this one, and this is this artboard. Okay, so for example, if I run it, and if you can see now this one, if I click on it, then we are in our detail space, and we saw a little auto animate option here. But if instead of auto animate, if I click on this transition, then we will have option how we want to show it. This is the default one is I think dissolve, then side left, side right. For example, slide right, and if I run it, then if I click on it, then you can see in the right side corner. And we can also maintain our time. We can, for example, 1 second, and again run it and click on it, then you can see slowly we can do this thing. So instead of easy in and easy out, we can add wind up this one, and let's see how it looks. So if I click on it, you can see a little bit of jump, and if we select this bounce and if I run it, then we will see this option is coming here. Okay, so this is how we can use this one, and instead of slide right, we can say slide down also. So let's see how it looks. So if I do slide down, and here is our option. Okay, I can say, and then snap. Let me see how it looks. If it's this one, yeah, so it looks perfect. So we will stay with this one. And so hope you understand this, the first concept. So simply we make it group because we wanted to have this one, and then we simply select this one, then connected this one to this detail space. Then we have added all these required features that we wanted to have, and now finally it looks this way. Okay, and now there are two options here. When our user will click on this back button, we will send them to the previous artboard, which is this one. So select this one and again tab, and here you can say there is an option. So first we need to select this one, and the destination is our home, or we can simply select here previous artboard. So if you select here previous artboard, then it will count it automatically by its own. For example, if you are going from this page to this page, then this AdobeXD know that you are coming from this home activity, home artboard to the detail space. So it will move back to you the home page. Okay, it means that if you are coming from a different page, then it will go to the different page. So it's because it is always following your showing your previous artboard. Alright, so if I'm select this one, then it knows that it comes from this home page. Okay, so let me show you. If I'm gonna run it now, here we go. Now if I click on it, here you go, it is now in home page. Now another thing, that if I am in this directly, if I am in this details page, and if I click on it, see, we can also here in this one. So let me run it, this one here, and if I click on it, see, if I click on it, then it is not going to the home page, because I didn't come from home page this time. I directly selected this artboard and I run it. That's why it is not going to the previous artboard, because it didn't see any previous artboard. That's why. So if you want to solve this issue, so then what you need to do, you can simply instead of doing this one, you can simply click on this transition, and here you can select your artboard. It's like the same that we did for this one. Okay, now if I run it, this one, and if I click it, then we can come, and again it will work same for this one. Okay, so now it will depend on your situation, how you want to prefer. So if you don't want to give them the access without coming from this one, then you can simply choose this destination option instead of selecting the previous artboard. Now it looks pretty good. Here you go. So the same way we can also give it a little bit of animation. So slide, this time we can give slide down, and we can also select 1 second. And now if I click on it, here you go, and if I click on it, here you go. And one thing that we didn't give for this one, we need to add the bounce option that we have added for this one. So we can add this option. Okay, it is looking bad, I think. So we can add the snap option for this one also. It looks pretty good, I think. Okay, perfect. So we have finished our project, and I hope you enjoyed this app design. I think we are done, and let me cross check it again if there is any modification is required. I think no, it is perfectly fine and it is working. And in the next lecture, I will show you how can we export it and how can we share it. So see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back once again. In this part, I will show you how can we export our design. So we have done a good job. We have designed a complete application using AdobeXD. Now it's time to share our work with all of the people. We just need to be part of this thing. So for doing this thing, we have two options. So we have design, then prototype, share here. So we can simply click on this file, and if you want to export it, then we can simply click on it, selected art or base or all artboard. All artboard means if you want to select all the artboards within this project that you have created, then you can simply click on all artboards, and then it will show you how can we do it. So you can see this thing has appeared here, and you can customize it in your own ways. For example, okay, select your destination where you want to save it, then you can see the format PNG, JPG, so for example JPG. Okay, and then you can see design or wave at this way, and you can click on this export all artboards. This is how you can export it. Okay, and now let me see if we got it, and here you go. So this is our artboard that we got in our desktop, and we can use image preview to see we have two artboards. So we got these two artboard here, and one is here and one is here. Here you go. So this is our artboard that we got here. All right, and this one is also here. Okay, so we have this one and this one. So we just need to part of this thing. Perfect. So finally you have learned how can you export your design, and if you, all right. Okay, so if you want to export it in the whole project, so then you can simply create this one selected option for this. So for example, if you want to select this one, and if you want to export this one, then you can simply select this one, and then you can simply select it one. So this is how it works, and it's very easy. Hope you have enjoyed this class.